Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. We bring you 2 daily uploads, ensuring you never miss a moment of the action. Stay tuned, subscribe and let's dive into today's story. 401 The guide arrives. Interesting. 4/6. Time is like running water, and 3 months passed by in a hurry. The Lion Country is a golden desert stretching as far as the eye can see. Before the first year of Budo, this place was known as the Reaper's Realm, with a total area of more than 20 million square kilometers, and it was a restricted area of life that no one could cross. After the rise of martial arts, many people come here every year, trying to conquer this vast desert with the body, so as to achieve the effect of tempering the body and martial arts will. At this time, a Chinese youth in his 30s with a backpack on his back was pouring a bottle of mineral water into his mouth continuously. His body was covered with grey dust, many places on his face and body were sunburned, and his lips were chapped. The state of the whole person does not look good. Worst of all, the last bottle of water he brought was gone. Standing in the desert holding a bottle and pouring it into his mouth for a long time, instead of tasting the sweetness of the water, he ate a mouthful of sand. The young man smashed the water bottle on the ground in frustration. Looking up at the vast desert in front of him, there was a trace of regret on his face. "No, I can walk out." The young man shook his head, gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. It was difficult for him to move. The scorching high temperature and raging wind and sand took away too much energy and moisture from his body. He was already close to the limit, relying entirely on his will to survive. The young man walked more and more slowly, and the extreme lack of water made his spirit appear in a trance. He murmured repeatedly in his mouth, "Water, I want water, give me water." When the body and spirit were on the verge of collapse, hallucinations began to appear in front of the young man's eyes. He saw a lush green oasis flowing with clear springs. See the busy modern metropolis. See the night bar with bright lights and feasting. The most outrageous. He even saw a dark blue aircraft with smooth lines and graceful shape, which was about half the size of a football field. Full of ultra-modern technological aesthetics, anyone who sees the first reaction will think of the universe, the starry sky, the vast galaxy. If time could be turned back, I wouldn't come here if I was killed. Everyone has to pay for their stupidity. The young man recalled a sentence his father had said to him, and the grey eyes reflected the mirage of the dark blue aircraft, and fell down peacefully in despair. Soon it was covered by the wind and sand. Unfortunately, what the young man doesn't know is that what he sees, which he thought was a mirage, actually exists. More than a dozen men and women stood in the desert. Their feet are suspended on the ground, each of them has an extraordinary temperament, an unparalleled powerful aura, and they are the leading figures in all countries and forces. Especially the leader, a silver-haired middle-aged man who was born with the charisma of a leader. Silver-haired Wu Saint Cumberland. There are also 13 ninth-level martial arts masters from the World Martial Arts Association and the Western Martial Arts Federation. At this time, all gathered in this uninhabited desert. His expression was solemn, as if he was welcoming something. Soon, the dark blue aircraft fell slowly, and finally hovered at a height of tens of meters above the ground. During this period, there was no sound, nor any amplitude of inertia, and the law of gravity on this planet seemed to have no effect on it. There is a crack at the bottom of the dark blue aircraft, from which glistening white light is projected. In the light, the figure of Radao slowly appeared. This is a young man more than 2 meters tall. He has brilliant dark golden long hair, handsome features, and lavender eyes. He was wearing a pure black one-piece combat suit. I don't know what kind of material it is, but it wraps his almost perfect body and shines dimly in the sun. The man's eyes are extremely deep, reminiscent of the aurora in the north, and the starry sky in the summer evening. When this man appeared, Oberlan and the others immediately showed deep awe and reverence from their hearts. Kikai put his right hand on his left shoulder and saluted him. "Welcome to the leader." The dark blonde long-haired man looked gentle, nodded slightly at Cumberland and the others, and said with a smile, "Long time no see, everyone." After a brief greeting, the desert under the feet of Cumberland and the others suddenly collapsed, and a huge hole appeared, swallowing tens of thousands of tons of sand into it. After the sand of more than 10 kilometers in Fang Yuan was completely swallowed up, fresh air radiated from the bottom. "Master Guide, please." Cumberland and the others made gestures of invitation, the latter nodded slightly, and walked down peacefully. Others followed suit, and the dark blue spacecraft in the sky slowly descended. Subsequently, the hole was closed and the surrounding sand was filled up again. In less than 10 minutes, the desert returned to calm. Under the desert, it's a whole other world here. All kinds of trees and flowers are lush, birds, beasts, insects and fish. There are very few duplicates, all of which are transplanted from all over the world. Walking along a white plank road through this primitive jungle, what you see is a modern space with a minimalist style. There was a beautiful girl walking quickly on the floor with bare feet, holding all kinds of delicious food and wine, and sending them up continuously. In just a short while, there are no less than thousands of kinds of delicacies, all of which are unique delicacies from all over the world. The dark blonde long-haired man casually sat down at the long gourmet table, picked up a green melon slice, put it in his mouth and chewed it slowly, making a crisp sound. "I'm sorry, everyone, please be considerate." A trace of satisfaction and enjoyment appeared on the man's face, and he spoke. Cumberland and the others also showed smiles on their faces. The guide comes to Azure Star once every 10 years, and in addition to collecting resources, he will also stay for a short period of time. The equivalent of relaxing, on vacation. During this period, if they accompany the guide well, they may get the guide's guidance on martial arts. Many people have been instructed by the leader. Although the guide is from the starry sky and from a high-level martial arts civilization, he doesn't have too much arrogance. On the contrary, his personality is quite gentle and easy to talk to. The dark blonde long-haired man sat in the huge space like this, slowly tasting the delicious food and wine in front of him. Occasionally, he would talk to Cumberland and others. "Oh, by the way, what you exchanged last time?" The dark blonde long-haired man ate a piece of grilled extremely tender veal steak, drank the red wine beside him, wiped his mouth with a paper towel. I didn't see how the dark blonde long-haired man moved, he just raised his hand casually. Silver-grey boxes of different sizes appeared in front of Cumberland and the others, and each box was marked with the name of the contents. A bit of joy appeared in the eyes of Cumberland and other 9th-level martial saints. Cumberland saluted the man respectfully and thanked, "Thank you, my lord." "Cumberland, it's no use just saying thanks. You should take practical action." The man ate the delicious food on the table in an orderly manner, and said with a smile, "Where is the Nengjing this time? You should take it out quickly, don't make me remind you every time." As soon as the man said that, the eyes of Cumberland and other 9th-level martial saints immediately shrank and avoided them. The man sensed something was wrong, stopped the movement of his hands, and the smile on his face gradually subsided. As the man's demeanor changed, the space quickly became oppressive. The air seemed to have turned into glue, and even Cumberland and others felt it was difficult to breathe. "Don't tell me that there is no energy crystal this time." The dark blonde long-haired man put down the tableware in his hand and said calmly. "It's just that this calmness seems to contain a terrible storm." Cumberland bit the bullet, gritted his teeth and took a step forward, took a deep breath and said, "Speak to the leader." "The output of energy crystals this time is more than 30% higher than last time, totaling more than 470 kilograms. "Then what do you mean?" The man frowned slightly. "You want to give me a surprise?" Cumberland smiled wryly, shook his head and said, "My lord, it's not that we don't want to hand over the energy crystal output this time, but that all the energy crystal output this time has been taken away." With that said, Cumberland turned back and ordered coldly, "Show things up for the adults to review." Soon, the super, Wang? How? Large projection screen descended from the top, and a video began to play on the screen. The dark blonde long-haired man cast his eyes casually on the screen, and as the video played, the casualness on his face gradually faded away. On the vast sea level, a silhouette like a surging sun is fighting with a martial arts figure hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters high. Faxi young titan fell down one by one, collapsed. In the world, there is only that small but extremely bright figure left. Slowly said in his mouth. I am invincible in the world. You let the guide come to me by himself. Video ends. The dark blonde long-haired man's eyes are shining, and his face is full of novelty and appreciation. I didn't expect that such a small level 1 resource star like yours could give birth to such an interesting martial arts talent. Not bad. The dark blonde long-haired man clapped his hands and stood up. He smiled and said to Cumberland, didn't he ask me to find him? Then take me there now. Interesting, it looks like this trip won't be too boring. As he said that, the dark blue spacecraft that disappeared before suddenly appeared. A beam of light projected down, sucking the dark blonde long-haired man and Cumberland into the tent. 402 Cumberland, it looks like you weren't and number 039, beaten enough last time. 5/6. Old mountain and ancient temple. Long bells. In front of a mountain stream gurgling through the ancient temples. Tan's Hongaihu, who was always dressed in a spotless white military robe, sat casually. There were faint bluish-black stubbles on his lips and chin, and his martial robe and eyes were covered with a faint layer of dust. Tan's Hongaihu sat by the stream, staring intently at the things in his hand. It was a knife that had been broken in two. Tan's Hongaihu has been sitting here for a long time, but he has not found a way to recast the knife. Suddenly, Tan's Hongaihu's expression moved slightly, and he broke away from the state of concentration. He took out a thin, technologically sounding, communicator-like thing from his pocket. With a glance, a strange light flashed in Hongaihu's eyes. The guide has come. Holding the broken knife, Tan's Hongaihu slowly stood up from the side of the stream, as if he had regained some of his old spirit. Then Lu Sheng, you are invincible on earth, when you meet someone from heaven. Is it life or death? Talking to himself, Tan's Hongaihu stepped forward with a light step, and his whole body suddenly sank into the distant mist and disappeared in an instant. Dad, is it comfortable? Is this strength okay? Okay. Beyond martial arts. Lin Zhenjiao was there, with his eyes slightly closed, and he was lying on the rocking chair enjoying himself. Both sleeves were rolled up to the elbows, and Lin Wanwan, who was exposing her fair lotus arms, was pinching his feet. It's too late for Lin Zhenjiao. The body of Lin Zhenjiao is a martial sage. She has exhausted all her breastfeeding strength, and pressing her two little hands on Lin Zhenjiao's thigh is still as hard as pressing a stone, and there is no response. Lin Zhenjiao didn't care about what Lin Wanwan did, she just enjoyed the 980 feeling of family happiness. By the way, Wanwan, in our martial arts gym, do you have a favorite person who can talk about boyfriend and girlfriend? Lin Zhenjiao asked casually while enjoying it. Lin Wanwan was struggling with his thigh muscles, gritted her teeth, and jumped out word by word. No. Yes. Daddy. Why, don't you like any of them? No. Lin Wanwan stopped, wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand, and said, the brothers and sisters who watched me grow up, or grew up with me, are just like relatives. How do relatives fall in love with relatives? 2. Lin Zhenjiao felt that it made sense, and then asked, what about outside the martial arts hall? Father, I don't know many people outside the martial arts hall. Lin Wanwan rolled her eyes and said speechlessly, from childhood to adulthood, I have only been out of the martial arts gym a few times. As far as you have been out these few times, which one do you think you admire the most? Lin Zhenjiao sat up straight and seemed to be getting serious. These few times. I appreciate it the most. Lin Wanwan leaned on her chin with one hand, with a pensive expression on her delicate doll face. Soon, she had the answer. That must be Sister Kingxiu's boyfriend Liu Sheng. When Sister Kingxiu was trapped in the cave, everyone thought she was dead. It's just that Liu Sheng didn't give up searching, and even rushed in to save people. If I want to find a boyfriend in the future, I will have to find someone like this. Liu Sheng Shizong fought against the 23 sages alone at the Xizang conference, making him invincible in the world, but what impressed Lin Wanwan the most was Diong's tomb where Liu led single-handedly rescued Dong Qingxiu. I knew it. Akab, Lin Zhenjiao showed a smile on his face, and was about to guide Lin Wanwan, to see if he could have some stories with Liu Sheng in the future. At this moment, a thin communicator in Lin Zhenjiao's close-fitting pocket vibrated and lit up. Lin Zhenjiao took it out to check, and with just one glance, she immediately stood up from the rocking chair with a swish. I went out for a while, I don't know when I will come back, I don't need to prepare my meal today. Lin Zhenjiao didn't even bother to talk too much to Lin Wanwan, and left the small courtyard in a flash. The leader is here. I don't know if Liu Sheng listened to my words last time, I have to go and see. Somewhere in the catacombs battlefield, a handsome young man with 2 knives in his hand galloped through the herd of alien beasts like a god of war, killing them bloody. The soldiers next to him would involuntarily show deep admiration as long as their eyes shifted to the young man. This kid Nima is a lunatic. Don't kill the alien beast, as if you had a grudge with the alien beast in your previous life. The boy killed for a while, and when his strength was exhausted, he immediately retreated to the rear. Hiding in a safe place, drank some water, ate something, and then directly began to practice a body refining technique. After practicing once, the boy opened his eyes, but his tired eyes showed joy. This military god body refining technique is really amazing, every time I practice it, it can bring me different insights and help. As expected of a person standing at the top of this world, he is truly amazing. The young man made no secret of his admiration for the military god in his words. After resting for a while, the boy was preparing to continue to enter the battlefield to fight. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head in a strange way, looked at a certain direction in the sky, and murmured in a trance. The guide has come. After saying this sentence, the whole person suddenly came back to his senses. The guide? What is the guide? Damn it! The memory in this body is causing trouble again, clear it. Zhao Ji frowned, and after erasing all the remaining memories of his predecessor in his mind, he strode into the battlefield with 2 sabers in hand. Kill! The sooner he kills 10 million alien beasts, the sooner he can return to his own world to take revenge. The news of the guide's arrival was spread the moment the guide appeared on this planet. Those martial saints around the world who had never rushed to the desert to wait were also notified at the same time. Then they all rushed towards the Dragon Kingdom. On the waters of Ning'ai, a yacht floats on a calm sea. Dong Qingxiu was dressed in simple and cool clothes, sitting on the bow of the boat, quietly flipping through a book. Although Liu Sheng would come out once every 7 days, Dong Qingxiu stayed here for at least 5 days during these 7 days. Because this is above sea level, the closest location to Liu Sheng. No matter when Liu Sheng chooses to come out, he can see her immediately. Wow! Dong Qingxiu gently flipped a page of the book. Suddenly, she found a black shadow falling on the page. It was as if a dark cloud suddenly blocked the sun. Dong Qingxiu raised her head abruptly. In the next moment, the pupils contracted, and the whole person froze slightly. I saw that in the sky directly above the small yacht, a dark blue spacecraft the size of a football field was hovering quietly. Below the aircraft, more than 20 men and women, all expressionless, condescending, stared at her coldly. A UFO suddenly appeared above his head, and more than 20 people stared at him. This scene was already weird enough. Not to mention the aura exuded by these 20 men and women all gave Dong Qingxiu a powerful feeling like looking up from a high mountain. But this weird scene didn't last long. Suddenly, two figures appeared before Dong Qingxiu's eyes. An indifferent middle-aged man wearing a white martial robe, with a calm expression and a blue beard. The other is a middle-aged man with a square face and short beard. When the two appeared, they immediately saluted a handsome man with dark golden hair who was the leader of the 20 or so men and women with the most unique temperament. Tan's Honggaiu, Lin Zhenjiu, has met the leader. Tan's Honggaiu Lin Zhenjiu. Dong Qingxiu's heart beat violently on the yacht. This is the names of the two great martial saints of the Dragon Kingdom. The two 9th-level martial saints of the Dragon Kingdom appear here, so these people. It should be all Wu Sheng. And it includes an existence that even a 9th-level martial saint would respectfully call an adult. What are these high-altitude, cloud-walking people collectively appearing here? It's for Lu Sheng. Dong Qingxiu thought of this immediately. What did they come to see Lu Sheng for? Good or bad? No one knew how many thoughts went through Dong Qingxiu's mind in 1 second. Of course, even if people here know, they won't care much. Where is Zhao Ji? Why didn't Zhao Ji come? The dark blonde long-haired man glanced at Tan's Honggaiu and Lin Zhenjiu in front of him, and asked casually. But before they could answer, he suddenly said, "Oh, he was also beaten to death by that one, right?" Lin Zhenjiu and Tan's Honggaiu did not speak, which was regarded as tacit agreement. At this time, the silver-haired Cumberland came up, pointed at Dong Qingxiu on the yacht below and said coldly, "My lord, this woman has a very close relationship with Lu Sheng. Just by questioning her, you can find out the whereabouts of Lu Sheng and find those energy crystals." Cumberland hadn't finished speaking. Dong Qingxiu on the yacht below had suddenly leaned up and rolled over to the sea below her. Her speed was so fast that no one could react at all. But at the moment when Dong Qingxiu was about to fall into the sea, her body froze. The whole person is like a person who has been pressed the pause button in the video screen, not to mention the body movements, even the expression is frozen. It's just level 6, it's too naive to still want to play tricks in front of us. Cumberland manipulated the invisible force between heaven and earth with one finger, overlooking Dong Qingxiu condescendingly, with an indifferent expression. Just then, between heaven and earth, there was a calm but cold voice that sounded word by word. "Cumberland, it looks like you weren't beaten enough last time. I overestimated myself, the code word is too slow. 403 Bona oscillating doll, kill me, all energy crystals are yours." 6/6. A figure suddenly appeared on the sea level. This Taoist image is carved out of pure amethyst. Every hair, every inch of skin texture, every pore, every wrinkle on the clothes, is lifelike all over the body. He has a tall and straight body, handsome facial features, and no part of his body is imperfect. It's like a superb handicraft that doesn't exist in the world, a masterpiece of God's creation. The amethyst figure stood on the sea level, walking towards this side with a strolling attitude, but the speed was extremely fast. Cumberland and more than 29th-level martial saints all changed their expressions slightly when they saw the appearance of Lu Sheng in the form of amethyst. The shadow of Sejong's First World War on them was so great that even if the leader was standing beside them now, when they saw Lu Sheng, they still couldn't help but feel frightened. The amethyst Lu Sheng was as light as a shadow, and it just arrived in front of Cumberland in an instant, and punched Cumberland in the face. Cumberland glanced at the guide for 1/1000th of a second. The dark blonde long-haired man, the old god, was there, and he didn't have the slightest intention of making a move. Only then did Cumberland grit his teeth, shake his hands, and suddenly a section of stabbing sword blade sprang out from his cuffs, and crossed forward from left to right in a mysterious posture. There was no movement on the face of the amethyst figure, and there seemed to be no shadow of the two swords in Lu Sheng's eyes. Amethyst's fist arm met the sword's edge, but did not collide, but passed through it directly. Liu Sheng's whole body flickered for a moment, as if the TV screen was blurred because of the extremely fast signal fluctuation. When he reappeared, he almost fell into Cumberland's arms. Cumberland's complexion changed drastically, an infinite power swarmed around him, and countless light spots gathered. But Liu Sheng's fist landed lightly on Cumberland. Boom! This punch did not make any sound, but the dull sound seemed to be ringing in the hearts of more than 20 martial saints present at the same time. With just one click, the power of heaven and earth around Cumberland was directly broken up. The spots of light summoned by him are like a swarm of fireflies disturbed by people, dissipating instantly. Cumberland didn't move. Behind him appeared a semi-illusory Cumberland, with a painful and distorted expression, a sunken chest, and a body leaning back. This spirit out-of-body scene made the pupils of the 9-level martial saints who were onlookers narrow their eyes. Liu Sheng's punch hit Cumberland's martial arts spirit hard. Just for a moment, Cumberland martial arts. It was almost shot out of the body by Liu Sheng. The most obvious and powerful aspect of a 9th-level martial saint is the will and spirit. The martial soul is the foundation of the law, and it is the biggest gap between human and God. The body of the 8th-level Dazong was smashed, and he died as soon as he died. But a 9th-level martial saint, even if his body dies, as long as his martial spirit doesn't dissipate, he can still survive. It's like a martial arts saint. But Liu Sheng's punch was directly attacking the martial soul. It's really scary. There is a strong adhesive force between Cumberland's martial arts soul and body, and he is pulled back quickly after being separated from the martial body for a moment. But before he returned to his martial arts spirit, Liu Sheng's second punch came down again. Then the third punch, the fourth punch. Bang! 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 Liu Sheng's fist landed on Cumberland's chest one by one. Not even his clothes were wrinkled. There was no sound at all, and there was no sound. But what fell on the ears of the other martial saints was the tragic sound of punches to the flesh. Cumberland's martial arts spirit never returned after being knocked out of his body by Liu Sheng for the second time. Every time Liu Sheng punched, Cumberland's martial arts spirit was farther away from the martial body. The bonding force between martial arts soul and martial body is constantly being stretched. His face was distorted, his expression was painful, his martial body was completely reduced to a sandbag being beaten, and cracks appeared on his illusory martial soul. In just the blink of an eye, Amethyst Liu Sheng did not know how many houses she had left. The semi-illusory Cumberland was beaten to a place more than 10 meters away from the martial body. The bonding force between the soul and the body was pulled to the limit, and it seemed that it would break apart in the next second. At this time, Liu Sheng stopped. A misty purple light flashed in the void, and Liu Sheng had already arrived in front of Cumberland. Amethyst pressed her big hand on Cumberland's head, with her 5 fingers sunk deep into it. The attitude is like, it is necessary to completely pull his spirit out of his body. A look of great panic finally appeared on the face of Cumberland, his eyes looked in one direction, and his mouth opened and closed with difficulty, as if he was saying something. Big, people, save! Liu Sheng was expressionless, grabbing Cumberland with his right hand and pulling it up. But it was empty by accident. A look of surprise appeared on Liu Sheng's calm face. He saw his right hand disappear. The wrist is empty, only a smooth and flat amethyst-cut surface. A handsome man with dark blonde hair had appeared in front of him at some point, with a finger shining brightly, gently tapping on Cumberland's shoulder. Cumberland's martial spirit returned to his body with a swish. The dejected body that was originally in a vegetative state suddenly lived, and then its momentum quickly declined, and it flew back several thousand meters away. Looking at Cumberland again, his originally calm and unrestrained face was now pale, and his whole body was stained with cold sweat. He looked like he had just recovered from a serious illness, and his face was filled with the expression of escape from death and undecided shock. Not only Cumberland, but the rest of the 9-level warriors who were watching also retreated far away. The fear of Liu Sheng in his heart has already reached another level. With this kind of means of life and death of martial arts spirits, their so-called 9th level divine body is just like a joke. Guide. Liu Sheng's eyes quickly retracted from where his severed hand was. His face returned to calm again, and he calmly stared at the dark blonde long-haired man in front of him. No wonder the other 9 levels on this planet are like toys in your hands. The dark blonde long-haired man looked at Liu Sheng with a faint appreciation in his eyes, and said, "You are really amazing." Liu Sheng didn't speak, just took a deep breath. It is quite a strange thing for a human figure carved from amethyst to inhale. But as Liu Sheng inhaled this breath, the purple crystal recondensed on the part of his severed hand. Not only that, Liu Sheng's whole person became fuzzy. To be precise, it is not blurred, but in vibration. The amethyst figure is vibrating slightly, sending out circles of visible ripples. The color is also lighter, but it feels stronger, more difficult to fathom. Bona Oscillator figure. The spiritual force on the amethyst human form visualizes the human form. Liu Sheng has already begun to try. Although he only transformed the amethyst human form a little bit, it still produced a qualitative transformation. 0. Asking for flowers. This is. There was some doubt in the eyes of the dark blonde long-haired man. And Liu Sheng had already punched him. Boom. This time, there was no strange phenomenon of penetration. Liu Sheng's amethyst fist was lightly blocked by a finger of the dark blonde man with long hair. The point where the fist collides with the fingers emits a burst of tangible waves visible to the naked eye. This wave of light spread out quickly. The bodies of the 9th level martial saints swept by the wave light trembled involuntarily, and then their faces showed horror and inexplicable expressions. There is a powerful and inexplicable force in this wave of light, which even shakes their martial arts spirits. This is just the aftermath of the battle, if there is a real fight. Shen changed the way everyone looked at Liu Sheng. It seems that it has been raised to a height that is almost comparable to that of the leader. Liu Sheng kept making moves, but every move was easily blocked by the dark blonde long-haired man. The power of his bona vibration crystal didn't seem to have any effect on the latter. Boom! Liu Sheng punched out, and the amethyst humanoid retreated quickly, stopping the attack. 0. The dark blonde long-haired man looked at him with a smile, and said in a relaxed tone, "What? Did you give up?" Liu Sheng looked calm, and said casually, "It's just that the warm-up is over." Well. The dark blonde long-haired man had a slightly astonished expression. The next breath, the sea level below is turbulent. The calm sea surface slowly parted, and a slender and tall figure stepped out from the bottom of the sea. The amethyst figure in the sky turned around and rushed towards the figure below. The two figures merged into one. Liu Sheng, who had just stepped out of the sea, opened his eyes suddenly, and there seemed to be 2 sharp rays of light bursting out from his eyes. _W. Liu Sheng stretched his body slowly, and there was a sound like mechanical gears turning in his body. With a casual touch, Dong Qingxiu, who had just been imprisoned on the sea level, rushed towards the extreme distance together with the yacht. After finishing all this, he raised his head and looked up at the dark blonde man with long hair in the sky. The figure of the dark golden long-haired man quickly merged with the will of the 10th level strong man who had injured him back then. Is a person. Liu Sheng was impressed. You want Nangjing, right? Liu Sheng and the dark blonde long-haired man looked at each other, and their gazes collided and intertwined in the void. Right. The dark blonde long-haired man nodded, and said calmly, "You just need to give me 400 kilograms of energy crystals. I won't do it. On this planet." The dark blonde long-haired man glanced at the surrounding 9 ranks, and said casually, "You are still the only one who is supreme." As soon as the dark blonde long-haired man spoke, the complexions of many 9th level martial saints changed, becoming rather ugly. The guide's attitude towards Liu Sheng was beyond their expectations. He didn't pursue his fault of breaking the rules at all, but he seemed to appreciate it. But, faced with the overture from the dark blonde long-haired man, Sheng shook his head. I've never been in the habit of being persuaded by a few words. How about this? Sheng looked directly at the dark blonde long-haired man, and said calmly, you come and kill me. Nangjing. It's all yours. FF. Make up for the owed change. Ask for a flower monthly ticket. 404 365 Immortals, the fire of divinity is ignited, and the physique of X. If you kill me, all the energy crystals will be yours. Sheng's words were calm and natural, as if he was simply saying something. But in the ears of everyone present, it was tantamount to a tsunami and landslide, setting off a stormy sea. Crazy. These two words popped up in everyone's mind. Looking at Sheng's eyes is like looking at a psychopath. Obviously the leader is already so talkative, and even made some concessions. Not only did past events not be blamed, but only 400 kilograms of energy crystals were recovered. Not even 90%. The great face was given to Sheng. Then, Sheng. Step on it hard. Even the dark blonde long-haired man was taken aback for a moment. Are you sure? He blinked and said. Sheng looked calm, step by step from the sea level to the sky, until he reached the same height as the dark blonde long-haired man. You practiced. Sheng looked at the dark blonde long-haired man, and said calmly, is it sissy martial arts? Do you always fight like a mother-in-law? Boom. Far beyond the previous, nuclear bomb-level verbal offensive. The people in the arena were completely stunned. The dark blonde long-haired man was completely stunned, wondering if his ears had heard it wrong. He is a 10th level 300 leader of the high-level martial arts civilization, and he can be regarded as a moderately strong even in the battlefield star. For people on low-level civilized planets, they are even more like gods. Now, on a small first-level resource star, the local aborigines pointed their noses and asked. Are you practicing sissy martial arts? Sissy Budo. Damn. Damn. Boom. The sound of a volcanic eruption resounded in the dark blonde long-haired man's body. It was as if he had changed completely. The original modesty, politeness, and approachability were swept away, and an incomparably terrifying cold aura emanated from his whole body. In the void, large pieces of ice stubble condensed and fell, forming one iceberg after another on the sea surface. Even the color of the sky changed. The sky, which was originally cloudless and clear, was suddenly covered with dark clouds and thunder. The sea area of nearly 1,000 kilometers in Fangyuan is like boiling, with huge bubbles bubbling upwards. A large number of corpses of underwater creatures surged up. Far away, a group of fishermen knelt on the deck of several fishing boats going out to sea, kowtowed and shouted, "The Sea Dragon King is angry! The Sea Dragon King is angry!" This terrifying scene, like a natural disaster that destroyed the world, even the 9th level martial saints were shocked by it. The 9th level can connect the world, but they are also powerless to arouse such a wide range of world trends with a single thought. It has already surpassed the scope of a strong planet and reached the height of the starry sky. A group of 9th level martial saints retreated again and again, all of them showed alarmed expressions on their faces. This is the first time they have seen the scene where the leader is angry, and I am afraid they will never forget it. On the sea, Dong Qingxiu, who was sent hundreds of kilometers away, looked at the dim and terrifying sky above her head. With a determined expression, he drove the yacht, turned the bow abruptly, and rushed towards the center of the disaster without hesitation. The long dark golden hair was swayed by the invisible momentum, dancing on the stage. The handsome man's face is covered with frost, standing at the center and source of natural disasters. At this time, he seemed like a black hole devouring everything, and also like a demon god who came into the world. Facing the leader whose aura surpassed the terror of the human world, Sheng didn't seem to have the consciousness of stabbing Lu Ziyi at all. His eyes lit up, and his whole body was rapidly entering a state of extreme excitement. Is that all? Sheng twitched the corners of his mouth, and continued provoking word by word, Mother! Mother! Crack! Boom! The dark clouds in the sky were suddenly split open by lightning. The figure of the dark blonde long-haired man disappeared suddenly. The reappearance was already in front of Sheng. No one reacted. This speed has exceeded the nerve reaction speed of a 9th-level martial artist. The dark blonde long-haired man pierced the void with his fingers together, black lightning seemed to be wrapped around his fingers, and he tapped lightly on Sheng's chest. Click! Sheng's chest was sunken, his 2 fingers sank in at the root, and then quickly pulled out, leaving deep finger marks. Then he continued to shoot, and the number of finger marks on Sheng's body increased rapidly. It's like a clay figurine, with dents being poked out one by one. Boom! The dark blonde long-haired man pointed his last finger at Sheng's forehead. Sheng threw his head back, and was thrown backwards by a huge force. Weiyan's body tore through the air, making a crisp cracking sound, and flew upside down for a distance of several hundred meters, and the group suddenly froze. The dark blonde long-haired man stared at him coldly. The onlookers looked solemn, no one made a sound, and everyone's heart was filled with a huge and deep sense of awe. Grade 10. This is the strength of a real 10th-level powerhouse. Even the ultimate in the world. Under such power, there is no resistance, and he will be beaten into a pile of rotten meat. Caw caw caw. At this time, a strange sound attracted everyone's attention. This voice is from Sheng. It was the sound of his neck bent back at an exaggerated angle. Sheng's head snapped back bit by bit, and his severed limbs began to move again. Like a bunch of parts that were scattered by people, they gather again little by little, start crackling. In just a few breaths, his body, which was beaten to the point of being ridden with holes by the guide, quickly recovered to its original state. Still perfect. Still powerful. Sheng rested his chin with one hand, and pressed the top of his head with the other. Kaka. The last bit of misalignment is also made up. Sheng twisted his neck casually, looked back at the dark blonde long-haired man, and said calmly, Yes, I now believe that you are not a sissy. But it's still too light. After the last word was spoken, Sheng's whole body suddenly exploded. There seemed to be 10,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time on his body. Boom! A circle of white air waves visible to the naked eye spread out from around Sheng's body. He jumped up high, with a pretentious posture, with an extremely wild and domineering posture. From top to bottom, he punched the dark blonde long-haired man fiercely. Let me tell you. What? It's called pain. The extremely bright glow bloomed in the deep eyes, like 2 rounds of scorching sun bursting out. It reflected Sheng's ferocious face like crazy. In the body, a total of 360 immortal cells ignited a raging divine flame with a hui. The stellar veins in the flesh and blood are all lit up and filled in a thousandth of a second, and continue to extend further and deeper, growing. On the nearly perfect 9-foot martial body, golden lines emerged quietly. Return to the heart, return to the forehead. When Sheng went from standing still to jumping up and punching, he seemed to have completed the transformation from a mortal to a god. His eyes are extremely bright, and his martial body is covered with mysterious and gorgeous tattoos. An unimaginably surging heat wave emanated from his whole body. He was surrounded by endless golden light. Under this dark sky, he is stellar. He is the sun. Blast down with an extremely bright punch. Following the veins between heaven and earth, it represents the rules of the world's operation. For the first time, a shocked and moved look appeared on the dark blonde long-haired man's face. His pupils contracted and his hands were folded in front of him. Boom! A black hole appeared high in the sky. Countless black lightning bolts danced on the edge of the black hole. The dark blonde long-haired man kept backing away. The two palms used to resist could not help but collapse. Kika underscore. The curtain of the sky was torn apart, revealing a large swath of blackness. The sea level below stirs up 10,000 meter waves, covering the sky and the sun. It was quickly evaporated by the unimaginable high temperature, turned into a vast mist, and then was scattered and disappeared. The dark blonde long-haired man kept retreating several thousand meters away. But before he could react, Sheng, who is like a god, has appeared in front of him again. Following the veins of the sky, the extremely bright fists continued to blast out. A total of 365 immortal cells. All lit the fire of divinity. This power made even Sheng tremble with fear, and he almost couldn't control it. Sheng went crazy. He had been looking forward to this battle for too long. What is the most painful thing in the world? It is too cold at the heights, and there is no opponent. Sheng felt this deep emptiness and loneliness when his immortal cells reached 278. On such a huge planet, there is no one who can make him fight happily. Now, he finally has the opportunity to vent this power. How can you not be excited? How can you not be happy? Boom boom boom. The situation is completely reversed. This time, the one who was reduced to a sandbag became a man with dark golden hair. He lost 2.8 quarters under Sheng's almost stormy offensive, leaving only the power to parry. Every punch of Sheng carries the mighty force that pierces the heavens and the earth, like divine power, like divine punishment. The eyelids of the crowd of 9 level onlookers were beating wildly, and their heartbeat speed reached more than 500 beats per minute. Everyone is swallowing hard. Scalp feels numb, palms and feet feel cold. This power has exceeded their imagination limit. Any punch that lands on any of them will not result in a second result. Only, die. Is this the ultimate power in the real world? Someone murmured, his forehead was covered with sweat. Enough. Boom. At this time, a group of flames exploded suddenly. Sheng took a few steps back and stood slowly in the void, looking calmly at the dark blonde long-haired man in front of him. His wrist was still moving slowly, as if he was preparing for the next 10 rounds of candy. The dark blonde long-haired man was panting violently, and his figure was a bit embarrassed. He fixed his eyes on Sheng. His face was a little ugly, but his eyes showed a deep look of shock and disbelief. He spoke. You are not level 10, nor level 9, you are only level 8. Who are you? Extraordinary life physique. 405 Welcome to the 5th season of Ancient Times. 5 seasons boxing. 2. The dark blonde long-haired man's words seemed to contain a nuclear bomb. Boom. All the martial saints present were a little confused. Grade 8. Sheng is only level 8. One person beat the shit out of their global martial arts masters, making them invincible in the world. Only relying on the projection of will, he almost beat the silver-haired martial artist Cumberland to the point of losing his mind. Even now, he is still beating the leader of the 10th level violently. Such a character is only at the 8th level. No wonder he has never shown his martial arts body. I thought it was his disdain, but I didn't expect. A 9th level martial saint looked dazed, and murmured, he's only 8th level. The martial saints of the 1009 levels are all numb, and there is only one word that can't stop hovering in their minds, against the sky. Sheng can only be described as defying the heavens. It is impossible to imagine how their little blue planet gave birth to such a monster. So much so that they didn't listen to what the guide said later. Extraordinary life physique. Sheng caught the term, narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the guide in front of him. The guide finally calmed down, but the eyes that looked at Sheng were still burning. It's like discovering a rather rare thing, with many surprises in the accident. It's definitely an extraordinary life physique. Otherwise, how could a general 8th level possess such terrifying strength? It seems that you have unearthed a lot. Haha, I never thought that such a starry sky treasure level talent like you could be born on such a small resource star. What is an extraordinary life physique? Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he asked. The transition of the level of innate life, the sublimation of genes, the super treasure bestowed by the universe and the starry sky. Liu Sheng was speechless. You have said these few words, but it doesn't mean you didn't say anything. However, he could probably guess that the guide should be referring to his indestructible star body. Really? From the moment the indestructible star was born, Liu Sheng's life level was already different from that of ordinary people. It has completely stepped into another level, and the immortal cells are still constantly pulling this new level up. No wonder there is such an achievement. The guide smiled and said, "You are not born to belong to this planet, you are destined to go to the starry sky. I don't want the energy crystal this time either, you can keep it for yourself, but your people, you have to come with me." "Where are you going?" Liu Sheng felt a little uncomfortable. The flames of war that he had so easily provoked had begun to subside slowly. The dense dark clouds on the sky gradually dispersed, and there was a trend of gradually clearing up. The most important thing is that the fighting spirit on the dark blonde long-haired man in front of him disappeared. That's shit. Naturally, go to a wider world. This planet has buried you, and it can't accommodate you. The guide's eyes sparkled, and he smiled and said, "You won't tell me that you have never dreamed of stars and seas in your heart, right?" Liu Sheng remained silent. He thought for a while and looked up. He said to the guide with a serious expression, "Let's talk about these things later, I want to have a good fight with you right now." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Well. The guide looked astonished, and quickly said thoughtfully, "I see, you lack pressure, right? Indeed, the foundation of extraordinary life physique is too deep, tens of millions of times that of ordinary people. The higher it goes, the harder it is to break through, and it requires greater pressure and stimulation. This planet can't even provide you with the pressure to break level 9. The guide nodded quite briskly, and the aura scattered around him quickly condensed. He looked at Liu Sheng with a natural expression, stretched out 2 fingers, and said seriously, "I will put pressure on you now, plus the energy crystals I gave you. You owe me twice, and you have to repay me well in the future. Oh yes, remember my name." The leader's lips opened and closed, and a few syllables came to Liu Sheng's ears. Literally translated, it should be Lanchan. Okay. Liu Sheng twisted his neck, his face showing eagerness to fight again. "But I couldn't help complaining in my heart. This guide named Lanchan is really a bit of a sissy, like a mother-in-law. Even the favors he gave had to be clearly listed with others." He was speechless. "Good." The leader nodded with satisfaction on his face, and immediately calmed down completely. "You have to be careful, next. I will show you the real strength that belongs to the upgrade," the guide said to Liu Sheng sternly. "Bring it on." Liu Sheng twisted his neck, and his fists collided slightly, making a clang-clang sound like the collision of dull metal blocks. His eyes were shining brightly, and there was a trace of anticipation and excitement between his brows, and he said word by word, "Do as much as possible, beat me to death." Just after fighting for a short while, Liu Sheng felt that the spiritual human figure and martial body in his mind had merged for nearly 3 parts. It was worth the hard work he didn't know how many years. A few more times, it is estimated that all the integration will be completed. By the time facing the 9th level, all he had left was the final step of condensing the branding of martial arts. What a lunatic, the owner of an extraordinary life physique, because the brain structure is also different from ordinary people. The guide, the dark blonde long-haired man, read the expectation and excitement in Liu Sheng's eyes, and shook his head. Then, lightly pointed towards Liu Sheng. "This point is unremarkable, and it creates circles of ripples in the air. It's as if your fingers are lightly touching the surface of calm water. But under this plainness, Liu Sheng saw unimaginable terror. Massive power of heaven and earth condensed between two fingers. It is completely different from the feeling of grasping the heaven and earth, condensing the body of the Dharma form, and smashing people with the force of the 9th-level martial arts saint. The state and skills are far more than 100 times sublime. Its inheritance. It's also the true meaning of the 10th level. Liu Sheng's eyes soared with excitement, and his expression was faintly excited. He knows how to walk the 10th level. The 9th level is the fusion of spirit, energy, and spirit into one furnace, thus condensing the appearance of martial arts. And level 10. It is to refine the body of the martial arts law into his own martial body again. In this process, the control and grasp of the power of heaven and earth surpassed the 9th level by hundreds of times. It is no exaggeration to say that the power of the heaven and earth controlled by a level 9 warrior is cotton wool. And 10th grade. It's steel, solid iron. There is too much difference in quality between the two, and it is not enough to describe it with stones and eggs. I like to be tough like this. Liu Sheng grinned, revealing his thick white teeth. The essence of martial arts lies in fighting. Life is endless, fighting is endless. He likes and enjoys the feeling of the blade being on the verge, his scalp tingling, and his blood boiling. Liu Sheng opened his hands suddenly, clattering his fingers, making the sound of gold and iron. Then go directly to the guide. He is only 8th grade. He does not have the power of heaven and earth as filling and support. But he has a star indestructible body. He has a brilliant stellar vein map. He has a total of 356 immortal cells ignited with divine fire. He doesn't borrow heaven and earth. It's still a solid rock, not a chicken. The golden light in Liu Sheng's eyes quickly faded, and a light grey color climbed up instead. Valkyrie status. 10th level martial arts, cutting the sky. Finger-to-finger collision, confrontation. Make a crisp sound of clang-clang. The position of the two fingers fighting for the front, the void curtain was torn apart wantonly, black gaps appeared one after another, and fine black electric lights jumped. The invisible fluctuations are either fast or slow, spreading out circles from the center of the explosion. The 9th level martial saints on the edge of the battlefield even had to summon the power of heaven and earth to bless them in order to barely stay in place and not be pushed further. Under this fluctuation, their supporting force is like a plastic film cloth blown by a strong wind, making a crackling sound. This is a real level 10 battle. These 9 ranks are completely ineligible to participate. It is precisely in this way that the heart is even more holy and powerful. Liu Sheng's 10 fingers clashed with the guide's 2 fingers, creating a dazzling effect. The guide's eyes glowed strangely, seeing familiar traces in Liu Sheng's fingering. He couldn't help but ask, "Where did you learn this fingering?" 887 U. Liu Sheng responded casually. The guide looked a little astonished. But he quickly recalled a few key words in his mind. The defensive talisman that contains a trace of his martial arts will the extreme way that died in the hands of Liu Sheng. When the aura collides, the truth is faintly revealed. Seeing Liu Sheng's eyes suddenly became a little more horrified. What kind of comprehension is this starry sky evildoer? At this time, Liu Sheng suddenly retreated without any fumes, retreating tens of meters away. He spread his hands and saw that 10 fingers were dripping with blood, and the skin and muscles were crumbling. At the current stage, there is still a gap between the indestructible star body and the 10th level confrontation head-on. The injury was severe, but Liu Sheng looked calm. He flipped his hands over, and Tianji's injury fully recovered within half a breath. The indestructible stellar body is a wonderful product of the indestructible stellar Ju and natural breathing method, which has a powerful and miraculous self-healing ability. After recovering from his injuries, Liu Sheng shook his hands into a fist, and punched the leader ping-ping. This punch set off a fiery wind between heaven and earth. When the wind blew, the water vapor between the sea and the sky suddenly disappeared. Obviously, it is in the sea area, where the water vapor is the most abundant. At this moment, it feels extremely dry and hot. It's like suddenly coming to the desert Jedi. Immediately in my mind, I thought of the scene where the earth was dry and cracked, the rivers and lakes were dry, and the world was scorched. This feeling intensified when Liu Sheng punched out completely. An incomparable golden light erupted from his body, then condensed into 10 rounds of blazing golden suns around him. These 10 rounds of golden suns circled Liu Sheng, spinning rapidly, emitting terrifying light and terrifying heat that scorched the world. Liu Sheng is located in the 10 rounds of scorching sun, and his figure is as brilliant as the innate gods in ancient legends. His eyes were calm, and he spoke calmly. Welcome to the 5th season of Ancient Times. 11th level boxing and martial arts. 5 seasons boxing. 406 consummation. People like you are destined to belong to the starry sky and the battlefield. 3. It is said that in ancient times, there was a 5th season between heaven and earth besides spring, summer, autumn, and winter. When the 5th season arrives, the 10 suns will appear in the sky. The infinite light and heat will scorch the mountains, rivers, and the earth, and all living things will die in the heat. Heaven and earth become an oven, burning everything. The 11th level martial arts passed down to the 11th level powerhouse Dongji Ziyang Wang He. Push the ancients with fists, and act out myths. At this moment, in Liu Sheng's hands, the terrifying light that belongs to the 11th level of martial arts finally bloomed. It's a pity that my understanding of this kind of boxing is still very rough and superficial, otherwise the 10 days would not revolve around me, but would surround the opponent, forming the momentum of the oven of heaven and earth, compressing all the power into one range, destroying I don't know how many times I need to increase my strength. Liu Sheng felt a little regretful. Without the corresponding inheritance of martial arts memory, how can the 11th level martial arts be so easy to comprehend? The superficiality he has mastered is thanks to the blessing of the martial god state. Otherwise, you won't even be able to play the 10-day rotation. But even so, the 11th level martial arts 5 seasons boxing, combined with the immortal body of stars and immortal cells with 365 ignited divine flames. The power that erupted was also terrifying enough. 10 days are empty, and 10 days rotate. The heat wave turned invisible into form, and the void was burned into a distorted black. The sea level below dropped rapidly, and a large amount of sea water was evaporated dry. Cumberland and other 9th level warriors could no longer maintain their original spectating point, and kept retreating. On the way, there was a yacht rushing towards the sea level. Lin Zhenjiu, who was among the more than 20 martial saints, had quick eyes and quick hands, and caught a certain figure on the yacht. Dong Qingxiu was taken high into the sky by an invisible force, her body was still struggling. Lin Zhenjiu frowned and said, "Don't die? Even we dare not approach the battlefield there, so you go in and die. I'm with Liu Sheng." Dong Qingxiu's expression was calm, and the distant scenery was reflected in her eyes. She couldn't see Liu Sheng's figure, but could only see 10 burning golden light balls. There are also volcanic hell-like horror scenes. The unmanned yacht exploded suddenly after rushing thousands of meters, and a ball of sparks exploded on the sea surface, burning completely without leaving any wreckage. It shows the horror of the heat wave. Dong Qingxiu's eyes flickered for a moment, but she remained firm. It wasn't until Lin Zhenjiu's words made the firmness in her eyes loose. "Don't worry, Liu Sheng will be fine. He is now looking for a breakthrough, and if you don't bother him, it will be the greatest help to him." Dong Qingxiu nodded silently, standing still in the air. Lin Zhenjiu looked at this woman who was extremely ordinary except for her appearance, with a complicated expression on her face. He suddenly understood why Liu Sheng had his eyes on her. The tens of kilometers of Fang Yuan Sea area completely turned into a scene of purgatory. Hot. Nothing but hot and still hot, excruciatingly hot. Even the 10th level body of the guide with dark golden hair felt the slightest bit of heat, and his body began to sweat profusely. He looked at Liu Sheng, whose body was covered with golden lines and carried with him for 10 days, like an ancient and noble god who came out of myths and legends. A look of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. A martial arts supernatural power corresponding to an extraordinary life physique? Directly pointing to the law of the 11th level? You figured it out by yourself. The leader couldn't believe it, but had to believe it. Under the heat wave, his long dark golden hair showed signs of curling slightly. But it was not enough to shake my heart. Surprised, shocked, ecstatic, confused. All kinds of emotions are gathered together, which is quite complicated. He can't describe it, he only knows one thing. This time he came to Azure Star, he really found a treasure. Hiss! The guide took a deep breath, and bursts of hot air were sucked into his lungs. Then his whole body went into action. A large amount of the general trend of heaven and earth compressed into the martial body is stimulated, and a majestic natural energy is activated. In addition to the book, it is the body of the human body. This method is more complex, solid, powerful, and far too profound than those of 9th level martial saints such as Cumberland. This Dharma body is like an incomparable battle armor, which firmly protects the leader and moves with his movements. Starfield Streamer. The guide looked serious, and slowly pointed at Luci. The condensed Dharma form on the surface of his body also pointed out a finger. The light of this finger is extremely bright, like a bursting star, and also like a mysterious streamer that occasionally flashes across the depths of the starry sky. The finger of Faxiong collided with Liu Sheng's 10-day rotation fist. An incomparably dazzling light bloomed. The world lost its color. The sea level is split, the sky above the head is split, and the void is also split. Flames, boiling waters, heat waves, aurora. It's hard to describe what it was like. Let's just say, if the end of the world had symbols. That's how it should be. When all the turbulent light and raging energy subsided, Liu Sheng and the dark blonde long-haired man stood facing each other. Liu Sheng's expression was calm, his hands drooped naturally, and he was still as majestic as a god. And the guide fixedly looked at his right index finger and middle finger. At this moment, the two slender fingers of his were still completely disappeared at the top, and there was still a residual terrifying force entrenched on them. He needs to clear it before trying to recover. In other words, the confrontation just now. He lost. The 10th level body was injured, and it was still injured in a mere 8th level hand. It's unbelievable. If I tell it, no one will believe it. The guide muttered to himself, then put down his hands and looked at Liu Sheng in front of him. Do not fight. He explained, if the fight continues, the general trend of the world and the energy of the universe in this area will be completely disordered, and this planet will also be injured. Compared with the starry sky, ordinary planets are still too fragile, and they simply cannot withstand forces above 10th level. You don't want your home planet to be damaged either. Liu Sheng nodded, the grey in his eyes faded, and he withdrew from the Valkyrie state. Martial God state plus 5 realms boxing plus 5 seasons boxing. It was already considered his ultimate combat power. If he continued to play, he would have to turn over the final hole card shattering the void. Even Liu Sheng couldn't predict and control the consequences of shattering the void, and the guide named Lan Chen in front of him treated him well. It's just to learn from each other, and there is no need to develop to the point of immortality. The most important thing is that in the fist fight with Lan Chen just now, the fusion progress of Liu Sheng's spiritual power and martial body has exceeded 99%. The distance from complete fusion is only a little bit away, and he will be able to complete it completely after looking back and thinking about it, no need for any pressure. Then it will be a meaningless battle if you continue to fight. You are really nice. The guide Lan Chen looked at Liu Sheng and said with emotion, a person like you is destined to belong to the starry sky and the battlefield. Have you considered it? When will you leave with me? Is there such a hurry? Liu Sheng frowned. I'm in a hurry for you. Lan Chen said, you are an extraordinary life physique, and this planet can't give you the pressure you want before you reach level 9. This is even more obvious once it breaks through level 9. But it doesn't matter if you want to enjoy life for a few more years. Lan Chen thought for a while, then grabbed something similar to a mobile phone communicator out of thin air, and threw it to Liu Sheng. Well, I'll give you enough time. When you feel that it's almost done, just contact me directly with the communication crystal. Lan Chen emphasized, this kind of communicator with a maximum coverage of 200 light years is very expensive, so you have to be careful not to break it. Signal propagation faster than light. Liu Sheng looked at the small communicator in his hand and was secretly surprised. He recalled Lan Chen's action of grabbing something out of thin air just now, and couldn't help asking, where did you take this thing out? Space storage props. Lan Chen looked at him in surprise, you know a lot. Roughly the same. Lan Chen shook his right hand, only then did Liu Sheng notice that he was wearing a dark blue bracelet on his wrist. Noticing Liu Sheng's envious and longing eyes, Lan Chen hastily put down his hand, and said, boy, don't make up my mind. Several 9th level props on your planet have similar space props in their hands, but the style is relatively old, you can ask them for it. Hearing Lan Chen's words, Liu Sheng suddenly recalled what Lin Zhenjiu sent over earlier, which belonged to Zhao Ji's inheritance, a small portable, Zhao Zhao's, box. He didn't even check it. He changed his expression, nodded, and said, understood. Okay, then I won't talk nonsense with you. Lan Chen made a quick move, and a dark blue aircraft with the size of half a football field descended on top of him from a high altitude. A beam of light shot down from the bottom of the aircraft, and Zhang Lanchen was wrapped in it. Lan Chen stood in the middle of the beam of light, slowly ascending, while saying the last instructions to Liu Sheng. Within 10 years, you must contact me within 10 years. Before contacting me, it's best to have been promoted to level 9. Also, I can't give you the Nengjing share next time. 500 kilograms of energy crystals is not considered a small eye. At last. At the moment when his body was about to be submerged into the aircraft, Lan Chen said, Liu Sheng, don't forget. You owe me 3 favors in total. The bottom of the aircraft closed and started immediately, breaking through the sky in just a second, and completely disappearing into the atmosphere. Liu Sheng was taken aback. 3? Where did the 3 favors come from? Wasn't it still 2 just now? When he noticed the black communicator in his hand, he was speechless immediately. Is this thing a favor? This guy is too fussy. Ask for some data, thank you resistance. 407 Command, finish the job, 4. While complaining, Liu Sheng casually played with the communicator in his hand. The operation of this thing is quite simple, similar to that of a mobile phone. Otherwise, Lan Chen wouldn't have left without leaving the operating instructions. Liu Sheng pressed a button on the communicator, and the screen of the communicator emitted a blue light, and then projected a 5 cm high 3-dimensional portrait. It was Lan Chen, who was lifelike. Liu Sheng, Tian. Lan Chen, who was 5 inches tall, looked at Liu Sheng in surprise, and said, have you changed your mind so quickly? Then I'll turn around and come pick you up now. No. Liu Sheng shook his head, I'll give it a try and see if this thing works or not. When you run out of energy, just wait honestly on Azure Star for 10 years. Just try it. Welcome to chat with me anytime. Lan Chen cut off the signal with a dark face. Petty. Liu Sheng shook his head, swiped twice on the communicator casually, and found that there are many interesting functions on the communicator. Can play games, and can also connect to something called the Sky Snake Network. But afraid of wasting energy, Liu Sheng didn't try too much, turned off the communicator and put it away. At this time, he scanned everything around him, and found that the sea area after the battle between him and Lan Chen seemed to have become a desperate place on Earth. Thousands of degrees of high-temperature water vapor pervades everywhere, accompanied by alternating hot and cold winds, tsunamis, sea vortexes. The cause of these extreme celestial phenomena is the extremely chaotic nature of the sea area. Relying on the self-recovery power of the planet, I'm afraid it will take a long time. Liu Sheng now fully understands the meaning of what Lan Chen said before. The strength of a 10th level warrior is still far behind that of a starburst, but it is still easy to disturb the power of heaven and earth on a planet. The disorder of the heaven and the earth will cause such extreme weather. 637 is nothing to a planet, but it is a catastrophe to the life on the planet. If not, it will be the extinction of life. I don't know if the crisis of annihilation described in the dream space is just a starry sky level powerhouse that I can't defeat, or a terrifying power that truly possesses the power of starburst. 11. The same can destroy the world, but the strength of the two is not the same concept at all. As Liu Sheng thought about it, he walked towards the distance in a flash. Cumberland and the others stood in place, and from a distance, saw a tall figure walking towards them in mid-air. His 9-foot martial body is exposed, covered with gorgeous and noble golden lines. The black hair fluttered and danced in the sea breeze, and behind him was a purgatory-like scene of the end of the world. He is like a god who just returned from suppressing the riots in purgatory. Cumberland and the others trembled. They all lowered their heads. Liu Sheng walked forward step by step, and with every step he took, part of the gorgeous gold patterns on his body faded away. When he completely walked up to Cumberland and the others, he had changed from a god to a mortal again. Beyond martial saint, thank you. Liu Sheng sincerely thanked Lin Zhenjiu. Liu Sheng noticed his behavior of pulling Dong Qingxiu back just now. Master Liu, please be polite, this is what I should do. If it is said that Lin Zhengyang called Liu Sheng an adult before, the respect also brought a part of the same level and friend-like emotions, the small gestures of the seniors towards the juniors. Your strength is awesome, but I have deep qualifications, so I respect you, but don't overdo it. But now, Lin Zhenjiu's adult has completely eliminated some messy things. Only or remains. Liu Sheng and Lin Zhenjiu said some polite words, then turned their attention to Cumberland and the others. When Cumberland and the others were swept over by Liu Sheng's gaze, their hearts immediately tensed up, and their bodies tensed up. They are not fools either, and they can somewhat see the guide's attitude towards Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng disrespected the leader before, but instead of getting angry, the leader even gave away the energy crystal share this time, and even went off to accompany Liu Sheng to compete. This Nima. Those who didn't know thought it was for their own son. The guide can't control Liu Sheng, and Liu Sheng's own strength is frighteningly strong, the future Azure Star. It really is going to become Liu Sheng's garden completely. Cumberland and the others were terrified, but Liu Sheng's attitude towards them was not as bad as imagined. Clean up over there. Liu Sheng pointed to the remnants of the battle between him and the Blue Queen in the distance. The situation of the world over there is chaotic, and it will take a long time to rely on the natural recovery power of the planet. With the help of martial saint-level powerhouses, the recovery will be much faster. Yes. Cumberland and the others did not have any objections, and immediately flew to that sea of purgatory. The closer you get, the more you can feel the horror of the previous battle. The deeper the understanding of Liu Sheng's strength, the deeper the awe. Liu Sheng also assigned Tan's Hongaihu there, leaving Lin Zhenjiu alone. Liu Sheng talked to Dong Qingxiu first. You take this thing. Liu Sheng gave Dong Qingxiu the communicator given by Lan Chen, and then briefly explained to her what it was, and asked her to keep it safe. Dong Qingxiu grabbed the communicator, her eyes flickering. Aren't you going back with me? Do you still have something to do? Liu Sheng nodded and thought about it. I'm only a step away from the 9th level. I have a battle with the guide, and I have some insights. I have to retreat immediately and hit the 9th level. All right. There was hidden disappointment in Dong Qingxiu's eyes. Liu Sheng looked a little guilty, thought for a while, and whispered a few words in Dong Qingxiu's ear. Dong Qingxiu blushed instantly, but quickly returned to normal, nodded and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." Lin Zhenjiao looked at Liu Sheng and Dong Qingxiu tired and crooked, feeling embarrassed, and didn't dare to say anything, so she could only turn her head to one side, pretending to be looking at the wind, acai, scenery in the distance. Fortunately, Liu Sheng talked with Dong Qingxiu for a while. It will be his turn soon. Trouble surpass martial sage to do something for me. Liu Sheng said seriously to Lin Zhenjiao, "I will leave this matter to you, so I can rest assured." Lin Zhenjiao's expression became serious when she heard this, and she hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty Liu, just give orders." Liu Sheng raised his hand, stretched out a finger and casually tapped Lin Zhenjiao's forehead. Before Lin Zhenjiao had time to react, she felt something extra in her mind. "Is a map. This is..." Lin Zhenjiao was horrified by Liu Sheng's methods, while asking in doubt. Liu Sheng said lightly, "The distribution map of the production areas of Azure Star Energy Crystal." "What?" Lin Zhenjiao's body shook, and a look of emotion appeared on his face. "Trouble surpassing martial sage to run a few more times, and help me collect as many energy crystals as possible. Don't worry, I won't let you run in vain. You can reserve a part of it." Liu Sheng explained. At this level, the resource Liu Sheng on Azure Planet is no longer that important. He will leave Azure Planet soon, and instead of rotting these resources in his hands, it is better to use them to benefit the entire planet. Liu Sheng even decided to take out the resource distribution map of the Midimayanmi gold mine and hand it over to the Longguo military department. Of course, things like Nengjing, which he can use in the future, still have to harvest a batch before leaving. Don't dare to live up to Master Lu's trust. Lin Zhenjiao saluted Liu Sheng solemnly. He didn't know where the distribution map of energy crystal production areas given by Liu Sheng came from. Maybe it was given by the guide. None of this matters. He only knew that Liu Sheng could entrust this matter to him, which proved that he really regarded him as his own. A confidant exists. Lin Zhenjiao has lived for nearly 200 years, and this is the first time that she feels happy and excited because she is qualified to be someone's confidant and dog leg. Thinking about it carefully, even I feel incredible. Lin Zhenjiao is pure in character, upright and old-fashioned, and Liu Sheng is quite at ease with him. The main reason is that I can't find a more suitable person to do this, and it's too troublesome to do it myself. After explaining the matter, Liu Sheng didn't talk too much nonsense, and kissed Dong Qingxiu on the cheek, telling her to deal with her parents. Then the figure fell into the sea and continued to dive deeply. There is one thing to say, the 20,000 meter deep sea is really a good place for retreat. Quiet, no one disturbs you, and you can even hear the sound of the planet's pulse beating. Liu Sheng dived all the way to the bottom, and then found a random place to sit cross-legged. Start to look at the gains of this battle. Some kind of strange fluctuations emerged from Liu Sheng's body. Liu Sheng's eyes brightened slightly, and he found that the last bit of progress in the integration of his mental power and martial body was also completed under the stimulation of the sea pressure during the dive. Looking inside himself, Liu Sheng found that after the perfect fusion of spiritual power, his flesh and bones were covered with a faint purple light. When the star vein map in the flesh and blood body is lit up, this layer of purple light is also injected into it. There is a hint of purple in the golden color, although the force it moves is more than double that of before. When I am promoted to the 9th level, the strength of the whole person will undergo a qualitative transformation. 8 to 9 is a huge leap. Liu Sheng's foundation before the 8th level was extremely solid. Once he is promoted to the 9th level, the strength he can get will be 100 times or even 1,000 times that of other people. The fusion of spiritual power and martial body has been completed. The next step is to integrate my own martial arts will, and then create my own unique martial arts brand. There is only one step left before the 9th level, Sheng can't wait. In his mind, the grey sundial covered with divine fire began to rotate slowly, and then merged into his body. 408 5 Realm Marksmanship, they are waiting for you. The truth of the dream space. 1. It is much easier to integrate martial arts will into martial body than spiritual power. After all, warriors have already begun to try this step since the Grand Master realm. There are streaks of divine fires of will, which have long exceeded the size of the roulette wheel, and like a sundial, the perfect martial arts will melt into Liu Sheng's flesh and bones. Liu Sheng could feel the sound of crazily increasing power. At this moment, the three items of his spirit, energy, and spirit have been completely smelted into one furnace. It's like forging a sword. The hot golden molten iron is ready, and the next step is to pour it into the mold. This mold is exclusive to Liu Sheng's brand of martial arts. The finished sword forged is Liu Sheng's martial art form. My Dharma! Liu Sheng's eyes were shining brightly, and there were two blazing fires in the depths of the dark and lightless ocean. Take the 10 perfect ways as the foundation, and the rest of the ways as supplements. Boom! As the thought of Liu Sheng arises, the boundless power of the sea area is immediately aroused. The entire deep sea trembled accordingly, countless undercurrents emerged, and countless deep-sea creatures swam around to avoid it. This drastic change penetrated the barrier of sea water and went upwards. Soon to reach the sea. I saw that above the surface of the sea, a huge vortex covering hundreds of kilometers of Fang Yuan was born for no reason. This vortex is terrible. It was as if a large chunk of the Ningyi Sea was suddenly missing, and countless seawater poured down. This majestic vision attracted the attention of Cumberland and others who were closing the battlefield not far away. Cumberland and the others felt the massive momentum being drawn between the heavens and the earth, and they all stopped their hands one after another, their expressions startled. This is, someone is breaking through level 9. Impossible. Breaking through level 9 could trigger such a large-scale trend. When I was promoted to Martial Saint, I could only trigger a vision within a few hundred meters. And if it's that one? Well. Everyone was silent. Looking at the intensifying vision, someone quietly said, "Let's hurry up and finish what that person told us." Many people nodded. More than 29 level martial saints took action together, tidying up the messy battlefield bit by bit. Boom! Just when Liu Sheng had a thought, his consciousness affected the momentum of the world, and he was about to outline the imprint of martial arts and the outline of the Dharma. The power of heaven and earth that was triggered in the dark suddenly collapsed and dispersed all of a sudden. What's the situation? A look of surprise appeared on Liu Sheng's face. How could it fail? Try again. He once again sketched the outline of the huge sundial in his mind, and the sea area of hundreds of kilometers was attracted again. But it didn't take long before this trend collapsed again and dispersed. Repeatedly, Liu Sheng tried 4 or 5 times. Every time is a failure. Every time it starts it ends. It was as if he had just started to draw a pen, and before he had even finished drawing a circle on the paper beneath it split. The tip of the pen collapsed and the ink overflowed. Why? Why not? Liu Sheng frowned. My martial arts imprint, my martial arts appearance, are completely outlined in accordance with my martial arts will. Shiquan martial arts will can be formed, why can't the Dharma form be formed? Which link went wrong? Liu Sheng sat on the deep sea bed, thinking constantly. This process lasted 6 days. In the 3rd level of emptiness, his thinking activity is hundreds of times higher than that of ordinary people. He kept sorting out everything he had learned. Stripping the silk and pulling the cocoon, tracing the source. At the 7th sunrise, Liu Sheng made another attempt. The 20,000 meter ocean abyss stirred up, and a supermassive vortex of hundreds of kilometers appeared. This time it went smoother than ever. The round outline keeps coming up, very stable and very smooth. But at the moment when the end is about to be connected, the circle is about to be fully formed. Crash again. Everything goes down the drain. I see. Liu Sheng's expression was quite calm, as if he was not surprised by this result. The martial arts contained in my Shiquan martial arts are getting more and more powerful. The original structure no longer works. This is close to the limit. After the will of martial arts transformed into the form of the law, this limit was directly broken. Not even a circle can close. It's like a plate originally set by Liu Sheng, which is used to hold apples, and the apples are stacked high, and it can barely hold it. But now that the apples are replaced with watermelons, the original plate will naturally not fit. And a watermelon weighs far more than an apple. With the same material, even if the plate becomes larger, the plate itself will be crushed and crushed. The Shiquan martial arts is the plate, and the rest of the martial arts contained in the Shiquan martial arts are the fruits. If Liu Sheng wants to advance to the 9th level with Shiquan martial arts, he must conceive a stronger and larger structure to carry these Taos that are about to transform to the 9th level. And for this, Liu Sheng had no clue. In the final analysis, my foundation is too shallow, my accumulation is not enough, and my ambition is too big. An unprecedented way, how can I create it so simply? Not to mention Shiquan martial arts. The 3 basic methods that Liu Sheng is learning now, and the 11th level of martial arts. Which one is not someone else's step by step, slowly deriving and perfecting it? God knows how many difficulties and setbacks we have experienced in the process, how many times we have stumbled, how many pits we have stepped on, and how many times we have hit walls. Liu Sheng was silent. For a moment, there was a sense of deep confusion. He has walked along the way, with 3 major 11-level methods as the foundation, and many 7th level, 8th level, 9th level and 10th-level Taoism as supplements, which can be regarded as smooth sailing. Now he finally began to try to really walk out of his own way. And it is an incomparable one. It is expected to exceed the 11th level, the sword refers to the 12th level, and the 13th level. Even higher Tao. He suddenly found out. This step is so difficult. What do I do? All Liu Sheng could think of was his own dream space. He closed his eyes and silently entered the dream space. The familiar base 1359. He is on the very edge of the center of the base. One more step forward, leaving the safe zone. Liu Sheng took this step. Boom! Soon, a man with a strong gun appeared in front of him. Without any hesitation, Liu Sheng greeted him with an indifferent expression. Quickly enter the Valkyrie state. In the body, 365 immortal cells ignited the fire of divinity. The boxing method of the 5 realms, the 5th season of ancient times reappears in the world. 2 figures, 1 gold and 1 blue, trembled together. After reaching the real limit of the 8th level, after the fusion of spirit, energy and spirit, Liu Sheng has been able to suppress his old opponent Xi Linghe head-on. 0 Ask for flowers. Liu Sheng thinks. Even if Xi Linghe is dead, only his pride remains in the world, the strength he displayed. It is also much stronger than the guide Lan Chen. Another conceptual strength. For example, if they are both at the 10th level, the strength Lan Chen possesses is 10, and the combat power he displays is also 10, merely a metaphor. Xi Linghe's fighting power is stronger than Lan Chen's. But the power he possesses probably doesn't even have 1. It is a combat history supported entirely by excellent combat skills and martial arts skills. Can be called a true martial arts master. So Liu Sheng has always had respect for Xi Linghe. His attitude towards the guide, Lan Chen, is very ordinary. For him, Xi Linghe is a teacher and someone worthy of his study. And Lan Chen? At best, he can only be regarded as a forerunner, 1 step faster than him, reaching level 10 first, he will be able to catch up sooner or later. Now Liu Sheng feels a little bit overpowering others, bullying Xi Linghe with strength. His strength is much stronger than Xi Ling He's, and his skills are limited and inferior, so Xi Ling He can only be suppressed and beaten by him all the time. Broken, empty. Liu Sheng memorized the 5-season boxing technique. 10 rounds of golden and red suns danced around him, and at the same time hundreds of the same Liu Sheng appeared in all directions. Xi Ling He holds a gun with one hand, and a long gun looks like a real dragon in the starry sky. A man named Liu Sheng burst and disappeared under his gun like a bubble. This strong spear master has brought his spear skills to the extreme, but it's a pity. After all, when the power is exhausted. Liu Sheng finally walked in front of him, and lightly pressed his fist on his forehead. Heroic spirits are immortal. Liu Sheng sent Xi Ling He off in a respectful tone. Xi Ling He stopped what he was doing and stood with a gun in his hand, every inch of his body weathered into smoke. When the weathering spread to his neck, Liu Sheng suddenly saw a smile on Xi He's haggard face. He opened his mouth and said softly to Liu Sheng, "They are all waiting for you." Liu Sheng's eyes suddenly shot out, and a look of shock appeared on his face. He subconsciously reached out to grab it, as if he wanted to keep something. But Xi Ling He had completely disappeared. Only billowing black smoke was left to melt into Liu Sheng's body. Huge memories of martial arts flooded in. Liu Sheng's understanding of the way of guns has increased crazily. Soon he broke through the 4 realms, reached the 5 realms, and climbed all the way up, far surpassing the attainments of boxing. He saw the spring, summer, autumn, and winter, the alternation of cold and heat, the constant gun. He saw the glaciers shatter, and countless cold sparrows flew out. He saw Xi Ling He's appearance when he was young, he also saw his appearance when he was old, and his appearance when he died. It was an all-consuming darkness, a shadow. In the darkness, an indescribable claw protruded, cut off the glacier, and tore apart all the cold sparrows. The shadow I saw in the gap space? How similar! Liu Sheng got a lot of precious information and understood many doubts. But the last words Xi Ling He said kept lingering in his mind. They are all waiting for you. Who are they? Why are they waiting for me? Where are they waiting for me? Liu Sheng frantically searched for Xi Ling He's memory, and finally, he found the knife. 409 Yang Yazhu, Extraordinary Level, Morning Star and number 039, S Extraordinary Life Physique. 2. To be precise, what Liu Sheng found was just a clue. In Xi Ling He's memory, he found a fragmented and abrupt picture. Xi Ling He, dressed in a white robe, sat in the gymnasium, with a gun and tea in front of him, and said lightly, "Up, always up." Liu Sheng broke free from Xi Ling He's memory. Although there are still a lot of martial arts memories that have not been absorbed, he can't wait any longer. Liu Sheng raised his head and looked up at the sky, and there was a misty black-grey haze. He summoned the light brain at random, and then quickly flew into the sky. On the way, Liu Sheng used the optical brain to check his personal information. Not much has changed in the future. Azure Star will still be destroyed 8 years later. The only thing that has changed is Liu Sheng's authority on Tinder Resource Curry. His current authority is level 11. Liu Sheng put down his optical brain, and his body kept rising. He had a strong premonition in his heart. He felt that he was far away from the truth behind the dream space. Maybe it's really not far away. Liu Sheng soon surpassed the height at which he overlooked base 1359 from a high altitude. He looked into the distance, but he could only see layers of thick haze. He can only keep going up. Those black-grey mist-like flocculents became thicker the higher they went up. 187. Inhaled into the mouth and nose, but there is not much feeling. Liu Sheng was able to determine the composition of the black air in the cracks in the catacombs, but he didn't know another kind of grey mist. It just feels dull, dead, rotten. Up, and up. Liu Sheng didn't know how high he flew up. 100,000 meters? 200,000 meters? Still 500,000 meters. In the unchanging landscape, time also loses its concept. It is not clear how long it flew. When Sheng almost thought that he was completely lost in this endless sea of black and grey mist. Puff! He broke through a certain barrier and completely jumped out of the planet. A vision suddenly opened up. As far as the eye can see, is a vast starry sky. Deep, mysterious. But it gives people a strong sense of death and desolation. The thick black-grey mist envelopes the planets one after another, and from Sheng's perspective, they look like moldy, rotten, and long-haired rotten eggs. He glanced down and realized that he was also standing on top of a huge rotten egg. It's a cosmic corpse. Such a sentence suddenly popped up in Sheng's mind. Inexplicably appropriate. But he had expected this possibility a long time ago, so he wasn't very surprised. Sheng looked around. All he wants to know now is that Xi Ling he guided him here. The they in the sentence that Xi Ling he said. Who is it? Where is waiting for him? Sheng searched endlessly in space. Fortunately, this is the dream space, and there is no problem for him to cross the starry sky. Sheng floated for a long time, scanning the moldy eggs in his vision. Suddenly, his eyes fell on an asteroid floating quietly in the starry sky in the distance. Saying asteroids might be a bit of an exaggeration. Because it is so small, it is estimated to be only a dozen kilometers in size. In this starry universe, not even a speck of dust can be counted. And Sheng noticed its existence because the asteroid has no long hairs and is still shimmering slightly. Go and have a look. Sheng's eyes flickered, and then he pushed his body towards the asteroid with mental force. As the saying goes, Wang Shan runs dead horses. Sheng felt that this sentence should be changed. Watching the stars and running to death is the spaceship. Well, there seems to be no concept of distance in space. He is very clear that he is constantly approaching the asteroid, but unfortunately, it's as if you've been standing still. Another boring and long journey. Fortunately, in the dream space, he doesn't need to rest, eat, breathe. I don't know how long it took to fly, but Sheng finally landed on the glowing asteroid without black hair. The planet is too small to have an atmosphere. When Sheng raised his head, he could see the planet he came from, as well as some nearby planets. It's a bit like the little planet in The Little Prince, if a little house appeared in front of my eyes now. Sheng thought about it casually, but when he turned his head, he was stunned for a moment. Not far from his landing point, a small house with a simple and clumsy shape stands quietly. There really are. Sheng's eyes lit up, and he quickly rushed towards the house. During the process, the mental power quickly extended to the past, but when it touched the edge of the house, it was resisted by an inexplicable force. Sheng's eyes flickered slightly, but the speed of his feet became faster. The house is in a Chinese style, wooden and ancient. When Sheng got closer, he realized that he was facing the back of the house. Go around to the front and see a small yard. The courtyard door was left open. Sheng gently pushed open the wooden courtyard door and walked into the small courtyard. He saw two small vegetable fields. There was no green in the fields, but it seemed that the soil had just been loosened and watered. I don't know if there are still seeds buried underneath. The path in the middle of the two vegetable fields has been extended and divided into two. One leads into the house, but the door is closed. Another one goes to the right of Sheng. Sheng looked all the way along this trail. He saw a small pond. By the pond there was a tree with no branches, but no leaves. There are three people sitting under a tree. The two of them faced Sheng sideways, and they were focusing on a square thing that looked like a chessboard in front of them. Another person was facing Sheng. When Sheng looked up, this man was looking at him with a smile. The man waved at him, greeting him like a friend he hadn't seen for many years. Are you here? Come here, come and sit down. Liu Sheng looked at the man waving at him. With a dazed expression, his body shook slightly. Then he quickly regained his composure and walked towards the old tree in the pond step by step. He didn't know this person, and he had never met this person. But the breath emanating from this person, and the natural breathing method that has been running endlessly in his body told him. The person's name. Called, Yang Yizhu. In the boundless starry sky, a dark blue spaceship is leaping and flying. Inside the spaceship, it wasn't too spacious. Lan Chen with long dark blonde hair was sitting on a long clean table full of sense of technology, and a three-dimensional picture was playing in front of him, watching intently. What was shown on the screen was the battle between him and Liu Sheng. It is the monitoring and shooting of the spaceship, and combined with his own memory, the replay of the battle screen shown in zero. This is the 5th time Lan Chen has watched this scene. Every time he looks at it, he will have some new gains. Of course, these gains are not about him, but about Liu Sheng. 5-realm boxing. It is indeed 5-realm boxing. Lan Chen repeatedly watched every movement of Liu Sheng punching several times, and finally confirmed this point. Call. Lan Chen paused the screen, let out a breath, and showed a slightly excited look on his face. 5-realm martial arts, also known as rule martial arts. It has already touched the laws of operation of the universe and starry sky, which is the most critical point for the 10th level to be promoted to the 11th level. Based on this alone, you can get a qualification certificate to enter the Celestial Battlefield Academy. Not to mention, Liu Sheng still has an extraordinary life physique. I just don't know what level of extraordinary life physique it is. Lan Chen's expression changed, and he quickly started operating on the virtual optical brain in front of him. Soon, large sections of information were presented to him. Level 8 vs 10, 9 vs 10, cross-border challenges. In the Subju Star area, there have been examples of 9th level battles with 10th level battles. The genius who accomplished this feat is named Orlando. Orlando became famous in the first battle, so he was also accepted by the Celestial Academy in the Sub-Jupiter region, and the extraordinary life physique level tested during the entrance qualification test was Extraordinary 9 stars. Lan Chen's eyes lit up, and his expression suddenly became more joyful. 9 battles and 10 already have extraordinary 9 stars, what about the 8 fighters? Chen level extraordinary life physique? Or Huo level? Although it cannot be calculated in such a simple way, Lan Chen can be sure. Liu Sheng's extraordinary life physique level will definitely not be low. With a high probability of being at the extraordinary level of 8 or 9 stars, it is very likely to enter the Morning Star. If it's really Chen Xing, coupled with the 5-level rules of martial arts that he has already comprehended, as long as he doesn't die halfway, entering the 11th level is almost a certainty. Maybe there is still a chance to hit the 12th level. There are only a few 12th levels in the star area he is in. Each of them is a famous and important person who holds 3.4 points, Lan Chen can't even look up. It's done, this time it's really done. Lan Chen couldn't help laughing, and the long dark golden hair at the back of his head couldn't help dancing happily according to his mood. Who would have thought that he would be able to find such a powerful genius when he was ordered to collect a random wave of resources this time? Most importantly, this genius has owed himself one person so far. In time, these will be 3 exclusive planets. Lan Chen is in a good mood, as if he is already a rich man in the starry sky with 3 private planets. Just when he was enjoying himself, a person jumped out of the virtual screen in front of him. He was a man with grey hair and tough features. The man was wearing a combat uniform similar to Lan Chen's, and looked about 40 years old. When Lan Chen saw this person, his eyes lit up, and he smiled and said, "Zhao Lin, I have good news to share with you." "How would you never guess, what did I find on the resource star this time?" The grey-haired man didn't seem to be in the mood to joke with Lan Chen, his expression was a little serious, and he said, "Lan Chen, I'll talk about these things later. I have something urgent to ask you. During your trip, have you encountered a star thief spaceship? 410 The Sun God territory covered with golden crows points directly to the 15th level Dao. 3. Star thief ship. The smile on Lan Chen's face restrained. What do you mean? There are star thieves haunting this starry sky recently. The grey-haired man nodded, and said seriously, several resource stars have been looted in the star sector next door. The resources of the star veins have been hollowed out, and a large number of indigenous powerhouses of the planet have been sold as slaves. These damn star thieves! Lan Chen cursed in a low voice with a gloomy face. Star robbers are locusts swimming in the starry sky. Wherever they pass, an entire planet will be destroyed. It's not just a problem of resources, but also a flaw in the defense line of the alien beast battlefield. In short, the mess left every time is enough for them to clean up for a long time. I didn't find it when I got back. Lan Chen asked, what is the origin of these star thieves? Are they strong? The grey-haired man nodded slightly and said, this is the most rampant gang of red-eyed star bandits in the sub-Jupiter region for 100 years. There were originally 12 members of the gang, but 7 were killed and captured. Now only the leader of the gang, Qi Tong, and his 4 subordinates have not been arrested. All 5 of them are above level 10. The leader, Kai Tong, is even a 10th level peak powerhouse, so he is very difficult to deal with. Lan Chen's face gradually became serious, realizing the seriousness of the problem. The grey-haired man comforted him, from the trajectory of their crimes, they are coming this way. However, the members of the Star Police Patrol team have already been dispatched. No matter where they go, these guys will never escape the arrest of our White Mist Star area in 02, and they will be brought to justice sooner or later. I'll ask you to see if there are any clues. Lan Chen nodded, and replied, I'll send you a copy of the spaceship's voyage record video later, and you can look for it yourself to see if there are any clues. Good. The grey-haired man agreed, and then asked curiously. Oh, by the way, you just said you have some good news to share with me? Also, why did you come back so quickly? You collected 1,000 or so resource stars so quickly. Lan Chen laughed when he heard this, and said, I'm about to tell you. Following Lan Chen's narration, soon, the face of the grey-haired man on the screen began to show a faint shock. At the same time, in a dark starry sky, a spaceship with a pitch-black body and an exaggerated shape like a giant monster claw suddenly appeared from the void. It was flying slowly, like a ferocious monster dormant in the starry sky waiting for an opportunity, gradually approaching those planets of life exuding misty brilliance. The topmost layer in the spaceship. 5 people are dining at a luxurious dining table. There are men and women. Among them, sitting at the head of the table was a burly, well-dressed, black-skinned man with a pair of scarlet pupils. The man held the knife and fork made of high-purity dense gold with both hands, and was slowly tasting a plate of fresh and tender grilled short ribs cut from an unknown animal in front of him. His movements are quite elegant, like a star noble of noble blood. But what came out of his mouth were cold and bloody words. I just received news yesterday that the price of ordinary slaves has dropped by 30% recently, so there is no need to keep those ordinary people who are captured. Transporting it back and forth is not enough for the energy consumption of our spaceship. Poisonous scorpion, go back to the slave cabin and pick one. Keep some of the good-looking ones, and throw the rest into the garbage bin for crushing. Yes. A black-haired woman sitting on the left-hand side of the red-eyed man nodded, stood up immediately, and walked towards a certain hatch. There were 3 people left at the table, all men. Their bodies and appearances are all different, but they all have a ferocious and cold temperament, and their eyes make even beasts feel scared when they look at them. The Star Police have been watching us. As soon as the red-eyed man said a word, the 3 people who were eating at the dining table all stopped and raised their heads to look at him quietly. The expression on the red-eyed man's face did not change at all. He picked up the tablecloth at hand, wiped his mouth carefully, and then said calmly, "So, this will be our last action." The red-eyed man took out a small silver chip from his pocket and threw it on the dining table. A light blue light radiated from the chip. There are miniature planets in the light. This is an ultra-small map of the starry sky. Everyone choose one, grab the last one, and we'll leave. The red-eyed man stood up with a smile, took out the towel and rubbed his hands casually, and said, "Then, enjoy the good times of life to the fullest." The eyes of the three fierce men at the dining table flickered, and they stood up one after another. "I choose this one. I choose this." Two of the fierce men quickly selected their targets on the star map. The last fierce man with blue hair and a scar in the corner of his eye scanned the star map, and finally selected one of them. "Then I will choose this one." The blue-haired man with a scar looked at the planet message that jumped out, and said with a smirk, "Blue Star A28462, what a beautiful name. It matches me very well. Dream Space." On the glowing asteroid, a small courtyard is king. Liu Sheng stood under the old tree in the pond, looking at the three people sitting in front of him. His expression was calm, but his heart was shaking endlessly. Wang He, Yang Yizhu, and Duan Yifeng. Three people, from left to right, sit on three sides of a square chessboard. Among the three, Liu Sheng had only seen Wang He's appearance, and the other two could all be identified from the aura emanating from their respective bodies. "Shen Huiyai, it is Duan Yifeng who is like a heavenly knife out of its sheath. It is Wang He who embraces the great sun and shines brightly. As for the one in the middle, with a smiling expression on his face, the one who is as unpredictable as Liu Yun on the horizon must be Yang Yizhu." Almost all of what Liu Sheng has learned is inherited from the three of them. Now that I finally see a real person, the complex emotions in my heart are beyond words. Sit down and play chess with me. Yang Yizhu kept warmly calling Liu Sheng to sit down. Play chess. Liu Sheng lowered his head, his eyes fell on the chessboard in front of him, but he couldn't help being puzzled. Where is the chess here? What was placed in front of the three of them was just a boxy thing like a chessboard. It is said to be a chessboard, but there are no chess squares or chess pieces on it. It's just a bare four-fang mu board. Unfortunately, Wang He and Duan Yifeng, who were sitting opposite Yang Yizhu, stared at this smooth wooden board very intently. "I don't know what I'm looking at." From the moment Liu Sheng appeared until now, the two of them haven't even raised their heads to look at him. "You'll know when you sit down." A mysterious smile appeared on Yang Yizhu's face. He blinked at him, and once again beckoned him to sit down quickly. Liu Sheng hesitated a little, and then on the fourth side of the chessboard. It seems that the position is specially reserved for him. Sat down. And it was only after Liu Sheng sat down that he realized what kind of chess the three of them were playing. Boom! Liu Sheng sat down on the stone bench next to the chessboard just now. In an instant, everything in front of him changed accordingly. The original small courtyard, pond, and old trees all disappeared. What was presented before him was a vast and empty space. The positions where the four of them sat did not change, but the original position of the chessboard showed a big black hole in a square shape. Liu Sheng looked into the black hole, and his expression suddenly became dull. On the east side of the chessboard, Liu Sheng saw a blazing radiant divine realm. Sun. It's all about the sun. Countless 413 stars, large or small, hang in the eastern space, illuminating the star field of unknown number of light years. This is a star field with only light and no darkness. Apart from the stars, Liu Sheng couldn't find any other stars. Only stellar. He stared at it for a long time, and found that there are living creatures on these countless stars, large and small. It was a golden bird with 3 legs. These golden yellow, 3-legged birds are huge. They build gorgeous and noble palaces among the stars, live in the stars, and also feed on the stars. Liu Sheng saw a 3-legged bird that covered the sky and swallowed countless stars in one bite, which brought people a deep shock and impact. Liu Sheng looked a little absent-minded, and couldn't help muttering, "This is the three-legged golden crow." Wang He, who was sitting on his left, finally raised his head to look at him when he heard this sentence. Lu Sheng was facing this masculine and domineering young man who was as handsome as the sun, saw his bright eyes, and heard him say to himself in a slightly surprised tone, "You can still recognize this three-legged man? Golden Crow? Yes, you are indeed qualified to sit here." Lu Sheng was stunned for a moment, but he didn't pay attention to this point. He hurriedly pointed to the area full of stars below and asked Wang He, "What is this? What kind of chess are you playing?" Wang He casually raised one hand in a posture of falling. Lu Sheng noticed a faint golden light flickering between his index finger and middle finger, and took a closer look. "It's another burning star." I saw Wang He slowly put the star into the radiant star field, his eyes were burning, and he said word by word, "What is this?" "This is the sun god realm full of golden crows. This is me, Wang He," directly pointing to the fifth level. When Lu Sheng heard this sentence, his mind suddenly buzzed, and fell into a short blank. 411 The great fortune of the sky is opened, the master of the Tianlan star field. 4. Lu Sheng was dumbfounded. Subconsciously blurted out, "Aren't you level 11? Where did you get the way of level 15? Wang He glanced at him lightly and shook his head. Summer insects are indescribable. Afterwards, another sun fell, and another flaming star was added to the radiant sun god domain. Summer insects can't speak ice." Lu Sheng was stunned when he heard Wang He's words, and then a flash of light flashed through his brain like lightning. He suddenly reacted. Yes, how much does he know about Wang He? At what stage did his understanding of Wang He stop? He only saw that the life of base 1359 had stopped in Budo for more than 10,000 years, but who said Wang He died in martial arts for 10,000 years? No one ever said that. If I leave the Azure Star now, 8 years later, the Azure Star will be destroyed. Then the latecomer's understanding of me will only stay at the present, invincible in the world, 8th level and 10th level, and the same level of strength as the 10th level leader. Lu Sheng wanted to understand this at once. He obtained the 11th level inheritance from Wang He and other 3 people in the fire resource curry. When he learned that they had been chasing the 12th level Tao, he subconsciously thought that they would always stay at the 11th level and never reached the 12th level. But actually, the 3 of Wang He did not die with the planet they were on. They never stopped pursuing martial arts until the end of their lives. He used a solid mind to speculate on several dynamic characters, which would naturally cause great deviations. Take the simplest analogy. For example, Lu Sheng's high school classmates in the 3rd and 5th grades of senior high school. Their knowledge of Lu Sheng was still at the time when he ascended the dragon in the college entrance examination and won the 1st place in the National College Student Martial Arts Conference. And what about the facts? Lu Sheng has now become invincible in the world, and he is about to reach level 9. It took Lu Sheng a short time to figure this out, but it took a long time to calm down his shaking heart. He then looked towards the void on the west side of the chessboard. This time, what he saw was a starry field made of pure crystal. There are also countless planets. Every planet seems to be carefully carved from crystal. It is crystal clear, and the innermost crystal star veins and crystal star core can be seen slowly flowing. These crystal planets are colorful. There are 7 color crystal creatures bred on the planet. They burst out of the stars, born powerful, with indestructible bodies, and exuded a sharp and unstoppable edge. Lu Sheng saw a powerful crystal creature with limbs like heavenly knives. Raise your arms at will, and tear apart large swaths of starry sky. These crystal beings burn with crystal bright fire of divinity, giving people the feeling of eternity. A white and slender palm gently descended, adding another colorful crystal planet to this crystal starfield. Lu Sheng clearly saw the owner of this big hand. He was a handsome black-haired middle-aged man. His eyes are 10,000 times brighter and clearer than the world's top crystal. Liu Sheng looked at him, and he seemed to notice that his eyes were on the chessboard, but he said lightly, "This is my crystal god realm, which also points to level 15, but it is much stronger than the sun god realm." These words made Wang He, who was sitting directly opposite him, suddenly raise his head. Wang He's eyes were burning like stars, with a sneer on his face. "Why do you say that the crystal god realm is stronger than my sun god realm? My Dao has been appreciated by the Lord of Tianlan Starfield, and it is the best in the universe." Duan Yifeng said lightly, "My Wei has also been appreciated by the Lord of the Tianlan Starfield, and no one in the universe can match it." "You?" The light in Wang He's eyes flickered, and there was a look of displeasure on his face. Suddenly he calmed down again, and said coldly, "Then why not compare?" Duan Yifeng nodded, "It should be compared." Then the two stopped talking and focused on the chessboard in front of them. As they watched, countless golden crows flew out of the blazing and brilliant sun god's domain, and countless crystal beings also came out of the dreamy and misty crystal god's domain. Both sides formed large armies. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The hot and dazzling golden torrent of flames collided with the unparalleled sharp torrent of colorful crystals. In the void in the middle, fight desperately. With every breath, countless golden crows fall, countless crystal lives shatter, and die. Countless golden crows and crystal life forms were also born in the Sun God realm and Crystal God realm. This is a collision between the 15th level Tao and the 15th level Tao. It is a battle between mythical creatures and legendary beings. Liu Sheng was so shocked by this battle that he couldn't speak, so he could only sit and watch blankly. Everything in front of him was beyond the limit of his thinking and imagination. He is like a child who has strayed into the kingdom of God, who is so shocked by the two weird and bizarre things that he loses his mind. At this moment, someone spoke to Liu Sheng. "Aren't you going to try it out?" Liu Sheng raised his head, his face full of confusion. He saw Yang Yizhu sitting directly opposite him looking at him with a smile. Liu Sheng shook his head, "I won't." Even if he knew it, he didn't dare to make a move. Compared with Wang He and Duan Yifeng's Tao, the Tao that Liu Sheng is proud of. Childish is like the mud made by children when playing house. Ashamed to meet people. However, Yang Yizhu encouraged, no one is born with it. Any national player starts as a beginner. Try it, I'm sure you can do well. He looked at Liu Sheng gently, like a good teacher. Liu Sheng hesitated, and slowly stretched out his hand towards the void chessboard. When his hand entered the void, he immediately gained a lot of enlightenment. "Oh, I see." Liu Sheng's eyes lit up, and he felt a lot of information from the chessboard. In this void, he is like a creator. Feel free to make up anything you want, rules, laws, everything. But Liu Sheng hesitated again, what should I create? What should I do in the first step? He has no clue. His Shiquan martial art sounds good, it is inclusive of all rivers. To put it bluntly, it is heterogeneous and disorderly. Everything, but nothing truly representative. Look at Wang He's Sun God realm, and Duan Yifeng's Crystal God realm, Liu Sheng has no way to settle. At this time, Yang Zhou's voice sounded again. "What did you do when you first came into contact with martial arts?" "What did I do when I first got into martial arts?" Liu Sheng murmured. "When I first came into contact with martial arts, I followed the martial arts teacher to learn the 24 body exercises for all people, and then..." Liu Sheng suddenly realized. "I see." Liu Sheng's eyes lit up, and there was a direction in his eyes. Study. Imitate. Any creation begins with imitation. I don't know what my first step is. I don't know what I want to do. So, start by imitating what others do. Liu Sheng looked towards Wang He's Sun God realm, and his gaze fell on a blazing star. He looked at the sun intently, identifying its texture, structure, core. At this time, Wang He and Duan Yifeng are fighting fiercely. The two were flying like flying, and no one paid any attention to what Liu Sheng was doing. Taking advantage of Wang He's inattention, Liu Sheng secretly picked a small star from the edge of his sun god domain. Put it in your hand and ponder carefully. Even broke apart and crushed the research. Wang He took the time to turn around and glared at him. You. Liu Sheng hurriedly snuffed out the little star in his hand, turned his face to one side, pretending to be nonchalant. I didn't do anything, don't look at me. Wang He snorted coldly, didn't bother to care about him, and continued to focus on the chess game. With the star as a reference, Liu Sheng has a lot in mind. It turns out that the composition of stars is like this. Liu Sheng looked delighted, feeling that his understanding and perception of the secret of the immortal stars had increased countless times. If he returns to reality now and digests and absorbs these sentiments, his indestructible stellar body may undergo a new transformation. But I can't care about these now. While Liu Sheng pondered, he tried to fabricate a star himself. He rubbed his hands back and forth in the void of the chessboard. I don't know how long I've been messing with it. Finally, a small star the size of a sesame seed was born from his hand. This little star is too weak. The light of the fire was weak, not even 1% of the smallest star in Wang He Sun God's domain. Liu Sheng was extremely excited. Because this is his first creation. This is a real, Zhao, star. I made it. Liu Sheng raised his head excitedly, and couldn't wait to show his achievements to Yang Yizhu. Yang Yizhu stroked his white beard lightly, nodded with a smile and said, not bad. Look, the first step is to walk out. Liu Sheng nodded happily. Suddenly, as if he suddenly remembered something, a flash of light flashed in his mind. He stared at Yang Yizhu in front of him with wide eyes, and blurted out, I know who you are now. Who I am? Yang Yizhu asked him back. Liu Sheng's eyes were extremely bright, his expression was strange, but his tone was extremely firm and he said word by word, you are the master of the Tianlan Starfield. Yang Yizhu stroked his white beard and laughed out loud. After laughing, he blinked at Liu Sheng, and said mysteriously, you only guessed half right. Well. In the boundless starry sky, a spaceship like a strange claw slowly drifts. Under the spaceship, 3 smaller spaceships suddenly flew out. It is also black, with the same hideous and weird shape. The real great fortune of Sheng has begun, and the truth of the dream space is about to be fully revealed. The starry sky stage is about to kick off, and the arrogance of all races is fighting for the top. Brothers, light up the library. Ask for a monthly ticket for flowers. 412 Rubbing the golden crow with hands, the evil halberd comes. 1. A big man with blue hair and a scar was sitting in one of the spaceships. He was casually chatting with 2 other companions over the ship's intercom network. Evil G, how about playing a little game? The blue-haired, scarred man chewed something in his mouth, and said lightly, say. The voice in the communicator laughed twice. On this trip, the person with the fastest speed and the most harvest will get 10% of the final share from the other 2. The light in the eyes of the blue-haired man with the scar jumped. They have gained a lot this time, and the money shared by everyone is enough to buy a low-level garden star. 10%? Not a small amount. But the blue-haired man with the scar only hesitated for a moment, and quickly replied, yes. Another person on the communication network also replied, I'm fine. The person who suggested it smiled, then it's settled. If anyone refuses to admit it, I will send the audio record of the chat to Boss Kaitong. Ah! The blue-haired, scarred man twitched his mouth in disdain, and cut off the communication casually. He tapped on the operation panel with both hands, and the spaceship quickly flew in one direction. After several consecutive space jumps, a brand new starry sky appeared in front of the blue-haired scarred man. Where the line of sight falls, a small azure blue planet is quietly floating, looking quite beautiful. The blue-haired, scarred man had a smile on his face, and there was a trace of cruelty in the smile. Untouchables of low civilizations, are you ready for the arrival of Lord Evil Halberd? The blue-haired man with the scar twisted his neck, making a piercing sound. Yang Yizhu himself is just like the natural breathing method created by him, with a strong 870 meaning that makes people unpredictable. Liu Sheng couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. What he wants to do most now is play chess. A huge opportunity is in front of you, if you don't make good use of it, you will be a fool. Liu Sheng squeezed out a star, and with some comprehension and experience, he pinched a second one, and the process immediately became much smoother. He quickly produced a second star. This star is obviously more perfect, with more blaze, already comparable to the height of 1/10 of the smallest star in Wang He Sun God's domain. Then Liu Sheng started rubbing the third one. Fourth. Fifth. He hung the stars that he picked out in his northern void star field, and this void of darkness was lit up by the light of stars one by one. This process does feel a bit like creation. Liu Sheng became more and more handy. Stars were rubbed out from his hands one after another, and his understanding of the structure of stars became more and more profound. This is an indescribable miracle. Because in reality, he couldn't do it anyway. He squeezed a star and broke it into pieces, put it in his hand to ponder carefully, and pressed it in the void to get closer to observe the law of its combustion. His understanding of the way of the stars in his mind climbed like a rocket. These understandings and perceptions quickly filled the shallow and empty part of his martial arts. A sense of solidity spread from the bottom of Liu Sheng's heart. The stellar vein map I constructed before was really naive, too taken for granted. I want to overthrow it and rebuild a new context map. The power may reach 100 times or even 1,000 times more than before. Liu Sheng felt that he used to be like a primary school student, but now he is making rapid progress in the direction of junior high school, and university by supplementing related knowledge. Call. Another star was rubbed out from Liu Sheng's hand. This star far exceeds all the ones he has made before, and it is the most satisfying work of Liu Sheng so far. He held it in his hand and admired it carefully. The textures, veins, and burning rhythm of the star made him very satisfied. It is almost not inferior to Wang He's ordinary level. At this moment, there was a strange fluctuation in this beautiful star. Liu Sheng opened his eyes wide curiously, and was surprised to find that it was actually a small life. Crack! There seemed to be a cracking sound. Immediately afterwards, a small three-legged golden crow flew out from the star core. It is so weak and so cute. This little three-legged golden crow quickly circled the edge of the star, devouring the infinite light and infinite heat emitted by the star. It quickly grew a little. The breath became stable, and the flames and feathers on his body became more golden and brighter. It flew up to Liu Sheng, stood on one of his fingers, made a babbling sound, and gently rubbed its beautiful head against Liu Sheng's fingertips to show its intimacy. Liu Sheng was inexplicably happy in his heart, subconsciously raised his head, and wanted to share this joy with Yang Yizhu. Yang Yizhu looked at him with a smile, and said leisurely, "Martial arts, isn't it more interesting than you imagined?" "Yes." Liu Sheng almost blurted out the word teacher. He has walked along the way, and in martial arts, there has never been a person who has taught him so earnestly and faithfully. He is groping forward alone. There is no one to tell when you are in trouble, and no one to share when you are happy. Now, Yang Yizhu has given him this mentor feeling, which is surprisingly good. You can try something else. Yang Yizhu gently pointed to the west side of the void chessboard. Liu Shen soon looked over, and his eyes fell on Duan Yifeng's crystal god domain. His eyes light up slightly. Yes, I should try something else. Liu Sheng gently shook out the little golden crow from his hand, and then reached out to grab Duan Yifeng's crystal god realm. Duan Yifeng felt his glance. Liu Sheng immediately withdrew his hand and glanced at Yang Yizhu. Yang Yizhu calmly waved his hands casually and said, "Take it, just take it. Lu Sheng smiled, boldly picked a beautiful crystal planet from the crystal god realm, grabbed it and played with it. Lu Sheng has almost seen through the relationship between these three people. Wang He and Duan Yifeng are in the same position, while Yang Yizhu is even more detached. Both Wang He and Duan Yifeng mentioned one person, the Lord of Tianlan Starfield. Lu Sheng guessed that the master of the Tianlan Starfield was Yang Yizhu. Yang Yizhu said he was only half right. What is the remaining half? No matter what it is, Yizhu must have a lot to do with that student from the Tianlan Starfield. He should be the one with the real background, while Wang He and Duan Yifeng seem to have climbed up step by step from the bottom. Otherwise Lu Sheng would not believe it. On a small planet, 3 characters above level 15 can be born in one go. If it is said that there are seniors who can support, it can be explained that Wang He and Duan Yifeng later reached the 15th level. Anyway, the truth is so close to me now, I don't have to bother to guess, just wait for them to reveal it to me step by step. Lu Sheng calmed down and focused all his energy on the crystal planet in front of him. He has inherited both Wang He and Duan Yifeng's Dao, the foundation has already been laid, and it becomes quite simple to accept it later. Lu Sheng broke the crystal planet in his hand and studied it carefully for a long time. It felt almost the same, so I started to try to squeeze one out by myself. Azure Star, Lion Country. Somewhere on the top of a mountain, 2 people, one big and one small, were standing on the platform at the top of the mountain. They are a pair of father and son, they look quite similar, they both have tall nose bridges and light golden hair. Among them, the boy who was only in his teens was practicing a set of bodybuilding movements, and the man next to him was cheering him on. Come on Albert, keep doing it again. Success is waving to you. Gritting his teeth, the boy struggled to finish the last set of movements, and then he collapsed on the ground. You can't lie on the ground after exercising just now. The man walked over and picked up the little boy. The boy got up from the ground, his little white face was covered with beads of sweat, and he was a little pale, but his eyes were bright and he was quite happy. Father, the effects of these movements are great, much better than the one you gave me before. I think I will be able to pass the entrance exam for Midori Fuji Budo Elementary School next month. The man nodded with emotion and said, yes, not only you, but I can also feel a huge improvement during the practice. The effect is far superior to the old version of body refining. The boy wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, Father, I heard that these movements originated from the Dragon Kingdom, is it true? The man nodded and said, this body training technique is called Military God Body Training Technique, created by the Dragon Kingdom Military God. In the Dragon Kingdom, we have already begun to try to promote it comprehensively, completely replacing the old version of the body training technique. That is to say, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom can learn the full set of movements of this body training technique for free. The boy's eyes widened. Yes, we lion people want to learn, but we can only spend money to buy, and there is no complete set. At present, Long Kingdom has only opened up a few purchase channels for actions. The man replied rather helplessly. The boy's immature face was full of seriousness, he thought for a while, and said to the man seriously, Father, let's immigrate to the Dragon Kingdom and become a Dragon Kingdom citizen. In this way, you can learn a full set of body training techniques for free. A thoughtful look appeared on the man's face, your proposal is not bad. With the emergence of the military god body refining technique, the Dragon Kingdom's national power will definitely be greatly enhanced in the future, and it is not impossible to completely become the world's most powerful country. At that time, it will be difficult to get the Longwo green card, but now is really a good opportunity. The boy heard the heartbeat in the man's words, and his expression became a little excited. He is not interested in the international situation or the status of a powerful country. The only thing he wants is to learn a full set of divine body training techniques. Little Albert's dream is very simple and pure. Become a powerful martial artist. Just as the man was still thinking to himself, little Albert's eyes suddenly turned to the sky. His eyes widened in an instant. A look of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. He hurriedly pointed to the sky and shouted loudly, "Father, look! Is that an alien spaceship?" 413 The Creator Game, the Third God and Number 039, S Domain, Silver Crown Martial Saint. 2. The man stopped thinking, turned around and looked up following the boy's fingers. When he looked at it, he suddenly froze. Directly above the city, a black spaceship with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers was hovering quietly. The shape of the spaceship is ferocious and strange, which is different from the aesthetics of any nation on this planet, and full of sense of the future and technology. At a glance, it can be determined that it is not a product of the native planet. This picture that only exists in sci-fi movies suddenly appeared in front of him. No wonder the man was stunned. The boy was quite excited and jumped up on the spot. Spaceship! So there are really aliens in this world. Father, everything described in science fiction movies is true. The man opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain it to his son. Looking forward from his position, he can clearly see it. Because of the appearance of the spaceship, the entire city in the distance has begun to commotion. The traffic flow stopped, and countless people came out of the room and the car. Everyone was looking up at the black spaceship above their heads, and countless people took out their cell phone cameras and pointed them at the sky to shoot. The man couldn't hear the sound, but he could imagine the exclamation that were erupting in the crowd. Quick! Father, let's go back! That's an alien spaceship! The boy grabbed the man's hand and was about to drag him down the hill. The man was dragged by the boy's little hand, and he walked away reluctantly. For some reason, he always had an inexplicable feeling of uneasiness in his heart. Perhaps because of the shape of the alien spaceship? It does look like the car of the alien villain in the movie. Wait for Albert. The man stopped suddenly, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and said seriously, "Let me call your mother first." Hurry up, father, I still want to meet aliens for the first time. The boy urged, keeping his eyes on the direction of the alien spaceship. The man picked up the phone and just turned it on. Just then, boom! A huge explosion sounded from the distant city. The man's hand holding the phone trembled, and then both his and the boy's expressions froze. I saw the black spaceship in the sky in the distance, emitting a thick scarlet beam of light from under the hull. A beam of light swept across the city, and tall buildings looked like butter cut by a laser knife. Collapsing fast, melting. The whole city fell into chaos in an instant. Countless people ran around, it was like the end of the world. And the black spaceship hovering over the city is the god of death from the starry sky. An invisible wave emanated from the black spaceship. I don't know how much it spread out in an instant. The mobile phone in the man's hand suddenly lit up, and he lowered his head, but what he saw was not the wife's phone he was expecting. It's a screen that jumps out on its own. At the same time, a huge, hundreds of meters high virtual human figure was also projected over the city in the distance. The screen of the mobile phone and the avatar above the city are almost synchronized. It was a burly man nearly 3 meters tall in a black combat uniform. The big man has blue hair, a scar on his left eye, and a fierce face, giving people a deep sense of oppression. High in the sky, the fierce man hundreds of meters tall narrowed his eyes slightly, like a god looking down on the mortals below him. His voice is broadcast through the electronic communication equipment in everyone's hand. Echoes clearly over the city. Dear residents of Azure Planet, this is the first time we meet, my name is Evil G. Next, I want to tell you something. The man and the boy stared blankly at the virtual figure hundreds of meters high. The man was in a trance, looked down at his son, and murmured, "Damn, Albert. These are invaders from aliens." Ding dong. Crisp as the sound of crystals colliding. It also represents new students. In the colorful crystal planet, a crystal life broke out of its shell. This crystal life has a round body, a snake-like slender neck, a lizard head, and a pair of small wings. The whole body is carved from crystal, crystal clear, and you can see the colorful blood flowing in it and the throbbing crystal heart. It gives people a thrilling aesthetic feeling. Crystal Dragon. Looking at this legendary creature created entirely by himself, Liu Sheng felt a great sense of accomplishment in his heart. So funny. Liu Sheng couldn't help admiring, this is the creator's game. It's also a practice. Yang Yizhu added with a smile. Practice. Liu Sheng blinked. It is indeed practice. His current understanding of the Dao of Wang He and Duan Yifeng has reached an unprecedented height. Although there are many of them, he simply cannot understand them at this stage. Level 8 to 15, the span in the middle is really too big, too big. But these things that Liu Sheng still can't comprehend are quietly absorbed and imprinted into his body in a subtle way in the creation game. It's like a fixed deposit. When the time is up, it will be available naturally. The crystal dragon lay on the crystal planet, gnawing on the crystal above. Liu Sheng teased him with one finger, having a great time. At this time, he suddenly heard a fierce sound. Looking up, he suddenly found that the battle between Wang He and Duan Yifeng's God's domain had entered a fierce stage. Both the Golden Crow and the Crystal Life suffered heavy casualties, and their corpses spread across the starry sky. In the Wang He Sun God domain, countless stars began to expand. The color also changed from the original golden red to scarlet red, and the temperature also increased crazily. This increase in energy was fed back to the Golden Crow. Each of them also began to grow bigger and more ferocious, and the flames on the feathers also skyrocketed. Liu Sheng's eyes sparkled. This is a red giant. Then the future direction of evolution is supernova, neutron star, or black hole. Liu Sheng seemed to grasp something at this moment. From Wang He's Tao, he saw the combination of myth and reality, which is both real and illusory, as magnificent and gorgeous as a nebula. Then look at Duan Yifeng. Duan Yifeng's crystal god realm also undergoes a transformation. Those crystalline beings began to shed their crystalline bodies, turning into streamers of colorful light, converging into tidal waves and sweeping in the direction of the sun god territory. Abandon the physical body completely, merge with the energy of the universe, and prove immortality. Liu Sheng was dazzled when he saw the fierce collision between the two top gods. There are also countless insights and inspirations gushing out of my mind. There are countless gorgeous pictures reflected in his eyes, and he has to receive immeasurable mass information every minute and every second. These messages quickly filled his martial arts foundation. An extremely solid foundation was laid, which was prepared for the construction of 15th, 16th, and even higher Tongtian towers. Liu Sheng was fascinated. The whole person entered an inexplicable state. All his attention was placed on the god's domain battle in front of him, but his two hands were moving rapidly in front of him. 0. Ask for flowers. Stars and crystal planets were fabricated by him. His movements are getting faster and faster, and he is becoming more and more proficient. Handy, and occasionally a stroke of genius. There are more and more stars and crystal planets in the star field created by him, golden crows roam, and crystal life screams. Under the ebb and flow, the scale even began to gradually approach Wang He's Sun God Realm and Duan Yifeng's Crystal God Realm. This star field. Unknowingly, it seems to have become the third God domain in the void of this chessboard. Even Liu Sheng himself didn't find out. On the side of the chessboard, Yang Yizhu quietly watched the scene. He stared at Liu Sheng intently, his eyes were gentle, relieved, and filled with emotion. Boom! A scarlet beam of energy was released from the black spaceship. Like the sickle of death, the high-rise buildings in the city below that were swept by the light beam fell down like straw. Deep, huge scorched black ravines were left on the street. A strong Caucasian warrior suddenly roared, his feet stomped on the ground fiercely, creating two huge deep pits, and his whole body flew into the sky like a cannonball, shooting toward the spaceship. While the big man was flying, large expanses of ice crystal snowflakes appeared in the sky, condensing into an ice crystal sword with a length of tens of meters, which was held by the big white man and slashed at the spaceship fiercely. This is a martial arts expert at the 8th level of the Great Sect realm. Moreover, he is still a martial artist with elemental control talents, and his strength is terrifying. But before the powerful 8th level large sect approached within a kilometer range of the spaceship, the scarlet beam suddenly swept across. Silently, the ice crystal long knife tens of meters long disappeared together. There is also the brave and extraordinary 8th level Daezong warrior. Suddenly heart-piercing cries sounded on the street. It was a blonde woman holding a little girl in her arms. Looking at the place where the big white man disappeared, tears streamed down his face. The fictitious human form above the city, the vicious GG noticed the poor mother and daughter, with a cruel and playful smile on his face. He casually clicked in the direction of the two, and the scarlet beam under the spaceship immediately swept towards the two's positions. At this moment, a strange fluctuation suddenly flashed between the sky and the earth. A large number of forces of heaven and earth gathered together, and a 1,000-meter-long titan formed by countless white light spots appeared above the city out of thin air. The titan looked cold, holding an equally huge white Western-style long sword in his hand, and stabbed at the black spaceship high in the sky. As if the spaceship had been hit hard, invisible ripples appeared around the ship, like a protective shield. The attack of the white light giant sword was blocked, but the spaceship was also slightly shaken, and the scarlet beam swept past the positions of the mother and daughter below. This scene was faithfully broadcast by the cameras in the hands of those bold journalists. Countless people stared fixedly at this scene, looking up at the suddenly appearing white light titan, with inexplicable excitement on their faces. Silver Crown Saint Cumberland. It is Lord Cumberland, the patron saint of our Lion Kingdom, the silver-crowned warrior. President of the World Martial Arts Association, Chairman of the Western Martial Arts League, Lord Silver Crown Martial Saint Cumberland has come, we are saved. Cumberland Martial Saint will surely repel the evil alien invaders and protect the Blue Star. News reporters stand in front of the camera and report passionately and loudly. There were bursts of cheers in the city. But no one noticed that the silver-haired middle-aged man, whom they regarded as their savior, was staring at the direction of the black spaceship. The face is full of dignified color. Sheng, ask for flowers and rewards. 414 it and number 039, your turn. Next, let Liu Sheng start his performance. 3. Cumberland's gaze swept across the scorched and bottomless ravines on the city ground, and his expression was a bit ugly. Energy weapons from advanced civilizations. With such power, even as a martial saint, he didn't dare to take it head-on. Smash the spaceship and kill the people inside. Cumberland quickly laid out a course of action. As a martial saint of the Lion Kingdom, a godlike existence in the world, he usually stands aloof and enjoys the respect and worship of hundreds of millions of people. At such a crisis moment, it is time for him to stand up. Cumberland thought, his eyes as sharp as the long sword in his hand. His 1,000-meter-high body moves quickly, without being clumsy or bloated at all, but giving people a feeling of incomparable flexibility. Cumberland's Dharma body, which is 1,000 meters high, is about the size of an ordinary person in front of a black spaceship with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers. The scarlet beam fell, and Cumberland shuttled through it, and none of the beams could hit him. Even if there are occasional borderlines, it is only damage to the Dharma body, and things that can be restored with a single thought are nothing at all. Cumberland quickly arrived under the spaceship. There is an invisible energy barrier outside the spaceship, and Cumberland's eyes are like a falcon, and the white light sword in his hand stabs out suddenly. Star of the Silver Crown. The long sword turned into a stream of light, which was drawn to the tip of the sword because of the 877 of the Emperor's power of heaven and earth. The top of the sword was shining brightly, as if embedded with a cold star. The power is condensed to the extreme point. It is also the stunt for which Cumberland is famous. Ding! The tip of the sword pierced the invisible energy barrier, as if it had hit an indestructible wall. Invisible ripples spread out in circles, but the cold star on the tip of the sword could not break through. Continually consumed. Until it goes out. Cumberland opened his eyes wide, looking at the invisible energy barrier in front of him in shock. His almost all-out attack couldn't even pierce the energy barrier of this spaceship. On this planet, my martial arts strength can surpass technology. But for the scientific and technological products of higher civilizations, it is powerless. Cumberland suddenly felt a sense of frustration. Hee. There was a chuckle in the sky. Cumberland looked up and saw the huge virtual human form made of light. The big man with blue hair and a scar is much shorter than his current body. At this time, he was crossing his arms and looking at himself with a smile, with undisguised contempt and sarcasm on his face. Cumberland looked down at the blue-haired scarred man from a high position, and said coldly, "So, do people of higher civilization only rely on technology to bully others, and hide themselves in the protective cover of the aircraft like a turtle?" The blue-haired man with the scar narrowed his eyes slightly, and then lowered the arms wrapped around his chest. "You want me out? Why, dare not!" Cumberland sneered. He used the aggressive method. As long as the man driving the spaceship is forced out, he will have a chance to resolve this crisis. Otherwise, if the opponent keeps hiding in the spaceship, he had no chance. "As you wish," the blue-haired man with the scar said calmly. Afterwards, the anthropomorphic figure above the city disappeared. Cumberland looked up and saw a hatch quietly open under the black spaceship overhead. A burly body more than 3 meters high descended from it. Out! Cumberland's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously grasped the long sword in his hand. He was ready, waiting for the big alien to launch an attack as soon as he left the spaceship's shelter. Finally, the big blue-haired man walked out of the spaceship completely. But it has not waited for Cumberland to act. I saw the big man take a deep breath. His chest is like a super powerful suction fan, the surrounding air is almost evacuated by him, and one can clearly see streaks of white air entering his mouth and nose. Then, the power of the sky gathers together. Massive energy light spots. A super invincible and huge Dharma figure rises from the ground. Breathe through the heights of Cumberland. 1,000 meters. 2 kilometers. 3 kilometers. 5 kilometers. A Dharma image titan with a height of more than 8,000 meters appeared in front of everyone. It is already close to the troposphere, as if you can see the blue sky just by raising your hand. The grade of the Dharma is judged by the height of the nascent Dharma, and it can gradually increase in the future. Suddenly, a huge city. Countless people opened their eyes wide and subconsciously raised their hands to cover their mouths, all stunned. Cumberland was also stunned. His body of 1,000 meters, standing under this statue, is like a toy. Before Cumberland could react, a big hand that covered the sky and the sun roared down from the sky. He grabbed his whole body in his hands and brought him to his eyes. Cumberland was very close to the huge, fierce face several kilometers in size, and heard the blue-haired man with the scar say in a low voice, "Now I'm out. What do you want?" "Ants." After finishing speaking, the big blue-haired man with a knife scar faced down, grinned grinningly and said, "I'll say it again here. Within 3 days, I want all warriors above level 8 on your planet to come here to pay homage to me. And resources, all valuable resources on your planet. After 3 days, I'm not satisfied with what I get. I will destroy this weak planet." The 8,000 meter titan sounded like thunder, and he raised the Cumberland in his hand, crushing it violently. He roared wildly. It's like a real demon god from outside the sky descending into the world. Countless people in the city below prostrated themselves on the ground, only to feel that there was a large shadow spreading above their heads, covering the sky. Deep despair. Boom! The battle between the two great gods in the void of the chessboard is almost coming to an end. The god realms on both sides have already exerted their brilliance to the extreme. On the side of the sun god realm, burning stars collapsed from the center and collapsed into terrifying black holes one after another. Countless golden crows whinnied and flew back into the black hole. One by one black holes approach each other and devour each other. Soon a super huge black hole appeared. An unimaginable terrifying attraction emanates from the black hole, swallowing everything around it. Void. The sun god realm, which had been extremely prosperous and brilliant before, has now turned into a collapsed darkness. The other side. Duan Yifeng's crystal god realm no longer exists. There are only pieces of 7-color streamers left. These streamers gather together to form an incomparable 7-color magic knife. Wang He and Duan Yifeng looked tense, their eyes were as bright as stars, and they were all staring at this final decisive battle. Liu Sheng was watching too, even the movement of his hands stopped. This is the ultimate collision between the two peak god domains. It is also the final battle between the two great 15th level Taoists. Everyone held their breath. Finally, the black hole and the colorful sword collided with each other with a bang. The ultimate light bloomed, and people couldn't help but close their eyes. Wait for the light to fade away. That area has turned into nothingness. Nothing exists anymore. The black hole and the 7-color magic knife all disappeared. Only large swaths of disillusioned breath remained, presenting a desolate and dead silence. Liu Sheng looked at the dead silence and was thinking about it. Wang He and Duan Yifeng suddenly turned their heads together and looked at him fixedly. The faces of both of them were extremely calm, and there was no trace of tension or rivalry on their faces. This result does not seem to be surprising. It seems to have been rehearsed countless times. Just plain. I want to demonstrate it to him. It's your turn. Wang He spoke calmly. Duan Yifeng also watched him quietly. Liu Sheng was stunned, and subconsciously looked at He Yizhu. He found that Yang Yizhu was also looking at him with a smile, and gave him an encouraging look. Liu Sheng was silent. After a while, his hands moved again. At this time, the size of the star field in front of him is already quite large. This star field is filled with stars and crystal planets. Liu Sheng previously imitated Wang He's sun god realm and Duan Yifeng's crystal god realm. The stars and crystal planets that were rubbed out were thrown away at will. So much so that now this star field is in a mess, the three-legged golden crow and the crystal life are fighting each other, and some stars and planets have been smashed to pieces. Liu Sheng reached out and tried to clean up this messy star field. Just like Wang He and Duan Yifeng, separate the two groups of forces. But after tidying up for a while, he suddenly stopped what he was doing. Why round up? Why not try to make them coexist? As soon as this idea came up, Liu Sheng felt that it was feasible. So instead of separating the two groups of forces, Liu Sheng deliberately put some stars and crystal planets together. His eyes swept over the pairs of three-legged golden crows and crystal life. 3.6 Trying to find a pure land of peace from the fighting groups. The forces on both sides are rapidly depleting. Liu Sheng was not in a hurry, and he kept on fabricating a steady stream of stars and crystal planets, so that the strength of the two forces could be maintained at a similar level. This experiment lasted for a long time. Not only Liu Sheng, Wang He, Duan Yifeng and Yang Yizhu were also watching seriously. When Liu Sheng filled the stars and crystal planets for countless times, Wang He on the side finally said, "Your thinking is not working at all. Both my way and his way are extremely domineering, the only way that I am the only one to respect. Simply cannot coexist. Only one of the two can survive together. Is that so?" Liu Sheng frowned, but quickly relaxed them. "You're right." Liu Sheng raised his head, looked at Wang He with bright eyes, and said with a smile, "Therefore, there should be a third force joining it." When Liu Sheng said this, both Wang He and Duan Yifeng were stunned. Looking at each other, as if a brand new window opened in front of them. And Yang Yizhu, who was sitting directly opposite to Liu Sheng, was stroking his white beard with a smile, and a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. 415 A Game of Lundao Chess, the direction of level 16, the truth. 4. So there should be a third force joining in. After Liu Sheng finished speaking, he raised his right hand as if holding a chess piece. However, he has not fallen behind this chess game. He is thinking. I need to find a gentle way to neutralize these two extremely overbearing ways. What kind of path should I look for? Liu Sheng soon had an idea. Water. Couldn't be more suitable. Liu Sheng glotzi. A deep blue light blooms between his index and middle fingers. A dark blue planet composed entirely of water landed on the chessboard, Lord of the Void. The planet is made entirely of water. More than 90% is ocean, and the rest is frozen glaciers. This planet is very beautiful, and it is Liu Sheng's favorite planet so far. Because this planet is completely created by himself. There is no trace of imitation, full of his inspiration, full of agility and spirituality. After the water ball fell into the star field, not long after, there was a wave of life in the planet. Earn 1. Strange roar. With immature and milky. Not long after, a small turtle with a carapace on its back crawled out of the star core. Suanwu. With joy in his eyes, Liu Sheng immediately named this magical creation. You are the first Suanwu born in this star field. The little dark blue turtle called a few times, hiding in the water planet sweetly spitting bubbles. Liu Sheng kept his hands on, quickly fabricating the planets that represent the way to water one by one. The Golden Crow and the Crystal Life are still fighting each other, and the planets on both sides are constantly decreasing. However, the number of water system planets is constantly increasing, and more basalts are born. Under the ebb and flow, the water system planet is about to overtake the power of stars and crystals without knowing it. And these silly mythical creatures finally attracted the attention of the three-legged Golden Crow and the Crystal Life. Represents the protracted fight between the Sun God Realm and the Crystal God Realm. Finally, for the first time, a pause was drawn. Call. Liu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, with a gratified smile on his face. At this time, Wang He said coldly again, you are just diverting attention, fire and water are incompatible, and a new round of competition is about to begin. As Wang He said, the battle between the Golden Crow and the Crystal Life died down. But their natural attributes clashed, so the proud three-legged Golden Crows quickly aimed their war against the Suanwu on the water system planet. Liu Sheng didn't care, and said casually, don't worry, new conflicts will naturally have new forces to resolve them. The fourth faction is about to join the battlefield. There's a fourth. Wang He froze for a moment. Liu Sheng has already started to do it. He moved his hands together, his expression was calm, but there was an indescribable confidence and calmness between his brows. He has completely replaced himself as the creator, wantonly swaying his talent and inspiration on this empty sand table. A fourth force emerges. This is a lush, green planet full of vegetation. The ground is the tree, and the sky is the wind. This is the star of the wind forest. Soon life was born on the green planet, a mighty little snake shaking its head and tail. Qinglong, it must be Qinglong. Liu Sheng laughed, and his hands flew like flying. One after another green planets were fabricated from his hands. It didn't take long to become a climate. After Qinglong joined the star field, the battle between the three-legged Jinwu and Suanwu immediately eased. Because there is a three-legged Jinwu who likes to be close to Qinglong, and Qinglong is naturally willing to play with Suanwu. The three are mixed together, which is quite harmonious. It's time to find a companion for you. Liu Sheng looked at the crystal beings on the lonely crystal planet, and settled down again. The planet he created this time is a cocky planet completely composed of rocks. There is nothing but rocks on this planet. In the rock veins of the mountains, the life of the gods broke out of the shell, and it was called Kailan. Lu Sheng laughed and said, 2 Kailan. The number of rocky planets in Earth Kailan is also increasing, and they are supported by Lu Sheng in a blink of an eye to become a force. As Lu Sheng expected, Crystal Life is full of natural affection for 2 Kailan, and takes the initiative to communicate with him frequently. And 2 Kailan ran to act as a licking dog for Jin Wu. Dang 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 dang. A perfect cycle is born. This star field has completely entered a harmonious and peaceful state. The 5 forces check and balance each other, but also promote each other, and the struggle is almost eliminated. Lu Sheng looked at the 5 flowers blooming brilliant star field in front of him, felt satisfied, couldn't help raising his head, smiled and said to Wang He and Duan Yifeng, "How?" Wang He and Duan Yifeng remained silent. Complicated colors appeared all over his face. After a long time, Duan Yifeng calmly said, "Even so, so what? Manpower is exhausted, and you alone, how can you practice the 5 kinds of 15-level Tao together?" "Yes." Wang He agreed and snorted coldly, "It's not easy to reach the extreme of one path, let alone the 5 paths. You are greedy and wishful thinking." The smile on Lu Sheng's face faded a little bit. He silently stared at the peaceful and stable Wu Fang God realm in front of him, with a thoughtful look on his face. Lu Sheng thought for a long time. Suddenly, he stretched out his hands, gathered all the huge star field forces in front of him, and pushed them to the middle of the chessboard void. The ruined land left behind by the ultimate battle between the Sun God realm and the Crystal God realm before. The breath of catastrophe is deadly poison to the planet. These planets are rapidly decaying in the ruined lands, decaying and dying. Life on the planet also suffers from bad luck. These lives created by Lu Sheng are now pushed into the abyss of extinction by him. Lu Sheng looked cold and unmoved. He calmly stared at that area, and calmly watched the star field created by himself being destroyed bit by bit. This scene made Wang He and Duan Yifeng frown slightly. What Lu Sheng did? It is no different from a famous painter who personally threw the most proud piece of work he had just created into the fire pit and burned it. Only Yang Yizhu, who was sitting directly opposite Lu Sheng, had a wider smile on his face. When the star field created by Lu Sheng was completely destroyed, the entire chessboard is empty, nothing exists, only a dark void. What do you mean? Self-defeating? Wang He asked with a frown, puzzled by Lu Sheng's behavior. Duan Yifeng also looked at him suspiciously. Lu Sheng didn't look at any of them, but raised his eyes to Yang Yizhu. A strange light flashed in Lu Sheng's eyes, and he asked, "Teacher, is this the correct answer?" Yang Yizhu smiled slightly, nodded lightly, and said, "The direction is right, and the rest, just go ahead." Lu Sheng finally said the teacher in his heart, and Yang Yizhu accepted it frankly. As for Wang He and Duan Yifeng, the confusion and bewilderment on their faces were even more intense. Wang He wanted to ask, but he was interrupted by Yang Yizhu raising his hand. "Don't ask, this answer means nothing to you. On the contrary, it just adds to the unwillingness." Wang He pursed his lips, nodded, and stopped talking. Lu Sheng's mind was clear, and his face was peaceful. For him, this game of chess has gained too much. It is no exaggeration to say that from this moment on, Lu Sheng's future martial arts and destiny have undergone earth-shaking changes. Especially the answer he asked Yang Yizhu for verification at the end. That is what Wang He and Duan Yifeng never pursued. Probably, the direction of the 16th level. Lu Sheng thought silently in his heart. There are many things that cannot be explained clearly, and we can only walk slowly and verify by ourselves. Otherwise, no matter how real the deduction is, it will be just a dream and nothing. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing. 853. Liu Sheng suddenly remembered, and asked Yang Yizhu, "Dare to ask my mentor, what is your way?" He has seen both Wang He and Duan Yifeng's Tao, but he has never seen Yang Yizhu's Tao, so he is curious, so he has doubts. Yang Yizhu smiled and stood up. In an instant, everything around Liu Sheng changed. Those small courtyards, ponds, and old trees that disappeared before reappeared. Standing under the old leafless tree, Yang Yizhu pointed to the smooth chessboard in front of Liu Sheng, and said, "This is my way." Liu Sheng was stunned. It turned out that the Tao of the three of them had been unreservedly presented in front of them from the very beginning. At this time, both Wang He and Duan Yifeng stood up from the edge of the chessboard. Liu Sheng also hurriedly stood up. He had an inexplicable premonition in his heart. The truth of the dream space may be revealed to him soon. With fluttering sleeves, Yang Yizhu looks like a fairy. His peaceful eyes fell on Liu Sheng, and he said lightly, "After playing a game of Lundao chess, there are some things that I should tell you." Liu Sheng's expression brightened, and he pricked up his ears to listen carefully. Yang Yizhu walked out. Wang He and Duan Yifeng followed, and Liu Sheng hurriedly followed. Yang Yizhu didn't speak, but just walked forward. Liu Sheng and Wang He Duan Yifeng followed behind Yang Yizhu. He walked along the path, walked across the pond, past the vegetable field, walked out of the small courtyard, and finally walked all the way to the surface of this asteroid. Presented before Liu Sheng's eyes was still a desolate starry sky. Dilapidated planets shrouded in black and grey aura. Yang Yizhu stopped, his eyes fixed on the planet from which Liu was born. After watching for a while, he turned around suddenly and said to Liu Sheng in an extremely calm tone, "Our universe died in a catastrophe. And your universe is going through the same catastrophe." Just the first sentence shocked Liu Sheng. 416 Irreversible calamity, sending you a universe. 1. Is the alien beast from another world really that scary? Liu Sheng couldn't understand, even a strong man like teacher can't resist. "I can't." Yang Yizhu shook his head and said, "The alien beast invasion is not as simple as you imagined. The world they come from is not an ordinary world." "What is that?" "It is the dark side of countless material universes, the source of extreme evil, and the aggregation of all negative energies. The so-called strange beasts you see are just the most superficial manifestations of this power. The dark side of countless universes, the source of extreme evil, the aggregation of all negative energies." Liu Sheng muttered in a low voice, probably understanding a little bit. The negative energy of countless material universes has to be borne by a single universe now, which is indeed an irresistible disaster. The most important thing is that once this force appears in the universe, it will prove that the universe you are in is not far from the real extinction. "What?" Liu Sheng was shocked, with an expression of disbelief on his face, and blurted out, "Why?" Yang Yizhu looked at him and didn't speak. Then Ping Ping stretched out his right hand, with an apple in the palm of his right hand. "This apple is bright and rosy, and it looks quite attractive. It's just that there is a small piece of mildew on it, which is very eye-catching." Liu Sheng understood. Once it is eroded by this force, it is equivalent to the beginning of decay. No matter what you do, it will only delay the speed of its decay. "Really? Teacher?" Liu Sheng said in a low voice. Yang Yizhu nodded slowly with a complicated look on his face. "Then what's the point of what I'm doing now?" Liu Sheng raised his head suddenly. A trace of bewilderment floated in his eyes. He looked at Yang Yizhu, then looked at Wang He and Duan Yifeng beside him, and murmured, "Teacher Lian, you are a strong person at level 15 or even level 16. Nothing can stop this disaster. Everything has already begun, irreversible, and the ending is doomed. What can I do?" Liu Sheng never belittles himself, but he is not blindly arrogant either. Standing in front of the three of them, he felt that he might not be worse than the three of them. Of course, it will not be better than the three. What none of the three can do, he alone. How can we do better? It's too difficult, the probability is too small, and the hope is slim. At this moment, Liu Sheng fell into a more confused and depressed situation than when he knew my world will be extinct in 10,000 years. Don't say anything, you may not be there when the universe is destroyed. What's the matter with you, worrying about things like that? If Liu Sheng is just an ordinary person, then there is nothing wrong with this kind of thinking. The song of insects is not only autumn. But there are always people who want to fight to cross the other side. Since practicing martial arts, Liu Sheng's enthusiasm for martial arts has reached an indescribable height. Especially the magnificence and splendor of the 15th and 16th levels just now. Yet you tell him now. What you are chasing now is nothing but a dead end in the end. Struggle for life, but in the end it is still nothing. The so-called martial arts, level 15, level 16. What's the point? Are you afraid? Yang Yizhu read the confusion in his eyes and asked softly. Liu Sheng shook his head. I have no idea. Yang Yizhu smiled, turned his palm over, and took the apple back. Back then you could think of living from death, you believed that you were the fire seed, and you held the sky with one hand. Why are you afraid now? Liu Sheng raised his head abruptly, his expression somewhat astonished. Is that, the teacher deliberately said it. Yang Zhou smiled and said nothing, but his expression answered everything. Lightning flashed across Liu Sheng's mind. At this moment, he suddenly realized. Only now did he understand why the dream space wove a lie about saving the future martial arts for 10,000 years to him. Let him believe that everything he is doing now is to save the future human civilization. It turned out that it was all foreshadowing, testing, and rehearsal. In a sense, it's not even a lie. Because the universe that Liu Sheng lives in is indeed suffering catastrophe, what he has been doing is really working hard to save the future human civilization. Right now the universe. It is the future of the real universe. Back then you were just an ordinary high school student who didn't even have a complete introduction to martial arts. You could have such a strong determination to hold the sky with one hand. Now you are more than 1,000,000 times stronger than before. It is also a great calamity. Why are you retreating now? Yang Yizhu looked at him gently, and said softly, besides, you still have our support. A light began to light up in Liu Sheng's eyes. At first it was a little. Then it became stronger and brighter. Yang Yizhu was right. Back then, he was just a good-for-nothing high school student, and he dared to grit his teeth and pass on the burden of the savior. Now that he is invincible in the world, his martial arts is profound, and he is tens of millions of times better than before in all aspects. Why do he want to back down? Is it true that the stronger the strength, the less courageous? Fuck it. The worst and worst thing is failure, the universe is destroyed, and everyone perishes together. Scared of an egg? There was a fire in Liu Sheng's heart, and it was burning hotter and hotter. Want to start a prairie fire again? Figured out. Yang Yizhu looked at him with a smile. Are you confident again? Liu Sheng shook his head. I can't talk about self-confidence, I just think. Liu Sheng looked at Yang Yizhu, then at Wang He and Duan Yifeng, with pure eyes and a bright smile. Whatever, you have to go a few steps ahead than teacher. Let's see, is this catastrophe really irreparable? Ha ha ha. Yang Yizhu laughed out loud, very heartily. The laughter shook the starry sky, bringing a different taste to this dead silence. Old man, the master of a domain, has thousands of disciples in his lifetime. In the past, they were most proud of. Yang Yizhu pointed to Wang He and Duan Yifeng, then looked at Liu Sheng with a smile. Now, it should be you. Yang Yizhu finally admitted that Liu Sheng was his disciple. Liu Sheng also laughed, just like when he was a teenager. Okay, since you are determined to take a few more steps forward, I will naturally help you with all my strength. Yang Yizhu patted Liu Sheng on the shoulder, then turned to look at Wang He and Duan Yifeng. Wang He and the two seemed to have prepared everything long ago. Wang He stepped towards Liu Sheng, and said calmly, "My way is the way of stars, and now I give it to you." After finishing speaking, Wang He jumped up, turned into a ball of blazing flames, and rushed into Liu Sheng's body. Boom! Liu Sheng felt as if he had been hit hard in an instant, and he stayed where he was. Fire! Endless fire! It is different from the star way that Wang He secretly learned from Wang He in the void of the chessboard. At this moment, Wang He donated all of his 15th level martial arts comprehension to Lu district without reservation. Liu Sheng's understanding of stars is increasing crazily at a speed of billions of times per second. After Wang He died, Duan Yifeng also stepped out. Duan Yifeng, who was as handsome as a heavenly knife, had calm eyes and said lightly, regardless of whether Liu Sheng could hear it or not, "My way is the way of Shenjing, and I give it to you now." After finishing speaking, he jumped up and turned into a ball of colorful light, which sank into the center of Liu Sheng's eyebrows. Ultimate Edge. Divine Light. Duan Yifeng's 15-level martial arts comprehension was also integrated into Liu Sheng's mind. 2 major 15-level Tao inheritance. Liu Sheng is experiencing an unprecedented great fortune. And this great fortune, in the hands of Yang Yizhu, was completely pushed to the extreme. Being a master can't be less than what a brother gives. Yang Yizhu stood with his hands behind his back, thinking, "My way is too light." Yang Yizhu raised his head, looked at Liu Sheng, whose eyes were closed and was falling into the inheritance state, and said leisurely, "To be a teacher. Send you a universe subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave." After finishing speaking, Yang Yifan stretched out his hand and tapped lightly. Boom! Take the planet where Liu Sheng came from as the origin. This piece of starry sky, all collapsed. Constantly collapsing and shrinking. The entire starry sky, the entire universe collapsed into one point. In the end, this piece of space was completely reduced to a dark nothingness. A spot of light emitting a faint white light lightly fell into Yang Yizhu's palm. Like a seed. A lifeless seed. Yang Yizhu looked at the seed carefully. "I watched for a long time." Finally, he retracted his gaze and looked at Liu Sheng peacefully. "May you get what you want." After Yang Yizhu finished the last sentence, he plunged into Liu Sheng's body together with the light spot. Liu Sheng's stiff body trembled slightly. Danyo Zhao, his eyes were tightly closed, but there were crystal watermarks sliding down the corners of his eyes. "Master!" Liu Haihei's family sat in front of the TV, looking at the picture on the TV screen with serious expressions. What is shown in the picture is a titan more than 8,000 meters high, wreaking havoc in the bustling city. High-rise buildings collapsed like building blocks under his hands. The flames were everywhere, and the crowd fled in all directions, shouting in despair. Snapped. Liu Haihei picked up the TV remote control to turn off the TV, and said worriedly, "The aliens of advanced civilization have invaded, and it seems that the world is really going to be in chaos." Zheng Yufen next to her said, "Could it be fake? It looks like a movie, maybe it's the shooting scene of a sci-fi movie. Channel 1 News won't make such a joke." Liu Haihei shook his head and said, "Recently, the price of goods has skyrocketed, and the price of rice has risen to 30 yuan a catty. Are you telling the truth?" "Yes, mother." Liu Qinghe also interjected, "Schools in the whole city are closed, and now everyone is talking about it on the internet. It is indeed alien invaders, there are many videos, I will find them for you to watch." With that said, Liu Qinghe took out his phone and quickly tapped the screen. Is it a perfect interpretation of the dream space? Sheng has a long way to go, so he asks for flowers to help him. Thanks. 417 imminent. 2. The videos that Liu Qinghe found from the internet were far more shocking and richer than those shown on TV. In one video, it is an army made of steel. Fighters flew across the sky, interweaving the Iron Curtain. There are countless armored vehicles, tanks, and fleets at sea. All the muzzles were aimed at the 8,000-meter Titan in the sky, and the gunfire fired in unison. But those countless shells were blocked by an invisible force at a distance of several thousand meters from the 8,000-meter Titan. With a wave of Titan's hand, the army below spread out like an ant colony, causing heavy casualties. There are also black spaceships that emit scarlet energy beams and shoot around. No matter where you sweep it, it melts like butter cut by a laser knife. In another video, 4 nearly 1,000 meter high white light Titans battle an 8,000 meter high Titan. To be precise, it is jumping pot. The 1,000 meter Titan is as fragile as a toy in front of the 8,000 meter Titan. With a big hand of 8,000 meter Titan, he can easily hold a 1,000 meter Titan in his hand. It was crushed, and a small figure was made, and it was thrown into the spaceship. There are too many similar videos. I don't know why, but the government didn't stop the spread of this video, which obviously showed the mighty alien invaders and might cause panic among the people. Also possible is unstoppable. After watching a few videos casually, the faces of Liu Haihai and his family were all solemn and worried. Unbeatable. It was the only thought they had after watching it. This is a means far beyond the Blue Star civilization, and it is the strength of a higher civilization to crush a lower civilization. This is how to do ah. Zheng Yufan was worried, is the end of the world really coming? Even if it's the end of the world, it's not coming to us so soon. Liu Dahai put his arms around Zheng Yufan's shoulders, and comforted him. Besides, there are tall people standing up for the sky falling. Ordinary people like us can't do anything. I'm just worried about this, little saint. Isn't little saint's current status quite high? Zheng Yufan couldn't help but turn red again as she spoke. She has been an ordinary person all her life, and she really can't understand why some kind of alien suddenly appeared and caused a catastrophe to the world. I thought that if my son was promising, the life of the family would get better and better. But now it is very likely that they will inevitably be involved in this catastrophe. Is it really so difficult for the family to live in peace? Liu Haihai was silent for a while, then stood up from the sofa, and said firmly, "Don't think so much, I don't believe it. The masters of the whole world can't beat an alien. What we have to do now is to give to the country, not to. They add to the blockage, add to the chaos. I'm going out now to buy some supplies, and then I'll see if I can find a decoration team to renovate our basement and turn it into an air raid shelter. I will go with you." Zheng Yufan wiped her eyes and got up too. Liu King he wanted to go too, but was stopped by Liu Dahai, and told him, "You just watch the news at home, if you have any news, please tell us as soon as possible." "All right." Liu King he nodded sensibly. At the same time, on a small island near Ning'ai in Longguo, in a villa temporarily used as a conference hall, more than a dozen men and women are sitting around a huge conference table, discussing matters. These people are all 9-level martial sages from all over the world, including Lin Zhenjiu, the transcendent martial sage of the Dragon Kingdom, and Tanz Hongaiu, the Minjiu martial sage. This meeting was also presided over by Tanz Hongaiu and Lin Zhenjiu. On the big screen in the conference hall, a video has just been played. Lin Zhenjiu's square Chinese character face was full of seriousness, his sharp eyes swept across the audience, and he said in a deep voice, "This is the video that was just sent back from Beiying Yang. The 3 9th-level martial saints of the Eagle Kingdom were unfortunately defeated, and more than 58th-level Grand Masters, all were captured. So far, our Azure Star has lost 5 9th-level martial saints. Among them are the Silver Crown Martial Saint Cumberland, President of the World Martial Arts Association, and the Eagle Country Rose Martial Saint." Lin Zhenjiu's tone was rather heavy. "We speculate that the spacecraft driven by this alien invader should have very advanced detection equipment, which can accurately find the specific location of the top martial arts expert. I think everyone should have a very strong sense of crisis during this time. The martial saint level powerhouse present had complicated expressions and nodded slightly. Martial arts practiced to their level, the premonition and control of the crisis are much more accurate than ordinary people. Everyone, your lips are dead and your teeth are cold. In times of crisis like this, we should unite and work together to fight this crisis. Everyone understands what Lin Zhenjiahu said. Otherwise, none of these people would be present at this time. But if you understand it, if you really want to resolve the crisis, how can you do it with a few slogans? Everyone has watched the video a long time ago. What ordinary people see from the video is shock, but what they see is deep powerlessness and despair. This alien invader who descended suddenly seemed to be a serious 10th level martial arts expert. Same level as the leader. Even if Cumberland and the others were not taken prisoner, the combined power of all their martial saints would not be enough for them to fight with one hand. A real planetary crisis. Where is Master Lu? Why didn't Master Lu Sheng come? A martial sage from the Wolf country suddenly asked a question. This question immediately resonated with many people. Yes, why didn't you see Mr. Lu? Lin Zhenjiahu said helplessly, our army god is still retreating to attack the 9th level, and the retreat point is just below the sea area where you are now. I don't know when, Ukbij, will be released. It's not good for us to disturb him, he may not even know that such a big thing happened outside. A group of martial arts saints looked at each other in blank dismay. Has Lu Sheng retreated yet? Hasn't it been closed for a long time? At this time, someone said again, the 10th level powerhouse is not something we can resist. Is there a way to contact the leader? Ask him for help. This sentence is also casually said. Everyone present knows it. As a small first level resource star, the connection between Azure Star and the guide has always been one way. It has always been only the leader who takes the initiative to contact them, and they have no means to contact the causer. However, this kind of nutritious proposal has received positive feedback this time. We have already thought of this, and successfully sent the message for help. But it's not clear when the guide will receive the message and when he will be able to come to the rescue. Lin Zhenjiahu pointed in one direction and said, this matter is also thanks to the decisiveness of Mrs. Lu's fiancée, Miss Dong Qingxiu. It was only then that the martial saints noticed that there was a young woman with a cold temperament and a beautiful appearance sitting on one side of the conference hall. All 9th level martial saints know this face. Not long ago, the president of the World Martial Arts Association, the president of the Western Martial Arts League, and the world's top 5 silver-crowned martial artist Cumberland. It was because he touched this woman that he was almost beaten by Lu Sheng to the point of losing his mind and was forced to reincarnate. Facing the questioning gazes, Dong Qingxiu calmly said, the guide left a communicator for Lu Sheng, and Lu Sheng taught me how to use it. I sent out the news about the alien invaders 3 days ago. After receiving Dong Qingxiu's affirmative answer, all the martial saints were immediately refreshed. It's good to be able to contact the guide. Then there is still hope for the resolution of this crisis, they just need to persist until the leader recovers and the support arrives. Then I'll try to delay as much as possible. A martial sage's eyes lit up and said, with Lord Lu here, we may not be able to delay until the guide arrives. But the question is, when will Mr. Lu be able to leave the customs? In a word, let the crowd show a helpless look on their faces. It is a big taboo in martial arts to disturb people's retreat, let alone disturb an important retreat that is invincible in the world and hits the 9th level. If it affects Lu Sheng's clearance effect, the consequences may be more serious than the alien invaders. No one has the guts. Lin Zhenjiahu knocked on the conference table and said in a low voice, wait, try to deal with that evil halberd during this time, and wait until Master Lu leaves the customs. I can only wait. All the martial saints were silent, thinking silently in their hearts. White Mist Star Area, number 2484 Battlefield Star. A dark blue small spaceship passed through layers of barrier channels, entered the atmosphere, and finally landed at a specific site. Laugh. The hatch of the aircraft opened, and Lan Chen, who had beautiful long dark golden hair, strode out of the spacecraft. Not far from the landing point of the spaceship, a grey-haired man was standing there quietly. Zhaolin, it's really rare that you are still free to pick me up this time. When Lan Chen saw his old friend, his eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. The grey-haired man named Zhaolin stared at his back, frowned and said, I don't have the time to pick you up, I just want to see with my own eyes the extraordinary 9-star you mentioned, which is very likely to reach the Morning Star indigenous genius. Hey? Man, you didn't bring. Haha. Lan Chen laughed loudly and said, I knew that was your idea. I did not bring anyone. That kid is too young, and he still has concerns on the mother planet. I gave him a period of relaxation, and I was ready to pick him up after a while. Waste my feelings. The grey-haired middle-aged man shook his head, turned around and was about to leave. Lan Chen put his arms around his shoulders and said with a smile, Don't be disappointed. Let's go to the Aurora Tavern, I'll treat you to a drink. I miss you a few glasses of wine. The grey-haired man was talking, but Lan Chen's expression suddenly changed. He reached out and grabbed a communicator out of thin air. There was a blue light flashing on the communicator. Lan Chen glanced at it, and said in surprise, Why did this kid send me a message again so quickly? Who? The grey-haired man moved his ears and asked. 418 Level 11 Black Scythe Stone Figure, Reshaped Martial Body, Star Supreme Body. 3. Who else is there? Lan Chen replied casually, It's the one you want to see but haven't seen. The grey-haired man's expression changed suddenly, his eyes fixed on the communicator in Lan Chen's hand. Quick pick up! What's the rush? It's been several days since the message was sent from their planet. Morning and night are the same. As Lan Chen said, he casually clicked on the message display on the communicator. A video screen immediately popped up. It was an 8,000 meter tall white light titan with a ferocious spirit, holding a magic halberd, wreaking havoc on the city below. Seeing this scene, Lan Chen didn't have time to speak. The grey-haired man next to him has already snatched the communicator from his hand. The evil halberd. This is the evil halberd. The grey-haired man's eyes were fixed on the Dharma figure titan in the video, and he said word by word, That's right, it's one of the members of the Red Pupil Star Bandit group, the evil halberd. What? Lan Chen was taken aback. You mean, Wei Lanxing was targeted by the Red Pupil Star Bandit? Is there a second explanation? The grey-haired man glanced at him, quickly took out the communicator from his pocket, and dialed a number. It can only be said to be too coincidental, bad luck. Quickly, tell me the coordinates of the blue star you mentioned, and I will immediately contact the Star Police Patrol to hunt it down. Lan Chen turned a deaf ear to it, and his face changed color rapidly. The Red Pupil Star Bandits are eyeing the blue star where Lu Sheng is. With the style of the Red Pupil Star Thief Group, once a certain planet is looted, all the resources on that planet will be hollowed out, and all the strong natives will be enslaved and sold as slaves. The weakest member of the Red Pupil Star Thief Group also has 10th rank. If Lu Sheng is caught by them. Thinking of this, Lan Chen turned around and walked towards the spaceship when he came without saying a word. Lu Sheng, you owe me a big debt this time. Lan Chen walked quickly, rushed to the parking space of his spaceship in an instant, and opened the spaceship. The grey-haired man also jumped into his spaceship. Let's go, I'll go with you. The Red-Eyed Star Thief Group is not a simple person, you go alone, don't just deliver food. Okay. If you successfully rescue Lu Sheng this time, I'll give you half of the favor he owes me. Not long after the dark blue aircraft landed, it took off again, rushing out of the battlefield star's atmospheric barrier with a swish. Tao of the Ocean. Endless information and insights. 2 kinds of 15 level Tao, plus 1 dry 6 level Tao. There are also countless 7th level, 8th level, 9th level, and 10 level Taos. They flooded into Liu Sheng's mind. The former comes from Wang He, Duan Yifeng, and Yang Yizhu. The latter comes from the planet where base 1359 is located. It was broken by Yang Yizhu, and it was given to him as the head of the cosmic seed. In Liu Sheng's mind, the grey roulette representing Shiquan martial arts continued to expand at an unimaginable speed. Because it has to accommodate the crazy increase of willpower above. 100 ways, 1,000 ways, 1,000 ways. Boom! In the end, it was unbearable, and it turned into a cloud with a bang. Liu Sheng once thought that the perfect circle that was absolutely stable was finally overwhelmed and exploded alive. But it doesn't matter now. After playing that chess game on Dao and inheriting the Dao of Wang Hejuan Yifeng and Yang Yizhu, Liu Sheng's martial arts foundation is much, much stronger than before. Hundreds of millions of times more than that. The foundation of the past and present. At this moment, Liu Sheng is truly qualified. Try to create a way that belongs to him completely. If there is no foundation, how can one achieve the supreme way? After the grey disk shattered, the mass of nothingness quickly evolved into a night sky. A little star lights up in the night sky. Represents a kind of martial arts will. This is just the beginning. Second, third, fourth. The stars are constantly lit up, densely packed with no less than tens of thousands of them, embellishing this night sky into a rather brilliant starry sky. More to come. Liu Sheng thought calmly. Then start grooming yourself. From the inside out. The first is mental strength. His original spiritual power was only the amethyst human form, and he had just begun to touch the next level of the bona vibrating crystal human form. Now Liu Sheng has perfectly inherited Duan Yifeng's way, and all the levels from level 9 to level 15 have been cleared. Coupled with the massive memory blessings of all warriors on a planet, his mental power figure is also rapidly increasing. The mysterious and noble amethyst figure transforms into the bona vibrating crystal figure at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wait for the bona oscillator to transform into a doll. The purple color on the figure's body began to fade rapidly, turning into white crystals emitting strange fluctuations. Soon the entire amethyst figure turned white. Then another round of metamorphosis began. This time the white figure started turning black. The 11th level contemplation object of crystal conception thought's black sickle crystal figure. It is 1,000 times harder than amethyst and bona vibrating crystal, and has extremely sharp wave-cutting properties. This is the last crystal contemplation in crystal conception, and it is also the spiritual power characteristic that perfectly fits with the wish wheel knife flow, and it is also the beginning of Duan Yifeng's 15th level divine crystal way. This transformation did not stop until more than 2/3 of the entire human figure with spiritual power was transformed into black sickle crystals. Call. Liu Sheng exhaled slowly. The promotion he got this time is too great. Mental power jumped directly from level 8 to level 11 in one go. 11th level of mental power cultivation base. Even the attainment of sword skills has soared, and has soared to the peak of the 5 realms. Liu Sheng inherited all of Duan Yifeng, including his understanding of sword techniques. I just don't know why, these perceptions about sword skills, after pushing Liu Sheng's sword skills to the peak of the 5 realms, got stuck. Obviously Liu Sheng feels that there is still a lot of room for improvement. Is my current realm too low? Comprehension above the 5 realms can't be compared with comprehension, or forced comprehension is harmful and useless, so the subsequent part of perception is locked. 1. Liu Sheng came to this result after thinking. Just like Yang Yizhu's inheritance, Liu Sheng can only absorb a small part, and the follow-up is also locked. I almost understand. The 3 benefactors have indeed given me their Tao without reservation, but if I want to fully receive their gift, I need my own understanding of their Tao to meet a standard, which is solid enough. Foundation, in order to receive it smoothly. 0. ask for flowers. Otherwise, the force feeding will cause the foundation to become unstable, and it will always be stuck at a certain stage. Lu Shengming realized the good intentions of the three people. But even so, the benefits he got were enormous. He felt that if he was facing the leader Lan Chen now, memorize the mental power knife wave casually, and it is estimated that the opponent can be completely wiped out. Earth-shaking changes. And then there's the external martial body. One of Wang He and Duan Yifeng majored in martial arts, and the other majored in spirit. They are all the best in their respective fields. Lu Sheng is the leader of the two families, and he only needs to practice step by step, and he will be able to surpass any one of them in the future. My original understanding of the way of the stars was too superficial, and I constructed a stellar vein map and power system that I thought was quite good. Now it seems that it is full of mistakes and childish. It is too much trouble to modify, it is better to overthrow and start again. The stellar vein map is based on the immortal body of stars. If you want to reconstruct the stellar vein map, you can only change the immortal body of stars. Isn't it just breaking and then erecting again? Simple. Under the sea depth of 20,000 meters, Lu Sheng, who was sitting cross-legged quietly, suddenly had a strange fluctuation coming from his body. Then, his tall and stalwart body exploded inch by inch from the inside to the outside, shattering. Numerous flesh and blood bones, internal organs, all shattered. Turned into countless flesh and bone dregs fine foam. Under the dark seabed, a mass of blood-colored fireworks seemed to explode silently. Among the bloody fireworks, 360 golden light spots float quietly. This is Lu Sheng's immortal cell. If ordinary people are like this, those who have died long ago cannot die again. However, Lu Sheng's black sickle crystal human form has already achieved more than half, and his mental power has reached level 11. Even if he completely abandons the physical body, he can still survive by relying on Duan Yifeng's divine crystal method. This is also one of the important reasons why he has the confidence to self-destruct his martial body. The blood foam and bone dregs that exploded condensed and did not disperse, gathering towards Lu Sheng again, along with hundreds of kilograms of energy crystals left over from Lu Sheng's previous practice. Hundreds of kilograms of energy crystals were completely shattered under the action of spiritual power, and an unimaginably majestic energy tide poured into Lu Sheng's body. It's now. The black sickle crystal humanoid Lu Sheng opened his eyes suddenly, and two sharp rays of light shot out from the eyes. Reshape the martial body. One by one, the tendons of flesh and blood, and the bones were regrown and built inch by inch. Immortal cells are rearranged one by one. There is a golden radiance blooming from the flesh and bones. In the once indestructible body, the bones and flesh are only slightly golden. But this time, every bone that Lu Sheng grew out showed a golden color. As if made of pure gold. There are also gorgeous and mysterious patterns on it, which are the texture of the way of stars. Supreme Bone. Lu Sheng stared at his skeleton and yelled in his heart. From now on, this will be called the Supreme Bone. It won't be easy for anyone to complain. The name Indestructible Stellar Body is no longer used. Lao Tzu's future physique will be called. In the universe, in the sky and on the earth, I am the only star supreme body. Fire it up, let me light it up. Boom. A raging flame was ignited on the splendid golden skeleton, and more flesh and blood quickly grew in the flame. Soil. 419 The gods of all heavens and true martial gods flame the body of the four extremes. 4. The newly generated martial bodies are layer upon layer. Each layer is filled with a large number of gorgeous textures, like roots, like flames. Lu Sheng felt that he was like a piece of forged iron, wrapped and smelted layer by layer. 365 immortal cells rearranged, forming a new vein diagram. It's different from before. The previous 365 immortal cells together build a star. And now, every immortal represents a seed that can grow into a star in the future. 365 immortal constructions are a pair of Sun God Territory star map. Just constructing a rough outline, it is many times more complicated than the previous stellar vein map. Then Liu Sheng immediately sensed something was wrong. Too few. The number of immortal cells is too few. 365 immortals are far from enough to construct the star map of God's domain. I need more. Originally, the ultimate limit of the star immortal body is 365 immortals, and if there is one more, the martial body will not be able to bear it and will collapse. Now the star immortal body has transformed into the star supreme body, the original shackles have been broken, and the upper limit of immortal cells that can be accommodated has been greatly increased. Hundreds of kilograms of energy crystallized into Liu Sheng's body frantically. The 330 dead cells were formed rapidly. The number of immortal cells in Liu Sheng's body exceeded 500 in the blink of an eye. Then 1,000. 2,000. 3,000. At the Xizhong conference, Liu Sheng received a total of nearly 500 kilograms of energy crystals. Later, he used a bit to push the immortal cells to a height of 365. I thought it would be enough for him to use it for a long time, but I never thought. This time it was all used up. The weight of the past 10 years of Azure Star. And this huge energy directly pushed the number of immortal cells in Liu Sheng's body to 3,650. 3,650 immortal cells are dotted all over the body, constructing a mysterious, complicated and extremely bright star map of the Sun God realm in Liu Sheng's body. Liu Sheng slightly raised his hand. The entire star map of the Sun God's domain quickly lit up, an unimaginable majestic power came out. He wasn't even sure that his punch would go down. Whether this sea area can bear it? 100 times more than before, nearly 1,000 times. Liu Sheng took a deep breath, and he was moved by it. Not only because of the surge in the number of immortal cells, but also because of the successful establishment of a perfect power system far beyond the past. There are a total of 60 trillion cells in a normal human body. If I transform all these 60 trillion cells into immortal cells in the future, then the immortal cells were bred into stars, and the golden crow was bred from the stars. The power of 60 trillion golden crows. Even red giant golden crow, supernova golden crow, black hole golden crow. I can't imagine what kind of picture that is. That was a realm that Wang He had never reached. There's also the crystal god's domain, the seven-color sword. At this time, Liu Sheng suddenly felt a surge of arrogance, thinking about the catastrophe that eroded the universe. He might not be able to try to catch it. By the way, I almost forgot about this thing. Liu Sheng stretched out his hand and saw a little black in his palm. Like imperceptible moles. In fact, it was the alienated cell that he tried to refine. Has been in the corner of the body, almost forgot. Now that Wu's body has been reshaped, he remembered it. The way of alienated cells can't be lost. It can be used to understand the information of the dark side of the universe. Maybe it's the key to my future breakthrough. Liu Sheng thought, closing his palms together. At this moment, his martial body, mental strength and martial arts will. All in a way to a real extreme. And in his body, there is still a large amount of harvest that has not been counted and received. The true meaning of Yang Yizhu's way of nature, the cosmic seed that Yang Yizhu gave him at the end, countless memories of martial arts to be sorted out. But Liu Sheng couldn't bother to check it now. He just wanted to take that step as quickly as possible. Belonging to his 9th grade. That step. My brand of martial arts, my martial art. Back to this question, Liu Sheng already had an idea in his mind. Although I have deduced a total of 5 5th level Taos on the master's chessboard, and even pointed out the direction of the 16th level Tao at the end. But the deduction is just a deduction after all, it is a castle in the air, except for the Sun God realm and the Crystal God realm, I can't realize the other 3 at all now. Therefore, my Dharma should be built on the basis of these 2 ways. Lu Sheng tried to outline his Dharma image in his mind. A mortal seeks God, a warrior seeks himself. My Dharma body should be based on myself. If I look like me, I am a god. What about the Dharma body? Let's use the way of the God crystal. God crystal as body. What about the way of the stars? The stars are the eyes. What about the teacher's natural way? Let's make a robe for the four elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. Other ways. The integration of all the ways that Lu Sheng has learned in one body, is his perfect way. He doesn't need to think about how to put all the apples into one basket as before. He has a solid foundation now and the basket is big enough. You just need to think about how to put it beautifully. So the process was pretty smooth. Lu Sheng quickly completed the conception of his Dharma body. The crystal is the body, the golden crow is the eyes, the four images are the robes, and the taos are the curtains. So, my Dharma body is called. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up, and he smiled and said a name that he had considered for a long time. The true martial gods of the heavens have the body of the four extremes. After finishing speaking, Lu Sheng thought about it. The last step was taken with ease. In the next moment, the entire Ningyi area of Longguo. A super invincible huge CI vortex is quietly generated. Damn it! At an altitude of 10,000 meters, more than a dozen figures stared at the city below, everyone's face was full of ugly. In their field of vision, a ferocious titan with a height of 8,000 meters is destroying a city wantonly with a black spaceship. Under the incomparable strength, this bustling first-tier city located in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom collapsed and was damaged piece by piece like a sand sculpture. The artillery fire of the army did not stop for a moment. But in front of the Titan and the spaceship, it seemed too pale and small. This is already the third city he has destroyed. Lin Zhenjiahu's face was ugly, and she said, "Let him continue like this, and the entire Dragon Kingdom will be reduced to ruins." He knew we were there, he knew we were hiding, so he did it on purpose and forced us out. Beside him, Tan's Hongaihu stared at the bottom, and said coldly, "We can no longer evade. Since we are gods in the world, we must take up the responsibility of being gods in the world." The expressions on the faces of all the 9th-level martial saints changed. "Where's Lu Sheng? Haven't you left yet?" someone asked. Lin Zhenjiahu turned her head and glanced in the direction of Ninghai, then shook her head slowly. "No." Everyone stopped talking. Everyone is hesitating and struggling. Without Lu Sheng, they didn't dare to beat the edge of that 10th-level alien powerhouse. But it is really unbearable for them to sit and watch countless ordinary civilians die in the disaster. Between life and righteousness. Rock back and forth. At this time, a voice came out coldly. "If you want to wait for Lu Sheng, then continue to wait." It was Tan's Hongaihu who spoke. After Tan's Hongaihu finished speaking, he rushed towards the majestic Titan 8,000 meters high in the distance. Halfway through, the body turned into a 1,000-meter-long golden knife. Although there are cracks on the golden knife, it is indomitable and sharp. Tan's Hongaihu, there is always one thing better than Lu Sheng. Tan's Hongaihu's eyes were blazing, she turned into a long knife, and slashed down fiercely. "Minjiahu martial saint!" Lin Zhenjiahu yelled subconsciously, but saw that Tan's Hongaihu had already thrown it up. The hand hovered in the air, and finally put it down heavily. Lin Zhenjiahu's eyes flickered, and a look of determination flashed across her face. "Take out your phone and quickly send a few messages." Then he said to the martial saints around him, "Everyone, Minjiahu martial saint is here, and as one of the Dragon Kingdom protector martial saints, I have to go too. I have already notified Master Lu's fiancé to trouble them to leave the customs. Any consequences will be borne by me. I don't force you to join me or not. I just hope you understand." The lips are dead and the teeth are cold. After finishing speaking, Lin Zhenjiahu's figure flickered, and she transformed into a Dharma body nearly 1,000 meters high, and rushed towards the distance. The other 9th level martial saints looked at each other. Suddenly, a person also built a Dharma body. Although it was only a few hundred meters high, his steps were firm. It is Harold, the god seal of the ring seal. With Harold taking the lead, the rest have nothing to hesitate. They all folded up. 4.3 for the Azure Star. Someone whispered. For the Azure Star. Many people followed suit. The voice of the saint is like an ancient battle song. Led by Tanz Hongaiu, the only dozen or so 9th level martial saints left in the world are launching a general attack on the 8,000 meter evil halberd at this moment. This is destined to be a moment remembered by history. More than a dozen Dharma statues appeared in the field at the same time, which immediately attracted the attention of the people below. There were a lot of cheers. Wu Sheng! It's the Wu Sheng adults who came to save us. Many people wept with joy, unable to contain their excitement. But these cheers and excited voices were quickly changed by a thunderous sneer. The 8,000 meter high evil halberd man turned his head to look at the dozen or so martial saints, with a ferocious smile on his face. He stopped the action of destroying the city, smiled and nodded. Okay, I'm finally willing to come out. What a brave group of people! I'm almost moved by you. After finishing speaking, Evil Ji stretched out his hand suddenly. The thousands of meters long Dharma Xiang's big hand roared like a giant dragon piercing the sky, grabbing fiercely in the direction of more than a dozen martial saints. Ask for flowers. 450,000 meters of Dharma body, ancient god comes to the world. 1. More than a dozen martial saints quickly dispersed. But there were still 2 martial saints who couldn't dodge in time, and grabbed the big hands locked by the evil halberd energy. The strength of these 2 9th level martial saints is not too strong, and the body of the condensed Dharma is only a few hundred meters high. It's not even as big as the hand of the evil halberd. Kika. Evil halberd closed his big hands, and the bodies of the 2 Dharma prime ministers in his hands were as fragile as plastic dolls. It was directly crushed by him. 2 9th level martial saints fell out of the shattered images, like 2 ants lying in the palm of the Titan, their faces full of panic. Cut! Someone is drinking! The 1,000-meter golden knife burst out with a sharp blade light, and the wolf slashed at the finger of the evil halberd. The evil halberd's posture was casual, and he flicked lightly with his index finger and thumb bent. Clang! The 1,000-meter golden sword method immediately shattered inch by inch, and a small black shadow flew upside down into the sky. However, the evil halberd stretched out his hand to grab it lightly, and even the 2 previous martial saints were all held tightly in his hands. Seeing this scene, the rest of Lin Zhenjiu and others trembled and made wishes all over their bodies. Just a face-to-face meeting, 3 people were arrested, including Tanz Hongaiu, who is an outstanding person within the 9th rank. 9th level and 10th level, the gap is really too big. They have no chance of winning at all. Run up! It's really a self-inflicted trap. Walk! A 9th level martial saint couldn't restrain the shock in his heart, he roared, turned around and retreated. The rest of the people fled in all directions without his reminder. Want to go? It's too late. A ferocious smile appeared on Evil Ji's face, which was bigger than several football fields. 02. His 8,000 meter Dharma body trembled slightly, like a mountain trembling. Immediately afterwards, dozens of white silk threads suddenly grew out of his Dharma body. It is said to be silk thread, but it is more than 10 meters thick, and it looks like tentacles to outsiders. These white silk threads stretch out rapidly, catching up with those fleeing martial saints in the blink of an eye, wrapping around their bodies like living creatures, dragging them back one by one. The 8,000 meter Titan, holding a halberd with one hand, is vicious. Flesh threads grow out of the body, and a martial sage struggles frantically on the flesh threads. This scene is like the most desperate scene in a disaster movie. In the city below, the cheers and cheers have long since disappeared. The on-site reporter who was passionately explaining to the camera screen before had a microphone in his hand, but he didn't know how to broadcast. In front of the TV, countless people watching the broadcast fixedly stared at the screen without saying a word. A miserable cry of a child pierced the silence. A great sadness is spreading throughout the country, and even in every corner of the world. Wu Sheng is not an opponent. On a fishing boat in a small fishing village on the Ningyi Sea. The family is watching the telecast. The cigarette in the hand of the black and thin middle-aged man shook down, and it seemed to be hoped that it was broken. The man sighed heavily, his brows furrowed into a ball. Then who else can save us? The world is really going to be in chaos. The woman next to her was silent, her hands were darning the fishing net faster and faster, but there was a trace of restlessness and panic. That is the fear and confusion about the future. The black and strong boy in the family of 3 was staring at the old TV screen, gritted his teeth suddenly, grabbed the harpoon at hand and ran outside. "Where are you going?" the black and thin middle-aged shouted. The boy didn't say a word and didn't look back. "Fuck! Stupid baby!" The black and thin middle-aged man snuffed out the cigarette in his hand and quickly chased him out. As soon as he got out of the cabin, he saw a strong black boy standing on the deck. The black and thin middle-aged man was full of curses. "9th level martial arts master can't beat that monster, you have only learned martial arts for a few days, you really think you are the reincarnation of Ultraman, right? Silly boy, I can't beat you to death." Saying that, the black and thin middle-aged man took off his shoes and was about to hit the black and strong boy. But the boy stood blankly on the deck, turned around suddenly, pointed to the front of the black and thin middle-aged man with horror on his face, and said, "Dad, look quickly. What are you looking at?" The black and thin middle-aged man cursed and looked in the direction the boy pointed. Seeing this, the whole person just stood there in a daze. "I saw the front, facing the direction of Ningyi. On the surface of the endless Ningyi Sea, an extremely huge vortex is rapidly forming. This vortex is too big, so big that it includes the entire Ningyi Sea area. Not just the sea, but the sky above. Thousands of miles of blue sky, countless Liuyun stirred up, twisted into flocculence, and also presented a super huge vortex. There are 2 whirlpools in the sky and underground, and the wind between the sea and the sky also circulates accordingly. There is an inexplicable force in the world. In this trend, there seems to be something extremely majestic and indescribable. Shocking and admirable. The vision in the sea alarmed everyone in this small fishing village. They got out of the small fishing boats and stared at the scene in front of them dumbfounded. Sea Dragon King! Sea Dragon King is angry. The black and thin middle-aged man on the fishing boat recovered from the shock and knelt down on the ground with a plop. Like him, many fishermen knelt down and shouted, "Sea Dragon King, calm down! Sea Dragon King!" The whole small fishing village was shrouded in panic and chaos. The black and thin middle-aged man couldn't help but pull his arm when he saw that the strong black boy was still standing there in a daze. "Silly boy, don't kneel down yet. Kowtow to the Sea Dragon King." The black and strong boy looked surprised and hesitated. Just then, boom! In the huge vortex on the sea ahead, something burst out of the water. The fishermen on the fishing boat have not yet seen what it is. His eyes were filled with a vast expanse of white light. Wait for them to recover. I saw an incomparably stalwart titan appearing on the sea. This titan is described as majestic, and his whole body is as bright as a diamond. His body was covered with 4 color streamers of reddish-brown, blue, and he was surrounded by shining stars. His eyes were brilliant gold. Inside, there are 2 big 3-legged golden birds flying with flames all over their bodies. This titan is like a gorgeous and noble ancient god, coming out of the sleeping seabed. Every time he took a step, his body swelled wildly. In just a few breaths, this majestic titan broke through the sky. The huge Ningyi is like a footbath under his body. It is no longer possible to see his whole picture clearly, only a pair of perfect big feet stepping on the rough sea. 10,000 meters? 50,000 meters? 100,000 meters? Not sure how high it is. Anyway, when everyone raised their heads parallel to the sky, they could only see the position of Titan's thigh. The fishermen on the beach were all stunned. The scene in front of them has exceeded their lifetime cognition, and their brains have long been in a state of shutdown, blank, and they don't know what to think. Boom! The waves brought by the Titan came out of the sea and came to the sea, turning into monstrous waves hundreds of meters high. Roaring and roaring, it attacked this small fishing village. Only then did the fishermen break free from their dazed state. One by one looked at the black waves above their heads, their faces were ashen-colored, they yelled in horror, their faces were full of panic and despair. The black and thin middle-aged man suddenly rushed from the ground, hugged the black and strong young man in front of him, and protected him tightly. But after waiting for a long time, the expected disaster was delayed. The black and thin middle-aged man looked up. I saw the monstrous waves frozen in the air, then suddenly retracted and fell back into the sea. The sea area near the fishing village has returned to calm. A big foot that covered the sky and shone with light roared over the heads of the villagers of the entire fishing village, stepped on the air, and walked away step by step. The black and thin middle-aged man was stunned for a while, then suddenly came back to his senses. He saved us! He saved us! Swish! While murmuring, a figure broke free from his embrace and jumped out. 743 The black and thin middle-aged subconsciously shouted, "Where are you going?" The figure of the black and strong boy did not enter the cabin, and he replied without looking back, "Watch TV, call the TV station." Hoo-hoo! The wind whizzed by on both sides. Lu Sheng, the incarnation of the ancient god, walks on the land of the Dragon Kingdom. His head is at the top of the stratosphere more than 50,000 meters above the surface, and both sides of his cheeks are covered with layers like cotton. Lu Sheng finally took that step and successfully promoted to level 9. The body of the newly born Zushan Jinwushan Yan with the 4 poles reached a height of more than 50,000 meters. Moreover, Lu Sheng feels that this is not his limit. If it continues to condense, the power of the heavens and the earth and the natural energy on this planet will be drained by me. It will damage the foundation of the planet. As Lan Chen said, the little azure star can no longer accommodate me. The universe and starry sky are my future stage. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. As soon as Lu Sheng raised his head, his eyes penetrated the atmosphere and saw the vast starry sky directly. The sun seemed to be hanging above his head, and he could touch it as soon as he stretched out his hand. An inexplicable emotion emerged from the bottom of Lu Sheng's heart. At this time, he can deeply understand the feeling of Kuo-fu chasing the sun in ancient myths and legends. When the body is so stalwart, apart from the cosmic starry sky, it seems that there is really nothing worth chasing for him. If I punch now, can I explode into stars? A thought suddenly came to Lu Sheng's mind, but he shook his head quickly. It's probably quite a bit worse. The planet is not an egg. When the shell is broken, the egg slurry inside will flow out and be broken into pieces. The deeper the inside, the stronger it is. Moreover, although Lu Sheng is now more than 50,000 meters high, compared to the size of an entire planet, still insignificant. Floating away, Shenger, I'm only at the 9th level and I'm thinking about starburst. Lu Sheng laughed at himself. At this time, a plane whizzed towards him, and it was about to hit his chest. Lu Sheng turned sideways hastily. 421 Light, come now, squeeze the evil halberd like a mosquito. 2. Only halfway through the sideways did I realize that I was now in the body of the Faxiong. The power of heaven and earth gathers and disperses at will. He looked down and saw the plane whizzing past his chest. With concentrated eyes burning with golden crows can still see the shocked faces in the cabin of the plane pressing against the windows. The mouth on the face opened and closed, and it seemed to say words like God and God. Sheng watched the plane full of shocks go away. With mental strength, he pushed through the clouds and looked down. Seeing mountains, rivers, and great lakes crawling under your feet, majestic cities are like sandboxes. Spiritual power spread out. Tens of kilometers. Hundreds of kilometers. Thousands of kilometers. Tens of thousands of kilometers. In an instant, most of the planet was covered. His current mental power is too strong, and has reached level 11. In terms of mental strength alone, Sheng is already considered a first-class powerhouse. Let go of all the mental power, including the entire Azure Star. It's just that the use of many 11th level skills has not kept up, and there is a feeling of top-heavy, children playing Guangongdao. But for simple detection, it is still easy. Countless messages were collected and gathered in Sheng's mind. Is it really the end of the world? Even the guardian gods of the country, the martial saints, have been defeated, who else can come and save us? Damn aliens! Light, where is the light? Sheng sorted out the whole picture from the message, and roughly understood what happened. The mental power quickly locked on to a point thousands of kilometers away. Invaders from the starry sky. Is he the one who threatened the annihilation of the world in the dream space? Shouldn't be. Level 10, what qualifications do you have? Sheng thought. Fa Xiangshen strode towards the target location. Huge size brings unprecedented speed. Between breaths, the distance spanning tens of hundreds of kilometers. After a while, the outline of that target appeared in Sheng's field of vision. Where is the light? Light, here we come. With a calm expression on his face, Sheng stretched out a hand and grabbed it in that direction. In the process of reaching out, his right palm kept getting bigger and bigger. On the ruins of the city, the evil halberd branched out dozens of white light threads, binding 18 9th level martial saints with broken Dharma images to one finger. He bent down slowly, and hung the 18 martial saint pendants on his fingers in front of countless people below. It's like a titan talking to the ant colony under his feet. See? These are the protectors you worship and rely on. The sound of the evil halberd was louder than thunder and lightning in a rainstorm, rumbling over the city. Countless people were so shocked by the sound that their faces turned pale, and they sat down on the ground in panic and fear, or ran around. Evil G laughed out loud. The glass of the exterior walls of tall buildings in the city was shattered and fell in a sputtering manner. Evil G felt quite comfortable. He likes it. He enjoyed the process of looting a planet. Seeing the natives of those low-level civilized planets shivering under the shock of their own powerful strength, their faces were full of expressions of panic, crying, anger, fear, and despair. There are also those strong among the planet's natives. Obviously so weak. But so brave. Just like the ones in his hands now. These people are the patron saints on a low-level civilized planet, the most powerful. But now he was tightly bound by him like a bug, his face was pale, and he struggled with fear and reluctance. It's a pity that the value of these guys is quite high, and each of them can be sold at a high price in the slave market. Otherwise, crush them to death one by one, and the expressions of those low-level natives will be more exciting and interesting during the process. Evil G really likes the feeling of acting recklessly in a low-level civilization, controlling everything, being high above, like a god. If I didn't have a bet with those two guys, I could have fun for a month. Evil Halberd sighed in his heart. Then he stood up slowly, and said loudly with a cold expression, "Okay, I will repeat it one last time. Now, immediately send all the resources on your planet to me. Otherwise, I will destroy all the civilized cities on your planet at a rate of 1 every hour. Kill everyone." After finishing speaking, Evil G stared indifferently at the ordinary people below. He knows that there are thousands of cameras running here, and he will faithfully deliver his words to every corner of the world. Then just be patient and wait. I hope I won't be made to wait too long, after all, destroying a city is quite a cumbersome and boring thing. As Evil G spoke, he flicked his fingers. The dozen or so 9th level martial saints tied to his fingers dangled like grasshoppers on straw. Evil G watched them panic, embarrassed and fearful, and let out a piercing laugh from time to time, chatting to pass the boring time. At this moment, Evil G suddenly heard commotion and exclamation from under his feet. Look, what is that? Oh my god! Obediently, Evil G lowered his head and stared. I saw that the ordinary people who were scared pale by him just now, who were terrified and frightened, don't know what's wrong now. All of them looked up at themselves, with expressions of surprise and disbelief on their faces. They seemed to have seen something extremely extraordinary, pointing at themselves. Evil Halberd couldn't help frowning, feeling a little condensed in his heart. Do I have flowers on my face? He subconsciously touched his cheek. At this time, he suddenly noticed that the sky was getting dark, as if a shadow was quickly spreading over his head. He reacted abruptly. The object of the surprise and pointing of the indigenous people below is not themselves, but from own head. The evil halberd raised his head sharply. The moment he raised his head, his pupils shrank and froze. Evil G's eyes reflect a face that he will never forget. A shadow of white light, as bright as a diamond, rumbled straight down on him from a high altitude. This white light shadow is tens of thousands of meters in size, it is not smooth, and it is full of many lines. Gorgeous and mysterious, like palm prints. There are 5 thick and long pillars of different lengths all around, and the overall appearance is both strange and a bit weird. Evil G stared blankly for a second. Only then did he suddenly wake up. Hand. What a hand! A huge hand! Any finger is bigger than his body with 8,000 methods. Evil G was stunned for a moment. Nima. Before he could react, the big white hand that covered the sky and the sun grabbed him and held him in the palm. Just like he grabbed those native 9th level warriors before, he easily grabbed him off the ground. Then, with 5 fingers tightened, forcefully. Boom! The evil halberd with a body of 8,000 meters did not even have time to make a sound, and was directly crushed by the big hand. The infinite potential returns to heaven and earth, turning into countless light spots and dissipating in all directions. In the spot of light, the evil halberd looked pale, rushed out in a panic, and went straight to the black spaceship next to him. But before he could reach the spaceship, a big foot tens of thousands of meters long and shining brightly fell from the sky again, stepping hard on the spaceship. Cock-a-boom! The energy barrier outside the spaceship lasted for less than a second before it shattered. Then that big foot stepped on the spaceship without hindrance, and stepped the whole spaceship directly into the ground. Boom! A super huge pit collapsed on the ground. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a black spaceship could be seen lying quietly in the pit. There is still an extremely clear huge footprint left on the body of the spaceship. The evil halberd was completely numb. Hovering in the air, staring blankly at his spaceship and the huge footprints on the spaceship. For a while, I didn't know what to think. You. He blinked his eyes, looked up blankly, as if he wanted to say a few words to the owner of the big hands and feet. But in the next second, 2 fingers the size of 10,000 meters had quietly appeared on both sides of his body. It's like pinching a mosquito. Quickly pinch the evil halberd with 2 fingers, forcefully. Snapped. There was a slight crisp sound. 2 fingers rubbed together. Then let go. All that was left of the previous evil halberd was a thin puddle of meat paste, sticking to the pads of 2 huge fingers, like a puddle of disgusting mosquito blood. The evil halberd didn't even escape the martial arts soul, and was completely crushed. After doing all this, the finger quickly retracted, and disappeared into the clouds in the blink of an eye. However, this moment, everyone, whether it's the ordinary people present, the army, the reporters on the scene, or the dozens of 9-level martial arts, okay, saints who were rescued. Still in front of the TV, people from all over the world are watching the live broadcast. Everyone. All were stunned. His expression was blank, his expression was stunned, and his head was in a daze. There was no reaction at all. They simply cannot understand. Why was the 8,000 meter tall alien invader just now, fierce and unstoppable, who brought the whole world and the entire planet a sense of doomsday crisis? Sudden. In the blink of an eye. He was crushed to death by a big hand that fell from the sky. The whole process is as simple and casual as a normal person slapping an annoying mosquito to death. Snapped. Just squeezed to death. What the hell happened? Appearance of God? Allah is born? Or did the Jade Emperor come down for a private visit? Everyone's heads were dizzy, and they even began to doubt the authenticity of everything they experienced from beginning to end. Are you sure you're not dreaming? Those who are watching in front of the TV are skeptical. Are you making a movie? The back and forth reversal is too abrupt and dramatic. At this moment, an incomparably huge divine body appeared in everyone's field of vision. Minister. I have something to do all day today, I have been running outside all day, and I am exhausted. Apply to go to bed, and make up the second update tomorrow. Thank you, big brothers, bow. 422 Is it in the river? It end number 039, S not in the river at all. I have walked with God. 1. This incomparably huge divine body suddenly appeared in front of everyone in one step, above the city. His body is too huge, and it is impossible to see his whole picture clearly, not even half of it. I don't know how many thousands of meters high. The whole body is radiant, as if it is made of diamond crystals, with 4-color streamer ribbons on its body, followed by stars all over it. Filled with a strong mythical atmosphere. When this divine body appeared above the city, whether it was the people at the scene or those who were guarding in front of the TV screen, many people subconsciously took a few steps back and slumped on the ground. Those who have faith even knelt on the ground and kept saying, God created the world, God created the world. Even Lin Zhenjiu and the dozen or so 9-level martial saints who had just been rescued all looked dull and held their breath, feeling the coercion of the sky collapsing on them. The indescribably majestic divine body in front of them directly broke their understanding of martial arts. Even like ordinary people, there is a slight doubt in my heart: is there really a God in this world? Boom! The sky above the head parted, and a head comparable to a mountain was lowered from the sky. It is impossible to describe the perfection of this head in words. His eyes are like 2 burning suns, and there are 3-legged golden crows flying in the sun. When the pair of golden eyes entrenched in the golden crow looked down, everyone's body froze. Breathing and heartbeat seemed to be suspended for it, and an unprecedented shock and horror filled their bodies, and even their souls wanted to fight for it. Face to face with God. But that's all. But there are also some people who have a trace of bewilderment on their faces, and doubts in their eyes. This God's appearance seems to be a bit familiar. At this time, Shen Wei's body began to shrink rapidly. In just a few breaths, he shrank from a size of tens of thousands of meters to 10,000 meters. And then thousands of kilometers. When shrinking to about 2 kilometers, Lin Zhenjiu, who was closest, and a dozen or so 9th-level martial saints suddenly opened their eyes wide, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Lu, Master Lu. Shua. Huafu District, Beihe City, in the living room of the Lu family villa. Lu Haihei and his family, who were sitting in front of the TV, stood up abruptly from the sofa. Lu Qinghe pointed at the TV screen, and said to Lu Haihei and his wife with a look of astonishment, Dad, to Mom. Is it me? Lu Dahai and Zheng Yufen fixedly stared at the handsome and familiar face on the TV screen, like a god. His expression was stunned, and for a moment, he couldn't tell whether this was their own son they had raised for more than 20 years. Same. In a military camp in the eastern military region, a strong young man with dark skin was also staring at the screen in a daze. Lu Sheng. A certain conference hall of the 7th St. Wu University in Kyoto. The audience was full of students from the 7th University, as well as teachers. The facial expressions and movements are also all fixed. Lin Ziyi, who is already a sophomore and has a place on the list of senior students, opened his mouth as big as a sandbag, and his eyes were full of astonishment. Brother Saint! There are many places, many people who are acquainted with Lu Sheng, Uxi. At this moment, they all froze. I wonder if I have seen the wrong person, or if I have hallucinations. On the other side of the scene, Lin Zhenjiu and others greeted him excitedly. Master Lu, have you lost your voice? Lu Sheng shrunk the Dharma body to a suitable height, still reminiscing about what he had just realized when he shot it. Nod slowly. I'm a little late, sorry everyone. Master Lu is joking. Lin Zhenjiu and the others all looked respectful, with deep respect for Lu Sheng in their eyes. My heart is full of turbulent waves, one wave after another. Jinju can kill 10. And it's as easy as crushing a mosquito to death with your hands. The Faxiong is tens of thousands of meters high. This Nima. It is too outrageous. Or people. So it turns out that the upper limit of their martial Dao is so high? At this moment, Lin Zhenjiu and the others couldn't help thinking whether the achievements of this 9th level martial saint were a bit too hasty. It seems that it is not a 9th level at all with Lu Sheng's 9th level. False 9 level martial saint, the law is 1,000 meters long, the power of the heaven and the earth can be manipulated by hand, flying to the sky and hiding from the earth, moving mountains and filling the sea, he can be called a god in the world. The real 9th level martial saint, the height of the law is tens of thousands of meters, the eyes contain golden crows, the body of myth, the head protrudes from the atmosphere, killing the 10th level is like killing a chicken. Is it in the river? It's not in the river at all. During the conversation between Lu Sheng and Lin Zhenjiu and others, a senior general in the army below recognized Lu Sheng's appearance. After a short period of sluggishness, it turned into indescribably great admiration and excitement, and he said loudly with a trembling voice, "Military God, this is the military god of our military department. It was the god of war who saved us." This voice awakened a person from a dream like a single word. Countless people have woken up from their confusion and doubts. God of war. The god who descended from the sky to kill the alien invaders in front of him turned out to be the legendary new god of the Dragon Kingdom. Countless people were in an uproar. Then came the excitement, joy, and frenzy like a volcanic eruption. The appearance of the 4th martial saint level powerhouse in Longguo was news that had been spread a long time ago. It is rumored that this god of the military department is powerful and unprecedentedly loyal to all saints. There is also the army god body refining art that has been fully promoted in the Dragon Kingdom, which is from the hands of the army god. The powerful body training effect of the military god's body training technique has made countless people feel almost fanatical admiration for this military god. Even surpassed the extreme martial saints who have been sanctified for many years, surpassed martial saints, Minjiao martial saints. It can be said that the god of the 4th martial saint army has long established a high prestige and virtue among the people. But the identity of the military god has always been a mystery to the general public. Except for a very few people who know his appearance, many people don't even know whether he is a man or a woman. Many martial saints all over the world fought against the evil halberd before, and many people even thought that the military god was among them, and they had already been defeated and captured. Only now do I know. It turned out that the god tens of thousands of meters high was the legendary military god. He was also the one who turned the tide, saved everyone. Boom! At this moment, countless people exploded and couldn't contain their excitement. The news reporters at the scene were all like chicken blood, and they broadcast passionately to the camera. No one would have thought that the strongest god who descended from the sky would be the 4th warrior god of our Dragon Kingdom. The long-standing mystery has finally been solved, and the identity of the god of the kingdom has been revealed. Worthy of being the strongest person who can create the military god body training technique, today is destined to be remembered by the entire Azure Star. And in front of the TV, those people who recognized Liu Sheng's identity before. At this time, there was a boom in the head, and it completely fell into a downtime state. Liu Sheng is the god of war, the most powerful man in the world. It is unimaginable that these people have more or less intersected with Liu Sheng. 82. He has walked with God before. Cumberland and the others are not dead. At this time, Liu Sheng was talking with Lin Zhenjiu and others. Yes, it shouldn't be dead. This evil halberd tries to only capture and not kill 8th level martial arts experts. Silver Crown Martial Saint and others we watched as they were captured. Lin Zhenjiu and others pointed to the black spaceship left by the evil halberd not far away. He should have been locked in the aircraft. Liu Sheng nodded, his eyes fell on the aircraft. The spaceship left by evil halberd was more than 10 kilometers in size. Before that, he had trampled on it severely by his method, which exploded the energy barrier outside the spaceship. Now it is falling into the deep pit, and there is still an incomparably huge clear footprint on the surface of the spaceship. Compared with when Liu Sheng stepped on it, this footprint has faded a lot. It can still slowly repair itself. It is indeed a technological product of advanced civilization. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he walked towards the spaceship. At this time, his body was only a kilometer in size, and a spaceship with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers was still a giant to him. I remember the hatch should be in that position. Lin Zhenjiu pointed to a spot on the bottom of the black spaceship. Liu Sheng nodded and stretched out a hand. His hands, as bright as diamonds, quickly turned into jet black. Like a black diamond, it emits strange waves of light. This wave of light has a very strong splitting attribute, and the surrounding air is cut into black cracks by the wave. Liu Sheng raised his arm into a knife, and slashed towards the position of the hatch. Shua shua twice. An unknown metal plate fell silently from the black hatch, and at the same time, the entire spaceship began to emit a rapid alarm sound of beep beep. Liu Sheng's mental power suddenly penetrated. The sirens stopped abruptly. Rescue people! After finishing all this, Liu Sheng turned around and told Lin Zhenjiu and others lightly, I still have things to deal with. As he spoke, he looked up at the sky and narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly disappeared. Lin Zhenjiu and the others didn't break away from their respectful posture until Liu Sheng disappeared. 423 100,000 meters of Faxiong True Body, the first supernatural ability, Faxian Xionged. The noise under his feet quickly faded away. Liu Sheng flew high into the sky, breaking through the layers of the atmosphere. In the body, 3,650 immortal cells issued the slightest warning signs. The source comes from the starry sky above. Liu Sheng's mind is very calm. There was someone behind the evil halberd, which didn't surprise him too much. It should be a matter of reason. The probability of the person behind the evil halberd is also 10th level, at most 11th level, it is impossible to exceed 11th level. As Liu Sheng flew towards the outside of the atmosphere, he silently calculated in his heart. In fact, it doesn't matter even if it's really level 11. In terms of mental power, he can now reach level 10. To be honest, Liu Sheng's soaring strength this time is a bit exaggerated, and even he is a little uncertain about the limit of his current strength. There are too many strengths that have not been tested. Too many abilities have not had time to sort out, integrate. Originally, he planned to retreat for a period of time after he entered the 9th grade, but the blue star was robbed, so he ran out in a hurry. It would be better if you come to the 11th level. With a boom, Liu Sheng finally broke through the atmosphere, and his whole body came outside the planet, into the starry sky of the universe. It's just right, it will allow me to verify my strength. Liu Sheng took a deep breath. He only made movements, but no air entered his chest and lungs. Only then did I think of it, because there is no air in the air. Breathing is no longer necessary for me, it's just a habit. Habits can be changed. Just like smoking and drinking. A normal person who doesn't smoke or drink is fine. But if you don't breathe, you will die. Now, Liu Sheng can quit breathing just like quitting smoking and drinking. Stellar body remodeling. 3650 immortal cells construct the solar god domain map in the body. In a sense, Liu Sheng is already completely out of the category of normal human beings. Really enter a new level of life. Extraordinary life form. Just like Lan Chen said. Boom. Liu Sheng stood in the starry sky, and with a thought, there was an almost endless force of heaven and earth and cosmic energy coming together, which was many times more than on the blue star. Liu Sheng unscrupulously expanded his Dharma body. His body continued to skyrocket. 10,000 meters. 20,000 meters. 30,000 meters. 50,000 meters. It soon exceeded the limit of his legal form on the blue star. Still rising. 70,000 meters. 80,000 meters. 90,000 meters. In the end, reaching a height of 100,000 meters, the regiment stopped completely. In the boundless starry sky, a titan with 4 color streamers, countless starbursts, golden crows in its eyes, and diamond-like radiance all over its body stands majestically. A 100,000 meter tall Dharma body. This is the complete state of the four-pole Dharma body of Zushan Jinwushan Yan. At this time, Liu Sheng has a sense of existence even in front of the entire blue planet. Looking at the blue star again, I don't have too much sense of insignificance in my heart. Liu Sheng's heart skipped a beat, his 100,000 meter high body shrank rapidly, while his right hand swelled rapidly. From the original less than 10,000 meters, it broke through the limit and skyrocketed in the blink of an eye. It has been rising to a size of 100,000 meters. Turn into a super minister with radiant rays that can cover the sky and the sun. This big hand is in front of the blue star, as if it is eager to try to push the whole planet. Like the sky and the earth. Is this the first martial arts supernatural power that I have comprehended at the 9th level? Liu Sheng's eyes sparkled slightly. He had clearly realized this supernatural power when he attacked the evil halberd earlier. He can bless any part of his Dharma body, because it is small and wishful. Able to infuse the mighty power of all the Dharma images in one palm. With this supernatural power, it doesn't matter whether you are Dick or not. But the shot effect is definitely full. Just imagine, what would it be like if a palm with a size of 100,000 meters fell from the sky? Liu Sheng immediately thought of the picture he saw in a certain movie in his previous life. The great sage, the demon king of the world, annoyed the Buddha of the Western paradise, and the Buddha dropped his palm, crushing the atmosphere and crushing the surface of the planet. So shocking! Maybe I will be able to rival gods and Buddhas one day. Liu Sheng smiled, put away his Dharma body, and sat down cross-legged directly in the starry sky. He was waiting for the person behind the evil halberd to come. It's better to be at the 11th level, otherwise. It's also boring to pinch. Liu Sheng shook his head and sighed, it was like crushing a halberd to death, like crushing a mosquito. Do normal people feel a sense of accomplishment in killing a mosquito? Of course not. Take advantage of this time to sort out yourself. Liu Sheng slowly closed his eyes. He did not forget. In his body, there is still a supreme treasure presented by Yang Yizhu. That is a seed. The seed of the physical universe. On a dark red planet. The temperature is stable above 50 degrees, and the gravity is 3 times that of Azure Star, because there is no green vegetation on the ground. Just big expanses of sand, rocks. Dark red pyramids shining with the light of technology stand on this land. Countless planet natives with dark red complexions prostrated themselves on the ground, facing the largest pyramid in fear. At the top of this pyramid, red-skinned warriors wearing battle armor knelt on the ground, with unwillingness and humiliation on their faces. One of them was the tallest, a red-skinned man in luxurious clothes, and stepped on a black and golden war chest on his head. The owner of the black gold boots is an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He sat on a red throne that belonged to the people under his feet, with a casual expression, and one foot was on the king of this indigenous planet. Holding a bottle of wine in one hand, he drank it in one sip. Above his head, there is also a huge black spaceship hovering quietly. Is that all? The middle-aged man kicked a box beside him. The box was overturned, and a large piece of light red spar rolled out of it. There are nearly 100 boxes like this, neatly stacked aside. The native king who was stepped on by the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "My lord, this is already all the treasures of our royal family. The guides charge once every 10 years, you know. I hope you didn't lie to me." The middle-aged man stepped lightly on the native king's head and stood up from the throne. 0. Ask for flowers. He looked up at the starry sky above his head, and said to himself, "It's about time, it's time to go. If we delay for a while, maybe we will lose to those two guys." With that said, the middle-aged man started the spaceship. A ray of light was cast on the spaceship, and all the red-skinned warriors wearing battle armor at the top of the pyramid were sucked into the spaceship one by one. Including the native king, and those boxes filled with red crystals. "Father!" As soon as the native Wang was sucked into the spaceship, there was a rush of shouts from below. The middle-aged man looked down, and saw a red-skinned girl with luxurious clothes and pretty appearance staring at her. Standing beside the girl was a woman who looked quite similar to her. She was stretching out her hand to tightly cover the girl's mouth. Her face was a little pale. When the middle-aged man looked over, the latter immediately lowered his head, his body trembling slightly. "Almost forgot." The middle-aged man's eyes brightened slightly, and he said with a smile, "People like you are also valuable." Saying that, the beam of light emitted from the spaceship shifted and landed on the red-skinned girl and woman, sucking them into the spaceship. Immediately afterwards, the middle-aged man stood on the pyramid and scanned the bottom. His eyes fell on a certain place, and the people there were immediately sucked away by the spaceship. They are all aborigines who have reached the 8th level or above, and have good looks and figures. Faced with the atrocities committed by men, the red-skinned people kneeling under the pyramids showed sorrow and indignation on their faces, but they could do nothing. All they could do was bury their heads deeply, praying that the foreign demons would leave soon. The middle-aged man is doing the finishing touches. At this time, the communicator on his wrist flickered. The middle-aged man glanced at it, looked serious, and connected immediately. "Anya, how is your situation?" A calm voice came from the communicator. The middle-aged man replied quickly, "Everything is going well, and I am preparing to come back. Go to the side of the evil halberd before you come back." "What's wrong?" The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment, and subconsciously asked, "Is the evil party in trouble?" "I don't know if it's troublesome." The voice in the communicator said coldly, "His signal fluctuations have disappeared, but the spaceship is still standing still. Go and have a look and report to me in time." "Yes, boss." The middle-aged man hung up the communication. He frowned slightly, thought for a while, stopped searching for the natives, flew into the spaceship, and left quickly. It wasn't until the huge black spaceship completely disappeared into the dark red sky that the natives under the pyramid dared to stand up one after another. They looked up at the sky above their heads, with sadness and bewilderment written all over their faces. The powerhouses of the entire planet were killed or captured by the bandit demons from the starry sky, and the planet's resources were also wiped out. Next, how should they fight against those terrifying alien beasts that come out from the sky and the ground, and what will be the future fate of their planet? Nobody knows. This is, after Sheng was promoted to the 9th level. Entering Dreamland for the first time. In front of him, there is only a piece of nothingness, and there is a seed that is shining slightly. 424 The blue star ahead, starry garbage is forbidden. 3. Liu Sheng stretched out a finger, and lightly touched the glowing seed. In an instant, a strong suction came out from the seed, sucking his whole body in. Opening his eyes again, Liu Sheng had already appeared in another place. In the desolate starry sky, as far as the eye can see, there are all decayed planets covered with black hair. Dream space, the original dream space. To be precise, it should be the inside of the material universe seed. It is exactly the same as the previous dream space. The only difference is base 1359. That is where Liu Sheng's dream started, the home planet of Wang He and others disappeared. The original location of the planet left only an empty piece. It was crushed by my mentor. All the information in it was turned into nutrients and integrated into my martial arts. Liu Sheng couldn't express the complicated emotions. That was the place where he was enlightened in martial arts, and now it has disappeared, which is a bit sad. But the ability of the fire resource pool still exists, and it is even stronger. With a thought in Liu Sheng's mind, a fist-sized ball of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Deduce the skills, predict the future, and detect the source of the map. This is the essence of the powerful function of the Dream Space Tinder Resource Library. Then what is this? 000. Liu Sheng thought about it, and felt that it was more appropriate to describe it with the original power of the universe. This light cluster is the most original force of the universe. It can do almost everything, as long as it is within the scope of its ability that Liu Sheng can think of. Previously, Liu Sheng had been wondering how the dream space collected data and then integrated and deduced it. Now he knows. It is entirely the original power of the universe that is at work. The deviations caused are only because the original power I can call is too little, the range I can detect is too small, and the level is too shallow, resulting in incomplete information. And the amount of original power that Liu Sheng can use is what he has been striving for a long time. The authority. Permissions still exist now. The authority I have now is less than 1/1000th of this universe. By flattening a planet, the power of origin is only a little bit. Liu Sheng looked at the ball of light in front of him, imagining if there was a panel at this time. Then the percentage of the origin of the universe that he can control in the entire universe should be 0%, 0.00000 omit countless 0, 1. The power of origin is too great. Detecting resources and predicting the future are both good abilities, but what Liu Sheng mainly values is his ability to deduce skills. The 3 ways I simulated in the void of the teacher's chessboard, if they want to truly become reality, they have to fall on the power of the source. Lundao chess is just chess after all, too many details and steps are simplified and ignored. I want to create a 15th level Tao that can be compared with Wang He and Duan Yifeng with my own strength, and it is a 3-door. Without the help of the original power, it is simply impossible to achieve it. And if you want to hit the 16th, 17th, 18th, or even higher levels in the future, really save the calamity of this universe, I also have to rely on the help of the power of the source. Liu Sheng's thinking is clear, he still has a long way to go in the dream space in the future. In the past, one street was swept by one street, and one base was laid and the next base was laid. What now? What he needs to push flatly are planets one after another. And it's a whole universe of planets. It's not entirely a bad thing, it just so happens that my Shiquan martial arts also requires massive accumulation. Absorbing the martial arts civilization of an entire planet, Liu Sheng's Shiquan martial arts was directly consolidated and expanded to an unprecedented level. The martial arts on his body now are tens of millions of times more than before. A crystallization of the martial arts civilization of a whole planet for thousands of years. How many strange and messy martial arts skills were born in it, many Liu Sheng have never seen or heard of them. I can't even imagine it. And this is just the crystallization of the martial arts civilization of a planet. What if we extend this scope to a universe? If there is such a day. Liu Sheng took a deep breath, and thought calmly, Liu Sheng, can really become the symbol representative of the word martial arts. Now my mental strength is level 11. I don't know how many levels the stellar body is equivalent to. In terms of martial arts skills, the pinnacle of the 5 realms of boxing, the pinnacle of the 5 realms of sword art, the pinnacle of the 5 realms of marksmanship, and a lot of miscellaneous martial arts of the 4 realms. The Valkyrie state has not been entered yet, so there will be no changes. The master skill of shattering the void needs to be strengthened. There are still many inspirations and ideas about creating my own new martial art to try. My teacher Yang Yizhu's understanding of the way of nature. Liu Sheng thought about it for a while, and found that there were too many things that he needed to take time to sort out. Much to the point of making his scalp tingle. The main reason is that his harvest this time is too huge, and he wants to completely absorb it and transform it into his own strength. It takes a long process. Pushing pictures while combing. Liu Sheng raised his head and looked at the desolate starry sky in front of him, thinking about using his original power to detect the location of the next civilized planet. At this moment, Liu Sheng's expression changed. Is someone here? He blinked, stopped, and slowly exited the dream space. Exactly, let's use you as an experiment. In a starry sky tens of thousands of kilometers away from Azure Star, 2 black spaceships suddenly jumped out of space. Hovering quietly, the 2 people in the spaceship are communicating. Frando, have you also heard from the boss? Anya opened the communication virtual panel, and saw 2 figures jumping out of it. One of them was a pale-skinned green-haired man playing with a beautiful girl whose upper body was a human and the lower body was a fish. There was a heavy panting sound from the communicator. Otherwise, did you come here specially to pick up the evil halberd? The green-haired man quickly ended the battle, casually threw away the mermaid girl who had turned into a pool of mud, and said with a grin, the planet I chose this time is really good, and the foreign natives on it will definitely sell for a good price in the slave market. Anya frowned, obviously not interested in this topic. Stop talking nonsense. Go to the place where Evil G lost contact. Maybe this guy ran into the Star Police Patrol, and maybe he was killed. The big green-haired man smiled nonchalantly, it's better to be slaughtered, we can just lose one person and share the money. Anya nodded, but I still have to go and have a look, and report the situation to the boss in time. The big green-haired man didn't say anything. The 2 quickly drove the spaceship and quickly flew towards the target coordinate point. The 2 spacecraft drew meteor-like tail flames in the starry sky, and in the blink of an eye, they passed through a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers. A beautiful blue planet 0. Turn on the energy scan first. Anya opened his mouth, and Tanan nodded. Both of them stopped the spaceship, and then turned on the energy scanning device on the spaceship. Soon, a bright blue light was emitted from the 2 spaceships, shooting towards the planet in front of them. Anya and the big green-haired man sat in the spaceship, looking at the scanning results that were continuously fed back on the virtual panel in front of them. Scan progress, 32%. Discover energy sources above level 6 ***. Discover energy sources above level 7. Discover energy sources above level 8. Discover energy sources above level 9. Feedback results have been normal. Soon, the scanning progress reached 100%, and the scanning was all completed. The final result is that there are only 24 energy sources above level 9. There is not a single energy source above level 10. Anya looked at the scan results, frowned, with a puzzled expression on his face. Strange, the spaceship of Daiji is obviously on this planet. But none of the energy sources above the 10th level. Could it be that this guy, Evil G, abandoned the ship and escaped? Let him live or die. The big green-haired man said with a nonchalant expression, it doesn't matter if it's not the Star Police, you can go back to deal with the boss after taking back the spaceship. Also. 11. Anya nodded. As members of the notorious Red Pupil Star Thief in several star regions, they are very emotionally thin. The life and death of their companions is not important to them at all. As long as my life is still alive and I have money. That's it. Then go down and see if the resources on this planet have been scoured by evil. Aniya said. Both of them drove the spaceship and quickly flew towards the blue planet in front of them. But just as their spaceship was about to enter the atmosphere, the speeds of both spaceships slowed down. It was like flying into an invisible swamp, it was difficult to move, and in the end it even stopped altogether. And the energy scanning system, which had been turned on before and had not been turned off, suddenly lit up and began to make a clear broadcast sound. 4.8 New energy source was found, the scanning result was wrong, rescanning. Discover energy sources above level 10, 1. Discover energy sources above level 11, 1. The scan result is wrong, rescanning. Discover energy sources above level 10. I saw a huge amount of data flash across the virtual panel in an instant, and the scanning results of the energy sources of the 10th and 11th levels kept jumping between 0 and 1. The whole system was like a convulsion, and even the sound of the broadcast became chaotic. What happened? Aniya and the green-haired man were startled and suspicious by this situation, and couldn't help but slap the operation panel hard. Is it malfunctioning? At this moment, Aniya and the two suddenly saw it. On the surface of the blue planet in front of him, an incomparably huge and majestic head quietly emerged from the atmosphere. This head is a full 100,000 meters in size, and their spaceship is like a toy under this head. This head is extremely handsome, its eyes are like two flaming suns, and in the sun there is a handsome three-legged golden crow hovering and dancing. This head was condescending, watching them coldly, with its huge and perfect mouth opened, sending out a wave of consciousness that shook the starry sky. Azure star ahead, starry sky trash is forbidden. 425 below the 11th level, killing people is like mowing grass. 4. Sound cannot travel in space. But the fluctuations from the incomparably huge skull and mouth penetrated through the layers of barriers of the spaceship, converging in the ears of Aniya and the green-haired man into a majestic sound like thunder rolling from the sky. Azure star ahead, starry sky trash is forbidden. The virtual panel in front of him and the various instrument panels on the spaceship vibrated crazily under the sound, and various indices swayed wildly. Both Aniya and the big green-haired man were stunned. Staring blankly at the indescribably stalwart huge head, he forgot to speak for a moment. After a long while, a word murmured out of his mouth. What is this shit? A 100,000 meter Faxiong head. How big is the whole body? A 1,000,000 meter high Dhamma? Is there such a big martial art form? Both Aniya and the green-haired man were stunned. This has exceeded their understanding of martial arts, and their minds and hearts are full of shock and astonishment. After the handsome head like an ancient god said these words, he glanced coldly at the two of them. Then it quietly submerged into the atmosphere behind, and immediately two large hands tens of thousands of meters protruded from the atmosphere. Straight towards the spaceship of the two of them. Only then did Aniya and the big green-haired man break free from the shock. There is no time to react, so the defense system of the spacecraft can only be activated immediately. OM. 2 layers of light blue energy barriers lit up on the two spaceships at the same time. The barrier just lit up. Boom. The tens of thousands of meters of 02's big hands held the two spaceships on the left and the right. _. The energy barriers on the two spaceships only persisted for a short breath before they were declared broken. Boom. The bright big hand firmly pinched the two spaceships in his hand. In an instant, several deep finger marks were left on the surfaces of the two spaceships. Alert! 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 Hull damage! Dazzling red lights lit up inside the spaceship, and countless instrument pointers flashed frantically. The harsh siren kept ringing. Aniya and the big green-haired man were terrified. Although the two spaceships they were driving were not top-notch, they were of relatively high quality among the 10th level spaceships. The defense is enough to block all attacks within the 10th level. But just being pinched by these two big hands, the defense system was directly broken, and even the hull was damaged by more than 3%. Nima, this is the rhythm of being crushed alive by people and boats. Damn it! Now I finally know how Evil Halberd died. Level 11. This guy is definitely as strong as a powerhouse of level 11. Go back immediately and report to God. Aniya and the big green-haired man were filled with horror, and quickly clicked on the spaceship operation panel with both hands. Start, all attack the system. The two black spaceships burst into intense red light instantly. Thousands of scarlet energy beams burst out from the surfaces of the two spaceships. The two spaceships seemed to turn into two hot hedgehog steel balls. A series of scarlet energy beams bombarded firmly in the palm of the big bright hand. Fierce flames erupted. Aniya and the big green-haired man fixed their eyes on the big hands covering the surface of the entire spaceship. Their faces were pale, and their foreheads were covered with beads of sweat. Finally, under the frantic bombardment of the spaceship without money, the two big hands slowly loosened. The spaceship was able to breathe, and broke free from the control of the two hands with a swish, and flew far away in an instant. Successful! Aniya and the big green-haired man breathed a sigh of relief, and both of them had smiles on their faces as if they were alive after a catastrophe. As long as you make a space jump, even the 11th level powerhouse will not be able to catch up with us. The two were rejoicing, ready to accelerate the spaceship immediately. But at this moment, an invisible wave of mental power rumbled in through the outer shell of the spaceship. It slammed into the two of them. The bodies of the two shook violently, the smiles on their faces froze, and the light in their eyes quickly dimmed. With the next breath, he completely slumped on the driver's seat, turning into two corpses. Their hearts are still beating strongly, but their martial arts spirits. It was already shattered like glass shards. From behind, two bright hands that were tens of thousands of meters away made a light move. The two black spaceships flew back immediately. The big hand disappeared, revealing Liu Sheng's figure. Under the 11th level, I kill people like weeds. Liu Sheng gently lowered the finger that was pressed between the eyebrows. His mental strength has been promoted to 11th level, and after the black sickle crystal human form, it seems to have become his biggest trump card at this time. Mental attacks are inherently domineering, let alone crushing attacks that cross realms. 11th level of mental power, then released. The martial arts spirits of the two were extinguished. I didn't expect that before I knew it, I had grown to such a level. Liu Sheng was quite emotional. Once upon a time, the 11th grade was the goal he had been striving for. Now, one foot is already standing on it. To be honest, Liu Sheng doesn't know what level his real strength is now. His martial arts realm is level 9. But the mental power is already at the 11th level, and the Dharma aspect body is far beyond the 10th level. Wu Jie doesn't know. Then the next step is to focus on verifying the martial body. Liu Sheng secretly made up his mind. Before stepping forward, the most important thing is to figure out where you are now. He has almost figured out the positions of the spiritual power and the Dharma body, and now only the martial body is left. Thinking about it, Liu Sheng stepped in front of a spaceship. No sooner said than done. He no longer uses his mental power, but only relies on his physical body. 10 fingers deeply penetrated into the hull of the spaceship, where the hatch was located. Use force. Crunch! He forcibly tore open a huge hole in the black cabin door. It has the material of crushed black star iron. Liu Sheng touched the torn part of the spaceship, thinking to himself. Just a few months ago, he was thinking of making a set of weapons out of moxing iron. Now it seems. No need. It can be used to make the hull of a spaceship, which is probably a bad material. And it's not solid anymore. Lu Sheng complained and walked into the spaceship. After entering, he closed the tier of the spaceship hatch by the way. The spaceship has a lot of space inside. Lu Sheng followed a straight upward passage to the top of the spaceship. His mental power has long been able to understand the inside and outside of the spaceship. There is also a huge space underneath, and many people are locked inside. It seems to be the population that was robbed. In Lu Sheng's detection, the life forms in the bilge of the spaceship each have a human's upper body and a fish's tail. Almost exactly the same as the mermaid in fairy tales. And all of them are very good looking, all handsome men and beautiful women. Among them, there are many 8th level and 9th level martial arts experts. Star Sorita is big, and there are all kinds of weird races. Lu Sheng sighed, and found the cockpit of the spaceship all the way. A big green-haired man was slumped on a chair in the cab, and beside him lay a naked mermaid. Already dead. It was tossed to death. Lu Sheng looked away, his eyes were a little cold. He can almost determine that the people on the two spaceships also have evil loads that he killed before. None of them are nice people. Who is a decent person to do such a thing? Lu Sheng walked up to the big green-haired man, and found a communicator embedded in his flesh. There is also a dark green, bracelet-shaped thing. Lu Sheng immediately recognized the latter as the space storage item that Lan Chen had shown him in 990. He was envious at the time, and now he finally bought one. The operation of this space storage bracelet is extremely simple, and it only needs to penetrate the spiritual power. Lu Sheng poured his mental power into it and took a look, his eyes widened instantly. Then shine. Good guy. Lu Sheng called it a good guy. This big green-haired man's family background is too rich. With a casual glance, he detected hundreds of tons of resource objects similar to energy crystals. What concept? Lu Sheng cultivated 3,650 immortal cells and rushed to the 9th level, but only spent hundreds of kilograms of energy crystals. Hundreds of tons. It's enough for me to train tens of thousands of immortal cells. Lu Sheng's breathing became a little short. He quickly put away the bracelet, thinking of another spaceship, and thinking of the evil halberd he crushed to death. Immediately, he didn't want to stay for a moment, and hurried out of the spaceship. Move them all back and count slowly. Back in space, Lu Sheng took a deep breath and transformed into a 100,000 meter high Dharma body. Grabbing the two spaceships one by one in each hand, they rumbled towards the blue star. He doesn't know how to drive a spaceship, so he can only rely on this stupid method. Inside the huge spaceship that was as ferocious as a devil's claw, the tall, well-dressed, red-eyed man sat at the dining table, savoring delicious food, with an aura like that of a nobleman in the starry sky. Sudden crack! The knife and fork in the red-eyed man's hand shattered, and he raised his head calmly. Grown-ups! Beside him, a black-haired woman with a voluptuous figure immediately stepped forward with a serious look on her face. The red-eyed man picked up the tablecloth at hand and gently wiped his mouth, then said lightly, Anya and Frando also lost contact with us. What? The black-haired woman had a look of shock on her face. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.